Chapter 1151 Advent of God. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Super evolutionary energy emanates from the stones on Hoodie's forehead instantly. Then the entire elven was wrapped. Hoodie's cry was a bit of excitement, but more painful. The entire face was twisted. But super evolution is proceeding normally! Oki saw it very clearly. The stone the middle-aged man put on Hoodie's head was not a super evolutionary stone, not even keystone. Can it still be super evolved? Oki thought of the super evolutionary wave that Jarvis could study in the future. It is also possible to let the elves super evolve without relying on the super evolution stone, and without relying on the bond between the trainer and the elves. However, after careful comparison, it is found that this is not a super evolutionary wave or a super evolutionary stone, but another way different from these two. Hoodie growled again, and all the super evolutionary energy on his body was absorbed into Hoodie. At the same time, in front of Hoodground, he showed the symbol of super evolution, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. His appearance changed completely at this time. The armor part of the body became a purple robe. The overall color remains the same. A red crystal is added in the middle of the forehead, and sharp corners are formed on the top of the head, and the yellow mustache becomes a pale beard. The 2 feet were crouched together, and they used superpowers to float themselves in the air. The number of spoons suddenly increased to 5, no longer held in the hands, but was lifted into the air by superpowers. Showing behind him like a peacock opened the screen. There was a joke that once said, the strength of the elves such as Hoodie is closely related to the number of spoons they can control. Casey was the weakest when Yongajira was able to control 1 spoon, while Hoodie could control 2 spoons. But now Super Hoodie can control 5 spoons. The quantity doubled all at once. Although it is a joke, it is still reasonable to say the stone with a strange texture that was pressed on the head of Hoodie by the middle-aged person was completely turned into powder at this time, scattered and disappeared. It was as if super evolution could be stored in that stone, and at this time it was completely absorbed by Hoodie. Super Hoodie. This organization actually has the ability to let the elves super evolve. Has super evolution been discovered so early? Suddenly, Oki became very interested and curious about this mysterious deity. However, after the chip scanned the information of this Super Hoodie, Oki found some abnormalities. This Super Hoodie, although the shape has changed, the overall strength has also changed. But the increase effect brought by this is not as much as Oki imagined. It even seems to have half the effect of ordinary super evolution. It's a fake super evolution. It seems that this super evolution is still defective. Oki thought in his heart. Ha 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 ha, see it, that's it. The supreme power of our divine religion. The middle-aged man laughed wildly. Secondary, as if Hoodie had completed super evolution. He could win. I'm really interested in the so-called theology in your mouth, Oki said lightly. The super evolution of defective products. I don't know if they can mass produce such stones. If you can, even if the amplification effect is not really super evolutionary, but the effect is very scary if it is manufactured in batches. The most important thing, the super evolution that Oki pinched in his hands has never thought about when to release information. If this time, the people of these gods would use the super evolution wildly, the impact on Oki is still very large. When the middle-aged man looked at Hoodie, there was a flesh ache on his face, and he soon covered up the past. I've given you a chance, but you don't pay any attention to it. Even if you are a god, no one can be rewarded with a stone. Only after completing the mission of the god will the angel be rewarded. Shows the pride he took for granted. Messenger. Oka's heart moved slightly. It doesn't seem to be able to be distributed indefinitely, then it's slightly better. Let me see what kind of strength you have now, Hoodie. Meditate. Spiritual blade. As the middle-aged man's order was issued, Hoodie closed his eyes and opened it again. His superpower fluctuations became more active. The substantial blades condensed by several superpowers rushed towards Bangla. Romantic swordsman. With a serious expression, Bangala was able to feel the threat of the spiritual blade to herself, the first mental blade was held up by Bangala's hand. But even then, Bangla took a subconscious step back, looking at his arm a little surprised. The increase after hyper-evolution is a bit powerful. This is the first knowledge. One after another, one after another attacked on Bangajira's arm, hitting Bangajira back. There are already a lot of general spiritual blades with 3 or 4 handles, but at this time Hoodie's superpowers are like a steady stream, attacking madly towards Bangala. Bangala put her hands in front of her, bearing the attack. At last, after bearing the 10-handed elven blade, Hoodie needs a little rest, and Bangla can breathe a bit. At this moment he felt a little numbness in his 2 arms. After super evolution, the amount of superpower has not changed, but the quality has gone up. Bangla was slightly angry. Tigers don't send cats when I'm critically ill. Aoki also felt the anger of Bongila. It was not his style to be repelled by such a little guy. Takes out a keystone from his pocket. That being the case, let you see what it means to be true. God comes. Bangla, super evolution. As Aoki's mental power drew the keystone in his hand, it immediately triggered the super evolutionary stone on Bangla. Suddenly, the rich super evolutionary energy suddenly diffused from Bangla. The middle-aged man in black looked at the familiar energy, but was unfamiliar with the operation, and his eyes widened. This is... "The divine power is coming," muttered the middle-aged man in black. Aoki ignored him. The super-evolutionary energy around Bangala's body is more intense than before Hoodie's super-evolution. The giant monster of 3 meters and more is completely wrapped up at once. www.untlenovel.com. A pure super-evolution logo appears in front of Bangala. Subsequently, all super-evolutionary energy was submerged in Bangala. Jangya danced claws in different spaces. Most of the body is Super Bongi wrapped in green armor. The spikes on the body are even more exaggerated. Hisroa! Super Bangla is screaming with excitement. God comes. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 1152. Sorry, welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The middle-aged man in black looked at Super Bangala with a shudder. I didn't know what to say for a while. It just feels too difficult. Why are you recruiting Aoki? Real use of superpowers? Well, the different space was directly occupied by Aoki Dove and became his territory. Show the special energy of the gods. Endure pain and use a divine power stone to make your own Hoodie special evolution. Well, there are others, and it seemed to be more powerful than himself. At least from the richness of energy. When Bangla evolved, the energy was more intense. Too difficult. It's really difficult. A bitterness flashed across the middle-aged man in black. But soon it was replaced by mania. Impossible. I don't believe it. Disturbing me with hypnosis. Hoodie, the spiritual blade! The middle-aged man in black is a little hysterical. Hoodie really felt the deep threat from Super Bangala. With a grit of teeth, dozens of elven blades appeared together, smashing through the air, and rushing towards Bangla. Bang-era, evil waves. Aoki said lightly. The aura with a lot of evil breath suddenly burst out from Bangla, much richer than before. Before Hoodie's spiritual blade touched Bangla, he was consumed by part of this violent evil gas field. Banged on Bangla again. Originally it was necessary to raise his arms and keep back to resist, but at this time Bangla was not defensive and the door opened. The elves' blades banged on Bangla's body, as if hitting a hard diamond, without moving. Faced with the vicious waves of Bongila, Hoodie suspended in midair was directly impacted to take off. Rolled a few times on the ground. The sword of the cliff. The Super Bandla now has red belly, so the ohms symbol is not so obvious when using the sword of the cliff. From the ground came a sharp stone pillar much thicker than before, and on this stone pillar, there was a trace of hot magma, The Super Hoodie fell to the ground before he reacted, and was directly attacked by the sword of the cliff. Boom! The explosion sounded more and more as the effect of Gulado's true cliff sword. The impact of the sword of the cliff blasted Hoodie directly into the air. Maybe this is also under the control of Bangala. Hoodie after the bomber flew towards Bangala. Hoodie's head was still dizzy at this time. Superpower is powerful, but physical fitness is a bit daunting. Even with the super evolution, Hoodie has not brought much physical gain, one was caught by Bangla. Again like a poor little chicken with little resistance. Bangira's arm trembled slightly, and the evil energy of her body shocked, and Hoodie's last trace of consciousness completely disappeared, and she fell into a coma. Hoodie lost his combat ability. At the same time, the super evolutionary energy spilled out of Hoodie and disappeared into a different space. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Bangla felt that some of the super evolutionary energy spilled from Hoodie had penetrated into his body. Aoki was aware of it, but Bangla did not show any abnormalities, and the scan of the chip did not see any changes in Bangla. So no more thinking. It may be that the super evolutionary energy has found a better destination. The middle-aged man in black looked stunnedly at Hoodie. The inner complexity doesn't know how to express it. His face was ashes. He also did not summon the elves to fight. Hoodie is his strongest elf, but he didn't expect to face Bangla at all. His biggest hole card is super evolution, Hoodie was then left in front of the middle-aged man by Bongila, like a slop of mud and motionless. Aoki frowned, glancing at the ground, scanned by the chip. At this time Hoodie's physical quality was weaker than when he saw it before. It seems a little malnourished. Does poor super evolution overdraw the elf's body? Aoki thought. No wonder when he first saw this Hoodie, he felt that his body was too weak. But even so, his eyes were higher than his arrogance. That's it. The energy of the rock system in Bangla started, and the layers of sand slowly crawled onto the middle-aged man in black. Then he was completely wrapped up, unable to move except his head. After making sure that the other party couldn't move, Aoki slowly walked in front of him. Several questions, Aoki said. First, does Habu at the Uranus challenge have something to do with your theology? The first question Aoki asked was not about super evolution, but about the unexpectedly emerged Habu. Hearing that the middle-aged man had a complex look at Aoki. The artificial knife stabbed me as fish. He was honest, not struggling. Nodded. Yes. Also your full members have superpowers? Can special evolution be possible? Aoki asked again. This is critical, and it is more important than why this middle-aged person can be super-evolved. Superpower can't talk about him. If this Hepburn can also allow the elves to super-evolve, Aoki must consider whether to choose a time to announce the superpower. Otherwise, with the discovery of the Goblin Department heading, although the discovery of super-evolution will have a great impact on the entire elven world now, for his own benefit, Aoki is the best choice. The middle-aged man in black hesitated a little and chose a bachelor. The typical self is not upset and does not allow others to feel better. He is a man who has just been conquered recently. He is a hidden talent with superpower talent, but the superpower has not awakened. The messenger helped him to awaken, but he definitely cannot perform a special evolution. It may be until he wins this game, will not be rewarded. Middle-aged people are very sure that Habu cannot be super-evolved. Divinity is very strict about the release of divine stones. God's stones will only be rewarded after trial and error and after completing important missions. Even he was awarded 3 times in total. This time the mission of the White Messenger www.mentalnovel.com recruiting Aoki can get 2 stones, and each time they kill Dou, they can reward 1. That's why he came to Aoki so quickly. Because the task of rewarding 2 stones is very rare. Then why did he improve so much? Aoki was also curious about this. A sneer appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He is also an ambitious person, and has always been hiding his strength. Otherwise the messenger would not find him. However, even if he hides his strength, he is not as strong as he is now. The messenger should have used his divine power to help his elf improve his strength. Is a good luck guy. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 1153 Leave welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Here. Aoki became more and more curious about this religion. What kind of organization can actually improve the strength of others' spirits? However, Aoki determined that super evolution would not be exposed in advance, and he felt a little relieved. I haven't heard anything about this organization in previous lives. It is estimated that it is also relatively low in strength. Now that I know it, I want to take it seriously. A superpowered person is at the core, and possesses many of the lost skills of the superpowered person, and even allows some members of the elf to super evolve. Although it is a one-time, and this kind of super evolution cannot exert the full strength of normal super evolution, and may even damage the foundation of the elves, but it must be said that such a mysterious and special rental has made Aoki smell a trace of nothing. Calm taste. Choose to do things when the rockets shrink. Does Banky know about this organization? Does the Alliance know the existence of this organization? What kind of attitude is it? All these things made Aoki, who originally thought he knew the whole process of the Alliance for a period of time, felt a little out of control. Second question. Who are you in the theology? Are there many superpowers already absorbed by you? Who are your leaders? What is the white messenger you said before? Aoki, the second question was raised. Hearing this question, the middle-aged man in black looked at Aoki like an idiot. However, in the face of Aoki's expression that gradually cooled down, the middle-aged man in black also remembered his situation at this time. I'm just a person in charge of these tasks. I have told you about the religion before. Except for the next layer and the upper layer who are connected with me, I shake the rest of the people in the religion. No contact. The middle-aged man in black was full of helplessness. Don't say who the leader of the gods is. I don't even know if there is such a person as a leader. As for the white messenger, it is the superiors who have contacted me. In addition to the white messenger, there are black messengers. This time, the task of inviting you to join the gods was given to me by the white messenger. The stone I've got before is rewarded after completing the mission issued by the black angel. The middle-aged man in black didn't have any hidden meaning, and told everything he knew. Even if he keeps silent, Aoki definitely has a way to let him speak, and may even suffer some inhuman abuse. It is better to be honest. Maybe there is still a glimmer of vitality. Even if it doesn't, it is better to die neatly than to die after being abused. He saw very thoroughly. Aoki frowned even more at hearing him. According to the strict allocation of the superiors and subordinates, the subordinates can only see their superiors or subordinates. In this way, even if a person is arrested, he also exposes a part of the content. With such a disciplined organization, does the Alliance really have no news at all? Then the founder is a bit scary. Third question. Why do you want to start this challenge? Are there any further goals? The third question. After hearing that, the middle-aged man in black groaned a bit and said, one part is to see the strength of the younger trainers outside now, and the other part is to try to kill some of the League's good geniuses. It's good to be successful, and it won't matter if you can't. Aoki nodded. From this point of view, this so-called theological base is not yet in the elven world. It may be in a secret or different space, and their shot this time was just a tentative test of this so-called divine religion. Seeing that after so many years, the League's teeth were still not sharp, there is no ability to hurt people. Then you take what you know about the use of superpowers, and about your online black and white messengers and your downline. All those under me will show me, Aoki said. The middle-aged man is only bound by his hands and feet, which does not mean that his superpowers cannot be used. Aoki is not worried about his current superpowers, because Aoki found that although the opponent has some special skills in superpowers, but generally not as strong as himself, and with the existence of Bangala, then there is no need to worry. The middle-aged man in black closed his eyes and used superpowers to project images of 3 of his men in the air. One of them had Haber, who participated in the challenge, and 2 others Aoki didn't know. However, the strength of this Haber is obviously stronger than this middle-aged man. Is it under his control? As if seeing through the doubts of Aoki, the middle-aged person said with a smile, all people who have just joined the organization will become the people of me, settle for 3 years, and have completed a certain share of the task. With regard to the rights of black and white messengers, I have come here before. Hearing this explanation, Aoki understood. Keep the three faces in mind. Later, some text appeared in midair, exactly what he knew. Some of the special use of superpowers, among them, how to develop superpowers, and how to better with their own superpowers, to make superpowers more well blended together to complete the increase. Only when the appearance of a black and white messenger is finally to be condensed. Just starting to condense, the middle-aged man stared at his eyes, and then seemed to see something terrible. His head was bent, and he stopped breathing. Seeing this scene, Aoki was also stunned. This is a bit like a superpower, but it seems to be a little different from the superpowers. The result is the same. This directly lost life, begging Bangla to release the sand from him. Take down the elf ball and space storage tools on him. Just dump everything out of the storage space to prevent this mysterious organization. A locator is installed on this space equipment. I put away some of the valuable things, and then received a mysterious white card and a book in my arms. The elves in the elf ball are not weak. It's just that they might have forcibly improved the elves before, so these elves have completely lost their upside. Physical fitness and basic literacy are not enough. This is exactly a person who was promoted by Yu Miao. It is certainly not possible to reach the rank of Heavenly King. Then the harbor might, just like him, forcibly improved his strength, causing the elves to lose most of their potential. This middle-aged person may also know the situation of his elf, so after the improvement of his strength, he fully cultivated this hoodie. www.mtlnovel.com. Strength and potential are considered good, and can also exert super evolution elf. It's just a pity that after using the super evolvable stone a few times, this Hoodie's body also suffered a loss and could not show his full strength. And Hoodie, such a smart elf, must be looking at everything that middle-aged people have. So this Hoodie cannot be asked. Aoki glanced at the middle-aged man again, and after confirming that there were no abnormalities, he put away Bagheera and waved away. After he left, the entire alien space collapsed directly. No traces were left. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 1154. Enemy of the Girl welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Just when Aoki interrogated that middle-aged person in a different space, the woman in white, who was slowly drinking coffee in a cafe in a corner of the Guandu area, suddenly stopped and just picked up the coffee. Sitting opposite her, a young man in a black tuxedo with a pair of eyes and very graceful gesture, also stopped the coffee cup in his hand. They looked at each other. Just to look at each other, you know that the other person feels the same as himself. It seems to have been caught. The woman in white said slowly. The sound sounded a little waxy, as if it was not full, and a little lazy. The young man in the tuxedo took a sip of coffee slowly, pouted his mouth and tasted the bitter coffee taste in his mouth. I really don't understand why you like to drink these things. It's bitter, but it's not good at all. Although he said so, he was drinking with great interest. The woman in white did not expose him. You have one less person in the black group, remember to add. After that, I also sipped the coffee in the cup. It tastes better than Bai and Shan. The point is not the taste, but the atmosphere. In such a quiet place, it is much better than those cluttered places you often like to go to. At the same time, it explains why you like coffee. The young man in the tuxedo put down the coffee cup, and the coffee in it was completely empty. I will add people, but this time because of your task, remember to say hello to the head. Then, the young man stood up. By the way, if we are caught by the other party, it means that we may have something exposed. We should give up what we should give up. It is not yet when we appear. After that, he strode toward the door. At this moment, it was raining heavily, and the young man walked into the rain leisurely, but the rain fell on him without leaving any traces. Or it should be said that he did not fall on him at all, but was blocked by a thin film when he was about to touch his body. As soon as he walked out of the cafe, The young man flipped the palm of his hand and a bottle of wine appeared. He didn't know what brand it was and blew it directly on the bottle. At the same time, the other palm was flipped, and a black card appeared in his hand. Just throw it behind him. Well, it's still delicious. After completing this task, you will be promoted. After that, the whole person disappeared into the heavy rain out of thin air. Before the card landed, a hand suddenly appeared from the shadow. A man in a black suit came out of the corner, caught the card, and said with deep excitement in his eyes, respectfully, "Yes, Lord Black Messenger." Aoki, after solving the middle-aged man in black, thinking of something, he slowly returned to the playing field. At this point, the match between Do and Kona has ended. Even the match between U and his opponent is over. Although Ao is not good at fighting directly, it does not mean that he is weak. But after all, Aju's age is a little bit older. But if you really want to say age, Wu Nen is definitely the oldest player in this challenge. At this point, Do already appeared by their side. Now a few girls, headed by Hibiscus, Togirona, Karana and Doratiana, to cry over Kona's inhumane behavior. Although most of Furong was talking, when the three of them were looking at Xiangdu, their eyes were not right. How to say it's like watching a single dog, or a single dog of a lifetime. But soon their controversy over Do was interrupted by the arrival of Aoki. Furong, who was speaking violently, saw Aoki, and her eyes brightened. "Brother Aoki, why have you been there for so long? You haven't seen how miserable Sister Kona was just at the end." I have never seen Sister Kona showing such an expression. Finally, almost am going to cry, so big tears are rolling in my eyes. Speaking of tears, Furong also exaggerated with his hand. Do's face had a bitter smile. I finally knew what it was like to be hostile to a girl. Until finally, after winning Kona himself, seeing Kona's expression, Do reacted. I seem to be a little too aggressive. To a girl, it seems that it is really a bit excessive. But at the beginning it was indeed over, and too late to regret it. Originally, I wanted to apologize to Kona when the two players shook hands. How could I know that after the battle, Kona just picked up the elves and ran? There is no other way. After coming here, Furong took 3 people to criticize him. He is almost described as a bad guy who destroys the world. Toward Aoki's expression of help, Aoki was helpless. "Brother, you did it yourself. Do you think today is over? Your dark future has waved at you again." Cough. Furong, almost. Aoki coughed. Hearing that, Furong glanced across with some angry eyes. You don't have to listen to other people's words, but Aoki can still listen to Hibiscus. After leaving the mountain, Furong only listened to 2.5 people. Adams is one, and the other is Aoki. As for half a person, Ogo is a person. But Aoki said again, "Do, you are indeed a little too much. I can't stand it anymore. You'd better go to Kona to apologize. It's all people in Gwandu area. Maybe you will look down and see you later." Aoki said, got some glee. Do nodded. He thinks so too. Based on Kona's potential, it is not difficult to become the 4 Heavenly King in the future. I am afraid that in the future, what seems to understand the seriousness of the matter. Ogo and Mikli were sitting next to each other, and they had nothing to do with their hung attitude. It's better not to participate in this kind of thing, so as not to catch fire. Think about Furong's combat power before Aoki didn't come. Dou still knows something about Furong's combat power. The two just stared straight into the field. Wow, it was amazing. This is very skillful, amazing. Orange wins. After that, there was not much suspense in the match of martial arts. This time, Do and Wu Nen are at the same level. In the end, Herba once again demonstrated his Dark Horse's ability www.untlenovel.com and won. But this time Aoki observed him intentionally. When he found his elf, it was abnormal. To put it simply, after the battle was over, there was some weakness. It was the same after the last game, but the next day was still alive and well. Explain that he must have obtained something from the hands of that god. Aoki is ready to get in touch if he has a chance. But now you still need the white card and the unopened book from the middle-aged person's storage space. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 1155 Translate. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Return to your room in the Alliance building. Aoki took the white card out with the book. There was no information on the white card, and Aoki did not know what the card was for. But all of a sudden, Aoki's brain moved and started the chip. I found that this white card is actually a small computer, but a special password is needed to turn on this computer. This is of course difficult to smash the chip, and soon cracked successfully. The contents are very simple, that is, several task lists, and the rewards of the tasks are marked at the back of the task list. The first of these is to invite yourself to join their organization. The reward after the completion of the mission is 2 stones and a boost to the power of the elves. The next thing is to kill Doruu and others. Every time you kill one, you will get a reward for a stone. From this, it can be seen that the organization attaches great importance to itself. But how does this task look like Aoki? To be honest, relying on the strength of the man in black before, even if he really fights with the super evolved Hoodie, he is not his opponent. This task is to kill the man in black. In other words, this man in black is almost an abandonment, but to test the reaction of the Alliance, or test yourself. Aoki's heart tightened slightly. Open the book without any notes on the cover. Not thick, only 1 finger thick. Aoki will understand after opening. It is some superpowers using skills and means. There are still many novel abilities. Aoki's superpowers are only quantity and no corresponding means of use. Most of them are learned from the manual given by Nazi, and have not contacted other superpowers, so Aoki will not use other means. Superpower is in the hands of Aoki. The biggest effect is electrocardiogram induction, and then space cutting, which can be used as a life-saving means. But the appearance of this book opened up another worldview for Aoki. The superpower manual that Nazi once gave to herself was written by the superpowers who survived the common people that year, and it has been very different from those of the superpowers in ancient times. Even the most basic grading standards are quite different. Strictly speaking, according to the classification of this book, Aoki cannot be regarded as a high-level super ability, but can only be regarded as barely reaching the middle-level super ability. That is, like the previous man in black, they are all intermediate superpowers. But even so, there are many ways of using superpowers recorded in this book, including even the way that Nazi has always used to turn humans or elves into toys. But this superpower for users themselves, the amount and control are high. With Aoki's current superpowers, this level cannot be achieved yet. But if it's just some small items, it should be possible according to his current superpower. However, this requirement for superpower control is also very high. So with the current superpower control of Aoki, temporarily not work. That's a lot worse. However, there are some things that make Aoki more emotional after seeing it. The first is a regular exercise method of superpower control. It is said that as long as you exercise in this way, the control of superpowers will increase quickly without any sequelae. Much better than the rosary beads exercise method that Aoki has been using. This is also what Aoki thinks the most important one in this book. From Aoki's point of view, his superpowers are completely enough to use. Even if it is stronger, it will not change much now. After all, this world is still the mainstream world of elves. The special ability of the trainer can only be used as an auxiliary and cannot be the key to determine the outcome of the game. Enough is enough. As for the use of the remaining superpowers, although they are also good, they are not the most important. Aoki will never admit it, because she feels that her superpower talent is really weak, so she is unwilling to think more about superpowers. Second, what Aoki cares about is a superpower use. Able to condense all of their own breath, as long as they are not in the presence of a superpower who also has this skill, superpower perception cannot be found. Therefore, Aoki did not perceive anything when scanning the entire court in the previous game. In the second time, the man in black actively sought him, only to reveal the flaw, allowing Aoki to perceive the abnormality. But at that time, it was not the exact locked position. only to notice that the area was completely empty, and then noticed the man in black. This method is still very good, although you may be able to use a little bit in normal times. The focus is not on your own use. If the people of that mysterious organization used this technique, Aoki would not have to worry about someone suddenly attacking himself around him. It can be seen from the white card's task list that this mysterious organization has noticed itself. If you have a chance, you still have to ask the leader of Sakagi to know if such a force exists. Aoki thought secretly in his heart. If this organization really hides so well, then there is a threat to the average person in the entire elven world. After figuring out these two things, Aoki learns and uses directly, wrapping himself with superpowers. Then it can be seen with the naked eye, but disappears completely under the perception of superpowers. Not just superpowers, even the use of radar, heat sensing, etc., can't be sensed. It seems like a ghost. It is actually a special use of superpowers. This method is called in the book Hui method. It seems like this, you can also become a master of assassination. I changed into a black dress and jumped out the window. In Bayanshan, the headquarters of this alliance is quite exciting. Silently came to the place where the players lived. Then find Herber's room. After confirming that there were no people around, he opened the window on the balcony directly with superpowers, and walked in. The moment Aoki opened the window, there was a voice inside. After entering the room www.mentalnovel.com, Aoki didn't hide his figure and went directly to Haber. I saw at this moment that he was followed by an elf, and he was holding two elf balls. But when he saw Aoki, Haber let go of her vigilance slightly, and asked carefully, "Master?" Hearing this voice, Aoki's heart must be. He waved her hand to not speak, and waved his hand to open a different space on the wall. Walked in by myself. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass, plus 110 for the rewards of the Joker 7Z boss. 10 times feel more hurt. Don't forget to give me monthly tickets like ? Heal, Dark Rise of the Elves. Chapter 1156. Clever Orange welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Seeing this alien space, all the abstentions in Herber's heart suddenly let go. The only people who can use this ability are theologians. Although there are some doubts as to why he was not connected with himself before, he has not been in the religion for a long time, and many rules of the religion are not clear. These should have been the responsibility of the middle-aged man in black shot by Aoki. It seems that there is no chance now. Both Aoki and Herber walked into the alien space he created. Give me the mission card, Aoki said with a faint hand. Herber didn't doubt anything, and immediately took out a black card in the storage space. Black card. Aoki took the card and used the chip to parse out the tasks. The only one is to win the victory of the Celestial Challenge, to challenge the 4 Celestials, and replace him at the same time. Upon completion of the quest, you will be rewarded with rare elves and stones. After reading the content of the mission, he gently swiped the palm on the card, and the content inside was completely modified by him. This is a new task. The current task is temporarily abandoned first, and the plan has changed. I will be your matchmaker in the future. I will find you again when the task is completed. After Aoki finished speaking, he returned the card to Herber. Out of a different space, Aoki did not intend to communicate with him anymore, and jumped out of the window again and disappeared into the night. Herber stood in the room, watching Aoki as he went away, swiping the black card on his hand on a special machine. It was found that the original mission content had indeed changed. The original Uranus Challenge mission was cancelled, but to assassinate 2 people. The names and details of both individuals are listed below. If the previous middle-aged man in black is here, he will be able to recognize them, and these 2 are his other 2 men. Now Aoki sent Herber to kill the 2, and let them fight internally. It's better to mess up this mysterious organization. But just 3 small characters, It is estimated that it cannot set off any big waves. Quietly return to his room without leaving any traces. Sit on the bed and start experimenting with new ways to exercise your superpowers. The game continued the next day. It was just because Haber suddenly gave up the game due to special reasons, leaving many people who felt he was the biggest dark horse slightly disappointed. So Du went directly to the final without fighting. The second battle between Ao and Wu Nen was very exciting. The two sides fought back and forth, and the final winner was Ao. Although he is not good at head-to-head battles, the poisonous elves are very disgusting if they drag. Wu Nen's rock-based elves were not spared. Aji's poisonous spirits have trained their poisonous energy very well. Even if they are rocky spirits, they will be difficult to resist after a long battle. So in the end Wu lost. But after losing the game, Wu Nen smiled happily. As the oldest person in the Uranus challenge, Wu Nen has done everything he can. He intends to return to Dark Grey to accompany his wife and his children after this game. So he was not sad to lose. The pace of the game is fast. In the afternoon, the battle between Du and Ao was directly conducted. After all, I did not take part in the battle in the morning, so I had a great advantage in being at ease. I won the martial arts, and with the full exertion of Miss Joy, the elves' bodies recovered to their best condition. But it was just that the injuries on his body had recovered, but his mental exhaustion had not recovered. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he just resisted a little and directly acknowledged his failure. But in Oki's view, as Ao was a smart man, knowing that this time the King of Heaven challenge, he can get the second place is already the best result, and must not defeat Du to become the first person. Not to mention whether there is this strength. Anyone with a good eye can see that this Dan Wang challenge is Du's personal show, and the rest are just accompanying. Although it is not known what kind of deal the Yulong family and the Alliance have reached, it is known that it is the general trend to become a champion. Even Master Xiyuan, who has worked for 30 or 40 years, has to make way for him. If at this time Orange adds chaos to the Alliance will not let him become the 4 Heavenly King, not now, and even less so in the future. But in the end he chose to release the water and take a form, and the result was different. The second place proved his strength and let the League know that he has the ability to impact the 4 Heavenly Kings. At the same time, it will not disrupt the Alliance's plan, and even paid the Royal Dragon family to a certain extent, giving them a face. When the next time the Alliance needs to be replaced, it is estimated that Ao will be the first one to think of it. I have to say that this person's mind is really thinking clearly, because according to the later development, when the Guandu Alliance was separated, Ao was indeed the first 4-day king to become the city capital. And one of the big families in the city is the Yulong family. Who knows if they are involved in it? At that time, his strength was certainly stronger, but what he did this time definitely played a certain role, laying a foundation for him to become the 4 Heavenly Kings in the future. This day passed again. Everyone as an audience was a little excited. After waiting so long, the focus of the Uranus challenge is finally coming. Especially people like Ogo, Girona and Oki. They wanted to see the gap between their strength and the 4 Heavenly Kings. Tomorrow is the battle between Du and Master Xiyuan. On the way back, Oki again met Dr. Oki, who had not seen him for a few days. At the same time, Oka's teacher Liu Shengen talked with Dr. Oki. They seemed to be waiting for everyone. Teacher, Dr. Oki. Oki took the lead when he saw the two. Dou and others shouted respectfully, "Okay, okay. Watari will perform well tomorrow." Dr. Oki nodded to the crowd with a smile, and then said to Watari, "Strictly speaking, Master Xiyuan has a higher level of existence than Dr. Ogi and Yanejiu. So for him, even Dr. Oki needs some respect." www.mentalnovel.com. Yes. Du nodded, and his face could be seen seriously. He has been preparing for this Uranus challenge for a long time. When he returned from the Carlos area and chose to accept the support of the Yulong family, his third uncle, who is now the patriarch of the Yulong family, told him to prepare for this battle. As for why he is the third uncle, because his father is the boss, but he left early, but the second child has not been known. For Master Xiyuan's elves, There are materials that Du had long remembered. Although Master Xian has not been fighting for a long time, no one knows the specific strength. But since he chose to step down as the four heavenly kings, it is unlikely that he will be overwhelmed. It's even possible that the elves sent were not his main battle elves. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Come on, a monthly pass. Ugh. Chapter 1157 Dragon King, Cross. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Teacher, why are you here? Oki asked after everyone had said hello. Hearing Oki's question, Liu Shengeng's smile was even worse. Not for you yet. For me? Oki was a little misty. Cough. Dr. Oki coughed aside. Liu Sheng just glared at him and said to Oki, let you go to evaluate the title of senior breeder. Senior breeder? Furong exclaimed directly. Dou and others didn't show much surprise after hearing this. It was only Karuna and Doratiana who showed some surprises, and Girona, who had made Oki's energy blocks, was even more indifferent. When Oki was able to customize high-level energy blocks for her, she knew that Oki had the ability to become an advanced breeder. Senior breeder? What does it do? At this time, the most smart Xiaozi asked. Xiaomao pulled Xiaozi aside, attached to his ear, and explained softly. Xiaomao still knows much more about this basic knowledge than Xiaozi. But even if Xiaomao explained it to Xiaozi, what is a breeder? What kind of group is it? And what does a young breeder like Oki stand for? After listening to it, Xiaozi didn't understand the profession of nurturing. In short, Oki can become a senior cultivator, and definitely deserves the word nubai. This is definitely a cultural person. After explaining to Xiaomao, when looking at Oki, the worship in his eyes was even more irresistible. The precocious Xiaomao understands what Oki represents as a senior breeder at his age. No wonder his grandpa and the teacher next to Oki have such a strong smile on his face. After hearing Liu Shengeng's words, Oki's face showed some helplessness. Teacher, must you go? Can you not go? On hearing that, Liu Shengeng stared. No, you have to go. I also know what you are worrying about. Don't be afraid. Dr. Oak on the side also said, yes, Oki, listen to your teacher and go and take the senior educator's assessment. They have already come here, and it is convenient, and the alliance will support you. Keek, the price your teacher paid is a little bit big. A bit large? Ah, ha. Liu Shenggen coughed, his expression a little unnatural. Not many people care about this. But since the two big brothers have said so, they must be ready. Helpless, Oki nodded and agreed. Tomorrow, wait until the kids' challenge tomorrow is over, I will arrange the next thing. Liu Shengeng said. Since they agreed to the assessment, Oki didn't say much. Went there for dinner. Sylvan Mountain, League Headquarters Competition Field. Now going on is the Guandu League, the Uranus Challenge. The challenger is Yulongdu from Qingpan City, while the challenged is the 39-year-old master of the grass family Xian, who has worked in the Guandu area for 39 years. In the arena, Master Du and Xian stood on both sides. Although Master Xian, a kind-hearted man, is very old, he still stands upright, with a smile on his face, and silently fiddles with the rosary in his hand. It is estimated that part of the reason is to give way, and part of the reason may be that Master Xian needs to go back to sit in the bell tower. And Du, who was standing opposite to Master Xian, was wearing his signature black clothes, a large cloak hanging straight behind him, and dark red hair. At this time, both of them had the grace of the four heavenly kings. Seeing Master Xian's appearance, Oki knew that Du became the four heavenly king this time, and he was absolutely secure. Xian will definitely release water. The first elf of the grass-based king Xian was the royal three elves in the city area, Geranium. And Du sent out his initial elf fire-breathing dragon. The strength of both elves has reached the level of Quasar Championship, and it's also the area's royal three elves. So the battle is very exciting. However, after all, the fire and flying spirits were as trained by the grass, So the Duranium finally fell under the onslaught of the fire-breathing dragon. Master Xiuan's second elf is a cotton. After a period of time, they lost their fighting ability with the fire-breathing dragon. The battle went up and down. It can be seen that Du is well prepared for this battle, not to mention, at least what elves Master Xiun will send, and what special fighting skills. Du knows one or two. Therefore, when fighting, through the steady fight, quickly gained the advantage. Until Master Xiun sent his strongest elves in this battle. A wonderful frog flower. At the pinnacle of the semi-campion, Yuz and Jiu elves. Lianfan defeated Dus Fossil Pterosaur and Thorn Dragon King. In the end he left his ace, Fast Dragon. When fighting Kona before, the dragons came out and fought. However, the opponents at the time were not as good as the current opponents. Therefore, the fast dragon cannot exert its full strength. But today is different. The full-blown fast dragon still can take much advantage of the wonderful frog flower. Ocus Gaze watched Master Xiuan's special skills and fighting methods when directing Meow Frog to fight, and he was greatly inspired. In the end, I can feel that the battle between Meow Frog and Quick Dragon can actually continue for a while, but Master Xiun chose to end it. Lost after a forcible collision with Qa Long. Although the fast dragon has almost lost its fighting ability, it is the wonderful frog flower that fell to the ground. With the attention of all, Du completed the Uranus challenge and successfully defeated the Uranus in the Guandu area. When Master Xiun took back the wonderful frog flower, his face still had a gratifying smile on his face, and his eyes were narrowed and kept open. We can see his relief. Finally, the big names in the league appeared. Among them is Dr. Oki. Later Du and Xiun completed the replacement of their identities and duties. At this point, Du is the four kings of the Guandu area, and he has set the attributes he has marked as the dragon. Guandu area www.mentalnovel.com. Dragon is the king of heaven. Cross. At the same time, crossing into the Four Heavens King also represented that the Alliance officially began the power transition between the new and old generations. The younger generation of the Alliance will slowly stand on the front desk. The fact that Du became the Four Heavenly Kings also stimulated the generation of people of the same age who sat below, especially the more belligerent people like Hugo and Girona, and even Karana, who is not very fond of fighting, has also been stimulated. Although they are a few years older than they are, the age gap between these years can be ignored after the strength reaches a certain level. You can't say when you are fighting someone, you are a few years older than me, even if you win, it's not glorious, right? Since you are all trainers, don't care too much about age. The new generation of the Alliance begins with the moment that Du becomes the Four Heavenly King, and will slowly take over the role of the Alliance. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1158 Senior Incubator Assessment. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. To become 4 days. There will be a long busy time. He needs to become familiar with the responsibilities and powers of the Four Heavenly Kings, and then there are many things to learn. Wait until he is almost familiar. According to the League's urine, it is estimated that he will make a round of trips to various regions, which is called friendly communication. It's just showing off. So if you want to be able to get through it at that time, you have to work hard now. Disappointment ceremony officially ended. When he came down from the stage, an exclusive medal of the Four Heavenly Kings was already worn on his chest. His elf is a dragon, so this medal is a domineering dragon head. This is already designed by the League. What Ari came to them by Oki. When I walk, I feel alive. Congratulations, Du. No, right? It should be Du, Master Dragon. Oki said to Du in a joke. Yes, Dragon King. Well, the Dragon King. After Oki made a good start, everyone laughed at him. Everyone knows that Du may choose the Dragon series, and he can only choose the Dragon series, but there is no problem in ridicule in private. In the end, it is enough to know whether it is the Dragon King or the Flying King. After hearing Oki's ridicule, there was also a helplessness in Du's face. In fact, He didn't really want to choose the dragon series, after all, there were only so many dragon elves in his hands. But no way, this is all decided by the Yulong family in advance. This is the responsibility that large family disciples must bear. It's like Ogo now, among the elves in his hands, the steel and rock systems are half apart, but in the end, he can only choose the steel system, because the steel system represents the Zvolch family. Similarly, the dragon line represents the Yulong family. Just when everyone jokingly congratulated, the platform originally set up temporarily in the arena was not demolished. Instead, a group of people in different costumes came up again, headed by an old man with white hair. Ahem, I hope you don't mind. Our nurturing guild will temporarily occupy this site. It can also be done by the tailwind of our new heavenly king, Dragon Department Dan Wangdu. The old man said with a smile. Seeing this old man, everyone who was about to leave stopped and looked at him. Some people know that this person is the current vice president of the Nurturers Association, Lao Dan. As for what the real name is, not many people know. Those with low statuses are called Tanlao directly, and those with similar statuses call Lao Tan directly. Tanlao immediately smiled when he saw everyone returning to their place. Yes, all for face. Cultivate the guild, let alone say, face is absolutely sufficient. After all, they are a bunch of uncles, and they need to provide. Although this kind of dominates the King of the Cross, it is still necessary to do so, because we will hold a senior breeders assessment here! Tanlao said with a smile. Speaking of senior incubators, everyone here is interested. Any senior breeder is the treasure of the Alliance. However, it seems that it is a bit inappropriate for a senior breeder to take up such a large arena and retain so many people. No one said anything, but waiting for Tanlao's explanation. Sure enough, Tanlao quickly said, "Oh, because this appraiser is special, we only adopt this method, and we hope to do it under the witness of everyone. Because this senior breeder's appraiser is only 17 years old." Wow! Suddenly, when they heard the age of 17, everyone was uproar, then began to whisper. Those who knew who was assessing turned their attention to Oki. Oki was aggressive at this time. Originally, after the ferry was over, he was going to take part in the assessment at the Breeders' Guild. At that time, even though there might be a little more people, most of them were internal staff of the Breeders' Guild. How do you know it will become like this? When Tanlao first stepped onto the stage, Oki had a very bad hunch when he saw the medals worn on these people. I feel like him being tricked. Was it your own routine? So when everyone looked at Oki, his head couldn't be turned a little. Is it so high profile? Senior breeder, 17 years old. Isn't this Oki, brother? This is, a real-time voice sounded, dragging Oki's thoughts back. Xiaozi stood up from his position, pointing exaggeratedly at Oki. Xiao Mao slaps himself on his face. He said he didn't want to sit with someone whose reflection arc was slower than half a beat. Soon, with one pass from one pass to the next, everyone's eyes fell on Oki. Someone who knew Oki's news and information began to tell about his deeds. The youngest intermediate breeder, a new generation of breeder guilds, a breeder genius that has never been seen for a century, and so on. There are some deeper things, which were soon dug up by others. The top 4 of the Olympics, the owner of Fu Ie Dao Pavilion, and the chief search officer of Feniyun Alliance. The people here are more or less in the league. Of course, some people are exceptional. It is very simple to investigate the information on Oki's surface. Soon Oki appeared to everyone. The most important point, civilians! Except for Liu Shengen, there is not much background. Only with those Zvolch family heirs, Yulong family heirs, and some people with good status. Since they are civilians, a lot of people here are interested. The temporary platform in the middle of the arena was once again changed by people who nurtured a guild to facilitate assessment. A total of 10 chairs were placed on the table, one of which was opposite to the other 9. This should be the position where the examiner sits. On top of the other 9, one after another sat on one after another. All of them are big brothers in the Breeders' Association. A group of senior breeders. Oka's teacher Liu Shengen is sitting in the most marginal position on the right. Sitting in the middle was an old woman with grey hair. This person is the president of the Association of Fosters. Tan Lao, who had spoken before, sat on her left. There is also an old man on the right-hand side, but it looks a little younger. In the rest of the seats, there were old men with grey hair. An old man and a grandmother. www.mentalnovel.com. Liu Shengen perfectly integrated into it. Aoki, come for assessment. Tan Lao beckoned directly at Aoki. Everyone's eyes turned to Aoki again. Immediately felt the feeling of much attention. Aoki looked helpless, glanced at his teacher, and saw that he nodded gently. In order to make up such a strong lineup, he won a package ticket, and at the same time promised many unequal treaties. There is only one purpose: to make this momentum as loud as possible. It is best to make Aoki a household presence. I don't believe that under the spotlight, there are still people who will act on Aoki again. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Please subscribe. When you have time, please like it. L. Chapter 1159. 2-word golden sentence. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Helpless. My teacher sells himself like this. Now I can't refuse even if I want to refuse. With the encouragement of the friends around me, Aoki stepped directly on the railing next to him and leapt forward. Superpower coverage slowly floated to the improved table at this time. The old woman sitting in the middle saw her eyes slightly after seeing Aoki's superpowers. However, I believe a little bit about Liu Shengen's words. Originally, when Liu Sheng came to her door and told her that there was a 17-year-old boy who was going to be a senior breeder, she didn't believe it, until Liu Shengen showed her the whole process of Aoki detoxifying Yuan's eye. And Liu Sheng just packed the tickets in his own name, and said that he would cough if he didn't succeed. In short, looking at Liu Shengen's face, she waved her hands and let the entire Breeders' Association act directly. If what Liu Shengen said is true, it is indeed an extraordinary thing for the Cultivation Association. In this case, then it is simply high profile in the end. They have been low for such a long time, and it should be obvious. Therefore, all the old men and women who were engaged in research were called out by her order. In a word, support the scene. Do it big once. That's why this scene is now. Even Liu Shengen was not prepared for this scene. It can be seen that although this old woman is old, she still has no courage to say, "Teacher, teachers." Aoki greeted the 9 old men respectfully. Many of them don't even know who Aoki is. In addition to Liu Shengen, Tan is old. As the vice president of the Foster Association, he is currently responsible for all matters of the Foster Association. Already more than a year ago, when he learned that a 16-year-old was assessed to become an intermediate breeder, he paid attention to Aoki. His decision was to promote Aoki as a spokesperson for the next generation of educators. So when I learned that Aoki was coming to the test today, apart from Liu Shengen, he was the most motivated. "You are Aoki?" the old woman sitting in the middle said. At this time, although the hair is already white, there are not many wrinkles on the face. If you are young, it is definitely a peerless beauty. Yes. Aoki nodded respectfully. The old woman nodded. When Xiao Gang came to the door at first, I thought he was joking with me. Now it seems to be a bit interesting, but in such a big situation, if you fail the assessment, whether it is for you the teacher, or for yourself, will be a big blow. Are you ready? After hearing that, Aoki groaned a little, took a deep breath, and tried to make herself look a little nervous. Be nervous, otherwise it's too fake. Nodded again, indicating no problem. Looking at your teacher Xiaogang's face, our group of old ladies have let go of things. If your assessment is unsuccessful, your teacher has promised a lot of unequal treaties. Hope you can understand your teacher. It's not easy. Don't let him down. The woman spoke again. and at the same time glanced at Liu Shengen, who was sitting on the far side with her eyes and nose. There was something else in his eyes. Aoka's expression was strange when she saw the old woman's eyes. No way. How powerful is your own teacher? Have something to do with this chairman? No wonder you can walk sideways in the Breeders' Guild. By the way, my name is Quiborg, and some people add me to it. You can call her mother-in-law, said the old woman. Mother-in-law. Aoki yelled respectfully again. This scream is still to be called. Maybe he can become a teacher in the future. Hearing that, Grandma Qin nodded, and when she looked at Aoki, a kind of kindness appeared in her eyes. There are too many stories between her and Liu Shengen to elaborate. Then Granny Qi glanced at Tenlao next to him. Tenlao knew instantly. Ah! The assessment has officially started. The first content, professional knowledge question and answer. From the people here except Liu Shengen, no one asked 2 questions, a total of 16 questions, as long as the answer is 12. Although all of them here are considered advanced breeders, in fact they have broken through the category of advanced breeders long ago, but there is no clear standard in the upward direction, and they do not know where the upper limit is, so they are considered advanced breeders. The first question was from the mother-in-law, the president. What happens when ice crystal fruit comes into contact with spicy vine flowers? This is a fairly satisfactory question. The mother-in-law is obviously looking at Liu Shengen's face, which means a little water. However, no matter what the problem is, it is the same for Aoki. After 3 seconds of groaning, he said the correct answer frankly. When there is a large amount of ice crystal fruit, the spicy vine flower will instantly freeze, which can slowly treat burns, and it will also eliminate scars. It is instantly melted and can be used for the internal burning effect. The recovery speed is fast, but there is a possibility of recurrence when both components are the same. In 2 minutes, I talked about the changes and effects brought about by the combination of these 2 materials. The old women who heard Aoka's answer nodded. Of course they dare not complain about the chairman who forcibly pulled them out. Others don't know, can they still not know the president's temper? But for Aoki, they were ready for trouble. They are all old urchins who are very old but always feel that they are not old. However, after hearing this first question in detail that they could not pick up a little problem, almost standard answer than the standard answer, they also showed interest. One question after another. Aoki gave the answer after 3 seconds of groaning, and every time the answer is very accurate. In some cases, even if the questioner hadn't figured out what the standard answer was, Aoki already answered it. Inside the door to see the door, the layman to watch the fun. People sitting in the position to look at the assessment still felt a little foggy at first. After all, they didn't understand. I just feel that Aoki can answer such a complicated question, which is great. People with a higher level of education will give the word W, which can not only show their wonder, but also make people feel boring without saying a word, and can also popularize the atmosphere to a certain extent. Okay, how good. This is the first time I have seen an examiner asking a question, and getting an answer from the examiner. The examiner is lost in thought. Even after hearing the answer, the examiner showed a sudden realization. Aoki thoroughly raised the interest of several examiners. Aren't you great? I just did a research. The owner's question was asked to see how Aoki responded. But Aoki still has the old rules. www.mentalnovel.com. After 3 seconds of groaning, he gives the answer. Others may not know. Do they still not understand? This is completely beyond the assessment scope of senior cultivators. Slowly, the number of questions also exceeded 16. But the examiners did not care about this, and raised the problems that bothered them. One is more difficult than the other. Even when communicating, there is no need to rely on the old to sell the old tone, and it has become a peer exchange. The people in the stands didn't understand the content, but their attitude was completely in their eyes. Suddenly, a simple and amazing Tao word Jianian came out of the population. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. The Duo character golden sentence is very easy to use, but still use less. Chapter 1160 Ghost welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading. so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Ahem. In the end, the farce was stopped by Granny K. Even a flush appeared on her face. Shame. But it was soon revealed by the people who reacted. All old guys, how much is your face worth? It was Liu Shengeng. At this time there was an old with a relaxed expression watching the performance. Had he not been absolutely confident in Oki, would he have so many unequal treaties? My stupid brothers. After the first round of assessment, none of these examiners dared to underestimate Oki anymore. Even people in the stands can see that it's messy. The second round of assessment is still the old rules, the production of energy blocks. As a cultivator, the most important ability is of course the production of energy blocks. Of course, the production of energy cubes contains a lot of things. For example, the last time I gave you Anzai treatment, the deployment of antidote was one of them. There are also various medicament configurations. Because Granny Q has seen Oka's antidote, she is still interested in making Oka's energy cubes. Coupled with the wonderful performance of the previous Q&A session, I am even more interested. I don't know what kind of energy blocks can be made. The assessment content of this level is provided by the Breeders Guild as a sample. And then the assessor will make an energy block for this elven. As long as you can achieve the high-level energy block quality, even if you pass the level, if you can customize it, of course, it is even better. It is a bonus. The guild was originally prepared for the elves, but after going through the last thing, Granny K suddenly had a clever idea. I don't know if there are trainers willing to provide their own elves. Rest assured that everything is checked by our old guys and will not cause any damage to your elves. Granny Q said loudly to the entire venue. Oki glanced at Granny K in surprise, because she had unconsciously used her superpowers when she was just talking. So everyone present could hear her. The president of the Nurturing Family Association is also a superpower. Oka's mind appeared a lot of speculation. Let me do it. Suddenly, many people stood up in the entire venue. Granny Q glanced across the venue, and in the end she selected Dortmund, who was sitting with Oki before. I have to say that looking good is easy to attract attention. Dortmund suddenly rejoiced. He couldn't understand Oki's ability. He also lied to him that the energy cubes were made by his teacher, and later he learned that all of them were made by Oki. That is, at the age of 16, Oki actually had the ability to become a senior breeder. Just a hidden one. Is it still weak now? Of course. The elf chosen by Dortmund is his giant gold monster. Oh, boy, your giant gold monster has been trained very well. The original energy block used must be a customized version of the advanced energy block, right? Granny Q is a veteran, and she can see the situation of the big monster. Ogo nodded. I don't know which master made it. A lot of adjustments have been made to the shortcomings of the giant monster. Granny Q lamented. Without waiting for Ogo to speak, she continued, don't worry, if the energy cubes he made are unqualified, we won't let him eat your giant gold monster. This one. Dortmund spoke again, but was interrupted again. It's okay, you have to believe our vision. Okay, let's get started. It was just a strange expression on Dor's face that Granny Q didn't see. Tenlao, who was sitting next to Granny Q, noticed the change in Ogo's expression. Are there any moths? Although Oki just helped himself solve a problem, I feel that his theoretical knowledge should have been studied for a long time. But compared to theoretical knowledge, this practical operation cannot be achieved only by effort. There was no change in Oka's expression. He is more familiar with Dor's giant gold monster. Since sooner or later, I will make energy blocks for Dor's giant gold monster, so I can do it right now. Is the request the same as before? Oki said suddenly, making them all stunned. Dortmund looked calm and said after thinking about it, under the premise, I hope to strengthen the giant gold monster. His basic strength cannot keep up with the rhythm. The Oki giant gold monster made a few laps, then reached out and rubbed the giant gold monster a few times. He nodded and said, it's really a bit behind. The energy cubes used to eat too long, and they can be changed long ago. Granny Q and others watched Oka's exchange with Ogo. Tenlao showed such an expression. Liu Shenggen, sitting aside, smiled like a chrysanthemum on his face. Hen questioned me and scared you. Are all the materials available? Oki asked. Doru nodded immediately. It should be there. I can get it without me. Oki waved his hand. What I don't have, I should have it on him. Cough. We will provide Oki materials, Granny Q said after coughing. But Oki and Dogo didn't have time to ignore her. Take out your full set of tools. Although very uncomfortable in front of so many people, making energy blocks like performing acrobatics, but since it is to be a little high profile, then simply high-hand to the end. Oki laid the material on the table piece by piece. When seeing Oka's production tools, Granny Q knew that it was not easy. Not the ordinary tools circulating in the market, but according to the basic needs of individuals, find specialized craftsmen to build. This is made by Oki to ask the Sky Team to find a master according to their own requirements. It is very convenient to use. Oki acted directly. His hands shuttled back and forth between these seemingly complex machines, and pieces of material slowly turned into pieces of material under his control. This piece of material is separated from mother-in-law and they all know each other, but in such a group, they didn't know what Oki was going to do for a while. But these people are not ordinary people, and soon they understand what the effects of these materials are. But the more you think about it, the more you can stop the surprise on your face. Is this an on-site custom advanced energy block? And is it still an energy block that is accumulated after so many materials are superimposed and accumulated? Then its effect. The expression on Granny's face was getting more and more exciting. No superpowers used. Oki does not use superpowers to make energy blocks. In other words, everything he has now is not his limit, because superpowers can greatly help the cultivator when making energy blocks. Therefore, Granny Q always thought that Oki could become a senior breeder at this age because of his super ability. But in this production process, no superpowers were used at all. Pure technology. Watching Oki making energy cubes is like watching the birth of an artwork. The slender fingers of every joint www.mtlnovel.com are like every note in a beautiful song. The combination is a song with melody and ilum. In addition to writing a gorgeous movement with the production of energy blocks. In less than half an hour, the giant custom monster's exclusive custom energy block is completed. And for half an hour, it was finally the mother-in-law who calculated the effect of the energy cubes made by combining these materials. Ghost. 2 words appeared in Granny's heart. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass, plus 210 for the rewards of the Joker's boss. I forgot to thank you yesterday. Thank you Grandma for my great reward. Everyone has a monthly vote for a monthly ticket, and a recommended vote for a month without a monthly ticket. Chapter 1161 Matchmaker Crossing. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Honestly, they can also make such energy blocks. But how much time it takes will not be known. Let's take a look at only half an hour, and the crystal clear ice white energy cubes are placed on the table. You know how shocking they are. But at this time, Grandma Q also understood. Oki and Dogo knew each other from the beginning. Anago's giant gold monster. The energy cubes used by Oki made. As Oki, who understands the giant gold monster, may have already figured out how to improve her energy block in advance. That is to say, Granny Q could barely accept the results of Oki at this time. Otherwise, she may be unable to resist pulling Oki to dissect. Maybe she can find something. But she didn't know that Jujin blamed the energy cube at this moment, which is exactly what Oki thought of just now. In other words, it was just calculated and analyzed by the chip just now. But the results are the same. Oki passed this round of assessment, and it was the kind that made all examiners stunning. The last level is also the most elusive one. Choose one of 7 or 8 options such as getting along with spirits, massaging, and analyzing skills. It stands to reason that these things need to be able to. However, after all, there is not so much time to assess, so it is sufficient to pick one to pass. Oki then took the elf massage, which he was relatively unfamiliar with. But this is not well grasped. just relative to the production of energy blocks. Oki's own elf would give them a full body massage every time. This will also help relieve their tired bodies. Although I want to exist like Bongil and Boss Goldora, just a massage for a whole day. In the end, he voted and Aoki passed the assessment of the senior incubator by a full vote. Like Do. He was cheered by the audience. They are really addicted today, not only witnessing the alternation of the new and old four kings, but also fortunately the birth of the youngest senior breeder in history. Definitely not a trip. Liu Shengen's purpose of so much fanfare was also successfully achieved, because today, many people who saw Aoki completing the assessment, but many are trainers of some large families. Among them are some families whose overall strength is very scary. The strength and talents that Aoki showed before made the Feniyun Junchor family look at it, willing to recruit them, and willing to bear all the resources for Aoki's future growth. Now that Aoki has become the youngest admonishment breeder of fashion, what will those big families choose? This is really a sparrow becoming a phoenix. A small civilian has such potential. I believe many families will not just look at it like this. And Aoki became famous again. I believe many of his information will be investigated. Among them are his good friends. Which of these people, Ogo, Water, and Girona, has a huge background. And so many people have completed the assessment of senior breeders. Outsiders know the importance of Aoki. Would the Breeders Association know? Move Aoki can, after the move, prepare to bear the anger of the Nurturing Guild. During this time, Tan Lao has been in charge of the development of the entire Breeders Guild. I am afraid that many people have forgotten the terror of Kui, which today Liu Sheng just invited Keborg out. The purpose is very simple, is to support Aoki. Try it, believe it or not, the witch can make everyone dare not talk to this person the next day. Let him die the next day. Even if it is a big family, is it afraid of being isolated? Even if they are giant families such as the Junchor family and the Joey family, they will never want to be the enemy of the Queen Witch. Really quiet for so long? Isn't the Queen Witch's knife sharp? This is the way Liu Shengen, the old man and the only teacher in Aoki, paved the way for him. The road has been paved, depending on how Aoki chooses. Can it persist in the sugar-coated shells of so many families? But choosing a big family to join is not necessarily a bad thing. At least with the nurturing guilds, the right to act independently is definitely there. Aoki took the senior breeder's medal from Quiborg. He didn't know what it meant, and many people who knew the rules knew it. The president of the Breeders Association generally does not award medals unless the person has the potential to become president in the future. In simple terms, it represents a candidate to become the heir of the president of the future Breeders Association. There are also some teachers who know Aoki Liu Shengen, as well as those who are older, who know what happened between Liu Shengen and Kui Pubao, and suddenly show a look of sudden realization. When looking at Liu Shengen, they all showed strange expressions. Thumbs up in secret. Had to compliment secretly. Now, in this regard, Aoki, apprentice, of course, will not know. Even if you know, you will only congratulate your teacher. After at least being an old bachelor for so many years, can I finally find my home? Doesn't Grandma K look good? Aoki successfully became a senior breeder. Tomorrow's headlines in all regions will become the birth of a double city. Du became the Four Heavenly King, and Aoki became the youngest senior breeder in history, and he still improved this record several times at a time. It is estimated that no one can break it in the future. The two will jointly occupy the cover of tomorrow's newspaper. But as two parties, they didn't feel at all. It's only used to be in the newspaper. Several people were sitting around the dining table. Today they became the Four Heavenly Kings. Aoki himself became a senior cultivator, leaving Aoki's parents to make the whole table. They were full. They were sitting at the table like ordinary people. Aoki, what did President Q and Master Liu Sheng say to you? Ogo asked curiously. After hearing that, Aoki showed a deep and unpredictable expression, learning Liu Shengen's appearance, and patted Doa's shoulder and said, Aoki, the teacher will not be so chic. It is estimated that Feniyuan may not be able to go. At that time, The Breeders' Guild in Fenny-Yuan area will depend on you. Oh ha 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 ha. For a while, the laughter continued on the table. It seems that Master Liu Sheng did find the destination www.untlenovel.com. Furong didn't understand the specific situation, but just sighed for himself. Later Du Kai told him the love story about Liu Shengen and Qiubao from the older generation. Then, after solemnly introducing the person from Keborg, everyone's expressions became strange. Oki said silently in his heart, Tijunubai. That's right. Du suddenly changed the subject. Oki, you must know my cousin Xiao-chan, right? Oki nodded, and suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Du's eyes changed, with a hint of laughter. How about, should you consider taking my cousin? You are about the same age. Although my cousin's temper is a little bit worse, she is definitely a beauty. I can help you. The look of an old matchmaker. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1162. Lava Team and Ocean Team Shot. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Puff. Oki just drank the water in his mouth. Everyone looked at Du, who wanted to talk about the media, and didn't know what to say. Cough, cross, past. Do cough resolved the embarrassment. The others nodded. Even if outside people recruit Oki, are they here now? Du was also embarrassed. But there is no way. This is a matter of account at home. I always have to mention it. Ahem, then, let's just make a cut and don't take it to heart. Du explained. That's the case, Ogo said suddenly. Looking at Oki, Oki, you know my cousin. Do you want to think about it? As the saying goes, the female junior holds a gold brick. The female junior is in the 3rd class. Oki didn't know what to say. If there are any shortcomings in the things Liu Shengen arranged, that's it. I guess the matchmaker will be endless. Although no one can force him anymore. But annoying. Everyone looked like Ogo was speechless. One by one. Then I began to remember whether there was a woman of the right age in my family. Like Du said, I also make a cut. Don't need to go to my heart. Do looked awkward. Everyone will go to my room for a while. Gather me the elf data. When everyone's eyes changed, Oki explained. In the end, a meal ended in such a strange atmosphere. The Uranus challenge is over. Du became the king of the dragon system, announcing the official advent of the younger generation. The four, Oki and Dogo, boarded the plane and left the next morning. Fenny-Yuan area is also unstable now. Liu Shengen was for Oki, and it is estimated that he could not return to Fenny-Yuan area for a long time. Then his post of temporary 4-day king was vacant, and Adams was having a headache for the candidate of the 4-day king. There is also a breeders' association in Fenny-Yuan. As soon as Liu Sheng left, a lot of mess was left. Originally, it just set up a shelf in the Fenny-Yuan area, and the nurturing guild has not been on the right track. Oki, they need to go back and help. After they left in Oki, they also chose to leave. Under the influence of Du, they also have to go back and work hard. The four returned directly to the Alliance headquarters of Fenny-Yuan Alliance. After getting off the plane, I felt the atmosphere in the air was a little dignified. When many acquaintances saw Oki, a smile appeared on the face to express congratulations. But for their congratulations, Oki was not happy. The four immediately went to Adam's office. Sitting in Adam's office at this time, there was also the fully recovered Dragon King Yuji. True Dragon King. The expressions of Adams and Genji were somewhat solemn. When he saw the four of Oki coming back, Adams showed a hint of surprise or amazing. Oki, I didn't expect you to be back so soon. We are not ready for the celebration ceremony, Adams said with a smile. Genji, who was sitting aside, stood up and patted Oka's shoulder. Good job. Oki and Ogo didn't see much smile on their faces. President, what happened? Oki asked. On hearing that, Adams shook his head immediately and said helplessly, did you feel it? But I didn't want to hide from you. The lava team and the ocean team started, and just last night, the two forces seemed to be doing well. and they shot together. Adam's expression gradually became serious. Last night they attacked the Alliance's outposts. Genji on the side does not look as serious as Adam's. Don't worry too much. Haven't you sent Huayu and Pony? If they want to fight, then fight. Genji is full of momentum. For the lava team and the ocean team, he is not in his eyes. Maybe Red Flame Pine and Water Paulownia need to be a little bit jealous. The rest are not taken into account by him. The lava team and the ocean team are not rockets. Without such a long settlement time, they have insufficient inherent knowledge. After all, the development time is not as long as the rockets, and for a long time huddled in one place, the strength itself is just that. It's not that simple. The two organizations that had been so quiet for a long time suddenly shot, and there must be something that paid special attention to them. Adams shook his head. After hearing the two people communicating, Oka's heart moved slightly and asked, "Where are the two forces?" Meteor Falls. Really? Oki took out his communicator and took a look. Did not receive any messages. So it seems that either Sorens hasn't found two orbs. Either two orbs have been found, but under the control of the lava team and the ocean team, they cannot send information to themselves. But no matter what, it shows that the lava team and the ocean team don't know where to find the Scarlet Orb and Indigo Orb in Meteor Falls. What's wrong? Genji asked, seeing Oki's movement. Oki shook his head, and this kind of thing could not be explained. Not always, but definitely go and see. But you cannot rush in. Also find a good reason to get yourself involved. President, let me go too. Oki continued, I have been training for 3 months before. And this time I saw Do become the king of heaven. I don't think I can be silent anymore. And me, Ogo said. And I. Me too. Of course, Furong and Mikli will not give up. Hearing them, Adams looked pale. This is very dangerous. He did not directly reject the 4 Oki. After all, the strength of the 4 of them is not weak. They are all at the level of senior Danwang level. The younger generation has also grown up, and it is time to participate in such important events. And because Liu Shengen was forced to return to the Guandu area, another vacancy appeared in the position of the 4 heavenly kings in Fenyuan area. If possible, it would be better if one of the 4 children could take over. Perhaps this riot between the lava team and the ocean team is also an opportunity. Chairman, don't worry, we are not vulnerable children before, Oki said. The 3 nodded immediately. That being the case, www.untilnovel.com. You have just come back now, take a day off, and start tomorrow. It's not bad for half a day, Adams said. When they heard this, Oki did not force them anymore. It really needs to be prepared. Oki also has some things to explain to the Sky team. At the same time, the elves also need to make some preparations. After the 4 left, Adams said to Genji, tomorrow you go with them and them. After all, Huayu and Pony have only recently become kings of heaven. It is best for you to sit in town. So here, knowing the meaning of Genji, Adam's eyes were cold and glittering. Relax. I'm not old yet. Some jumping clowns usually ignore them. Doesn't mean they can't take them. Who dares to jump out now? Who's gone? Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1163. Volunteer welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Oki found a few rooms in the Alliance and temporarily stayed. The sudden riots of the lava team and the ocean team obviously had a good timing. I don't know if it was because Liu Shengen was going to stay in Guandu area for a while. Now Fenyuan area may not even find someone to replace the person who became the 4 heavenly kings. Not to say that there is no such master, but some people are unwilling to be restricted by the position of the 4 heavenly kings, such as thousands of miles in Orange City. After all, Liu Shengen's departure still had some influence. When Oki entered his room, he opened a different space on the wall, summoning the elves in the different space. This mission must have the possibility of fighting. Oki needs to adjust the state of the elves to the best. Although Oki has always maintained their excitement and enthusiasm for their elves, but this time is different. There may be large-scale team battles, and some basic tactics need to be practiced a little. For the safety of this operation, Aoki felt that there was no problem. The existence of the skeletal dragon with a staff tail is his last card. After finishing a period of training, walking out of the alien space, a communicator appeared in his hand. After a little hesitation, he dialed the mailing number of Dr. Solon's. No one heard. Although I had some preparations in my heart, I felt some pressure. The advent of the lava team and the ocean team with such fanfare must have received reliable information. And the only thing they can get is the information of Gulado and Gauka. This trip to Meteor Falls will not be simpler than the last trip to Snow Rabbi. Aoki sent a few more messages to Rose, telling them that at this time, before the accurate news of him, let the Sky Team go quiet and don't take the lead. In addition to dealing with the Lava Team and the Ocean Team, their inferior organizations will definitely be taken care of. Jump out now. I don't know how to die. Is there really no one in the league? Early the next morning, the four Aoki assembled on time at the airport of the Alliance. Along with them, there is also Dragon King Yuji. Aoki also understands why Genji traveled together. Part of it was to them, and part of it was probably afraid that Huayu and Pony could not act as a deterrent. After all, although Huayu and Pony are also four kings, they are not well known. They also mainly assist Adams in the league to deal with some things. The real combat power and strength, not many people have seen it. It is Genji, which is exactly a 4-day king. Several people flew into the sky in an urgent plane. Standing in the Alliance building and watching them leave Adams, I can't shoot for a long time, and some people think that I can't do it. Talking, the momentum of the whole person became sharp. He took out a special communicator, and said a word to the communicator, convene all people. Do it. Several people in Oki took this special plane and arrived in Kanas before the sunset. Here is Ago's chassis. People from the Zvich family then helped them reach the Meteor Falls from Kanas. Before dark, successfully arrived at the camp at the Alliance outside Meteor Falls. At this time, with Yu Anji, he met the two kings of Huayu and Boni, and also met some powerful Alliance trainers. Among them, the owner of the Orange Huadao Pavilion in Orange City, which Aoki has always wanted to visit, is thousands of miles away. After a slight greeting, Genji succeeded in taking over the command. Huayu, Bonnie, what's the situation now? Genji sat in the main seat, and Aoki and others sat at the end to count. The evil line of the King of the Moon, the ice line of the King of the Moon, belongs to the most prominent two of their previous generation. Being able to become the four heavenly kings is absolutely okay, but experience may be lacking. At least it must be a little bit better than Duke Yang, who has just become the king of heaven. The lava team and the ocean team attacked the temporary station of the Alliance outside Meteor Falls, and then the two teams have entered the Meteor Falls, and the people who had been trained in the Meteor Falls have been expelled. Still inside, most of them have been demobilized. Huayu said, before Yu Anzai did not come, he was responsible for coordinating all matters. The two forces have not yet known if they have any contact. We don't even know what they entered into the Meteor Falls, Boni said. Hearing their return, Genji nodded solemnly. It is necessary to find out as soon as possible what the two forces are for. Although it is not possible, it is also necessary to find out whether the two parties have joined forces. If the lava team and the ocean team join forces, things will be different. Hearing that everyone was looking serious. The separation of the two forces is indeed a big one, but the impact on the Alliance is not great. If they joined forces, the meaning would be different. In fact, in the eyes of most people, it is not clear why the League did not directly remove the lava team and the ocean team as soon as possible. They had to wait until this time and passively shot. They just looked at the surface without seeing the intricate relationships inside. Although the lava team and the ocean team are opposed to each other, the leaders of the two forces are not idiots, and they understand the reason for the cold. Whether it is against the lava team or the ocean team, it will make the other side rebound. And the Alliance was not sure that it would work with the two forces at the same time. It should be said that they have not been removed without causing huge losses. So slowly it became a situation that is now too big. However, Now the lava team and the ocean team are shooting at the same time. It has to be said that it is an opportunity. Maybe the league can deal with these two problems. So we need to send someone in to investigate the situation first, Genji said, looking around everyone and looking for the right candidate. If he could, he actually wanted to go in by himself. It's just impossible, he's too targeted, and Adams asked him to come here. Genji kept his eyes on thousands of miles www.untlenovel.com. A little movement in his heart. Kianli's strength is not inferior to Huayu and Pony, and the action target is not large. He noticed that there are not many people, and he is safe and secure to go. But at this moment, Oki suddenly said, "Heavenly King, let me go." Everyone turned his attention to Oki. Genji frowned. "I haven't waited for him to speak," Oki explained. "I used to stay in Meteor Falls for a while. I have a better understanding of the environment and the specific situation, and I have had contact with both the lava team and the ocean team and know what they are doing style. And I have superpowers that allow me to better assure myself, and superpowers are great for exploring unknown areas." Speaking of which, Oki also demonstrated his superpowers, thinking about moving things. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1164. Red Flame Pine and Water Indus welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. When hearing Oki's words, Genji hesitated. Compared to Kianli, Oki lacks strength. But for Oki, Genji is very convinced of his ability. From the perspective of Genji, Oki is a very thoughtful and capable person. After several collaborations between the two, we know that Oki and ordinary league trainers have different flowers in the greenhouse. He is really capable. Are you sure? Genji looked serious and did not directly refuse. And with the current strength of Oki, in this temporary meeting room, it is considered good. Except for himself and Huayu, Pony and Kianli, no one can guarantee that he will win him steadily. Oki nodded, his eyes firm. "I'll go too," Ogo said suddenly. Furong and Mikli also wanted to speak, but were rejected directly by Genji. No. This kind of action. The fewer people, the better. Oki has superpowers. His King can also move instantly to ensure his own safety. You go together, not only without any help, may become a burden. Speak straight. Although the tone is a bit heavy, they also understand what Yuanji means. For a moment, several people were a little silent. Oki patted Ogo's shoulder with a smile. "Relax, there must be no problem. You must have confidence in me." Now that you have decided to send Oki, it is definitely the best time to take advantage of the night. "Do you really need me?" Kianli said to Yuanzai, watching Oki going out. When Yan said, Yuanzai shook his head with a smile. The little guy is terribly powerful, not necessarily as strong as his life-saving ability. Oh, thousands of miles were surprised at hearing Yuanji's words. So high on Oki. You should know that Genji is the head of the 4 heavenly kings, and he is still the Dragon King. Oki's life-saving ability is even stronger than Genji. In fact, Oki would not stop this mission before the Guandu Alliance trip. However, after learning the Hui method, he has great confidence in his hiding ability. As long as the lava team and the ocean team do not have an undercover planted by that god, their own safety is absolutely guaranteed. And after the last shrubby space came out, Oki secretly let the Dull King leave superpower coordinates on the Carda Spring of the ocean team and the fire village of the lava Carda. If nothing else, it should not be cleared now, which is also convenient to find their position coordinates. Say goodbye to Dou and others, and summon the Dull King to disappear directly into the woods. After the Dull King appeared, Oki was told that although the coordinates of the 2 superpowers are a bit vague, it seems that something is blocking, but he can sense the position. Meteor Falls is not the first time. The tunnel behind the waterfall is inextricably linked by meteorites, and there are intricate passages everywhere. To facilitate the advance, Oki summoned the Dragon King Scorpion. Just the Dull King and the Dragon King Scorpion can keep themselves safe in the meteor waterfall. The wild elves known here have no threat to themselves. Every time I passed, I let the Dull King leave superpower coordinates. At the same time, Aoki and the Dull King's superpowers overlap, and the range that can be scanned is larger. In the previous book, there was a way on how to add his superpowers to his elves. This blessing can only last for a period of time. Whether it is to yourself or to the elves, there is a certain amount of pressure and it cannot be maintained for a long time. The strength of this blessing effect is directly related to the strength of the trainer's own superpower and the degree of control of the superpower, and the length of time maintained is related to the physical quality of the trainer and the physical quality of the elves. The superpowered blessing of the middle-aged man in black has increased his hoodie's strength by 3 levels, and the duration cannot be determined. Aoki and the Dull King made simple attempts. The Dull King's strength is much stronger than that of Hoodie. Aoki's superpower control is not high, so fully blessing can only increase the 2 levels of strength at most, and the maintenance time should not exceed half an hour. It was in combat. This non-combat state is just a superpower superposition. For one person and one elven, there is no pressure, just no increase in strength. It is a complicated maze to others, but to Aoki, it has a small map. And with the record of the chip, the entire map channel of the Meteor Waterfall Labyrinth was drawn on the chip map one by one. A map slowly appeared in Aoki's mind. Move closer towards the 2 superpower coordinates. When encountering some walls blocking the advancement, the great role of the Dragon King Scorpion came into play. Cough. The ability to punch holes is definitely a good hand. As long as it is not a particularly hard rock wall, there is no way to stop Aoki for more than 10 seconds. As for the wild elves, of course, if the Dragon King Scorpion has nothing to release, of course, it is afraid to approach rashly. The other side. 2 groups of people in different colors are in an empty cave. Swords stretched out. The Blue Ocean team and the Red Lava team. At this moment, the leader of the team standing on both sides is their leader. The leader of the Marine team, Waterandus, is a middle-aged strong man in a blue costume with a beard. Even through the clothes, he can see the bulging muscles on his body. On the other side, the leader of the Lava team, Cheyenne Matsu, was wearing a red trench coat, a pair of glasses on his face, and his hands behind his back. No one dares to underestimate them both. It's really been a long time since I didn't expect to be able to meet you here. Why, don't shrink back, Shui Wutong said with a laugh. Cheyenne Matsu put on her glasses and said lightly, if you don't hide in the water and run to the shore to do things, you won't be afraid that the Alliance will destroy you. Water Indus and Red Flame Pine, although they represent 2 forces, they come from the same place, in a small village on a remote island in the Fenny-Yuan area. www.mtlnovel.com. The 2 were still good playmates in childhood, and finally separated due to differences in ideas. However, I did not expect that in the end, they would become the leaders of the 2 forces and become a giant in the Fenny-Yuan area. Speaking of the village where the 2 are, there is some history and story. It is for the 2 to make Irido and Gouka the source of their lifelong pursuits and accomplish their ideals. It's just a pity that now the village has disappeared due to a huge tsunami, and only Red Firepine and Water Enders survive. Completely the template of the Son of Destiny. After a period of silence, Red Flame Pine broke the silence. Our 2 stalemate is not the way to go here. In the end, it must have been picked up by the Alliance. It is better to discuss how to cooperate. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1165 Expose. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Oh, tell me, said Shui Wutong. Indeed, the 2 sides are deadlocked here, and the final benefit must be the Alliance. You and I know what you are here for. These 2 things will definitely not be buried separately. You might as well find them together and say, you take what you need, I take what I need. Kai Yansong said. Everyone knows things are here, but there are so many branches of Meteor Falls. Even if we all dispatch, how long will it take? According to my information, the Alliance is now outside. Shui Wutong frowned. You also know that the League is already out. If there is no gain this time, How much will it cost? I believe you also understand. Since you are here, it means that you are willing to take the risk, so you may find it first. After Cheyenne Matsu spoke and clapped her hands, two members immediately please a middle-aged man in an archaeological costume. This is Dr. Solas, who has done a lot of research on meteor waterfalls. I believe that with his help, I can find them soon. But before you find it, you can't go into trouble. As soon as you find it, let's talk about it later. Red Flame Pine glanced at Dr. Thorns, who was slightly embarrassed, and his eyes narrowed with a smile. Smiley Tiger. Shui Wutong knows best what a red flame pine is like. Then find something first, Gwen. Take care of this more, Shui Wutong said to a tall, beautiful woman behind him. No problem. All nodded. Then we will be responsible for you on the fireside. Kai Yansong also said. This is not the first time that the two have cooperated. Dragon King Scorpion, Shadow Ball. With Oka's order, two head-sized black energy instantly formed on the Dragon King Scorpion's pliers. Towards the other two elves, like the sun, emitting orange light in the tunnel. Bang bang. With two sounds, the two elves fell in response. Two sun rocks. As the elves deep in the meteor waterfall, the number of sun rocks and moonstones is very large. Often they can be seen at the intersections of several tunnels and in some relatively large spaces. In addition, the elves formed by these two alien creatures, plus the long-term life in the ground, have no communication with the outside world, so even if they are superpowers, they have no corresponding IQ except for their strong superpower energy. Seeing alien creatures such as Oki and Dragon King Scorpion, of course, he launched an attack without hesitation. In the end all were under the attack of Dragon King Scorpion. The Superelves have little resistance to the evil Dragon Scorpion. However, the sun rocks and moonstones encountered here are somewhat higher. The ordinary wild elves are at the peak of the elite level, and several of them are stronger, and they have reached the level of Quasiski King. Because this is already the depth of the meteor falls, and few people can usually go deep into it, their growth is relatively comfortable. Coming soon, Oki thought silently. Standing on the back of the Dragon King Scorpion, I sensed the two superpower coordinates that the King of the Goblin could perceive. It was a bit vague before. It should be because there are so many sun rocks and moonstones here, which hinder the perception of superpowers. Put away the Dragon King Scorpion first. Too many elf targets are a bit big. Later, Oki and the Dull King used Huayu to hide themselves. Rushing towards two superpower coordinates. Slowly, you can see several members of the lava team and several members of the ocean team are holding instruments to the ground and the wall to search what. Oka's heart sank when he saw the two teams staying together in peace. The lava team and the ocean team finally cooperated. First try to see if they stay in touch with each other. Oki made a bold decision. A flashing body approached them. With the less obvious light in the tunnel and the assistance of superpowers, it appeared behind several people in an instant. This environment is the world of Gengui and Dream Demon. Two elves appeared instantly, one against them, and one aimed directly at the person. No fight, just hypnosis. Bang! One by one fell directly to the ground. Then Oki hid immediately to see if it would cause any commotion. Fortunately, 5 minutes after the fall of several people, there were no abnormalities. As a result, Oka's courage grew. All the hypnotizers and elves were thrown into a different space. Silently came to a relatively open area. Seeing a group of people around a man in a white coat pointing at something. The moment he saw the man, Oki recognized him as Dr. Solans. The lava team and the ocean team were clearly prepared, and Dr. Solans was arrested. But how did they know that there were two orbs here? Also, why didn't Tenheo tell you Anzai about such a big event? Oki was a little confused. Instead of approaching, they chose to bypass them quietly, and proceeded to the depths along some of the corners where the lights were not obvious. The coordinates of the superpowers of Queen and Fire Village are very obvious next to Soren's. However, there are no red flame pines and water industries here, and Aoki decides to go in again. After passing through a short tunnel again, she saw two different huge tents, blue and red. Under the light of the tent, The head was throbbing inside. Oki hesitated a little and approached the lava team's tent. Silently walked behind the tent, pull a gap with superpowers and look inside. After seeing what was inside, Oka's pupil narrowed sharply. Chien Matsu is sitting on the main seat, holding in his hand a special iron box made of no known metal, inside which is a ball of yellow and red round fireball-shaped energy balls, emitting red light. Halo made Kai Yansong's thin face look a little bit oozing Gyurato's energy. But what surprised Oki even more was not something in the hands of Chien Matsu. Instead, he was kneeling in front of him at this moment, a man with blue nose and face. Vaguely I can tell that this person is Tanheo, who was sent to the undercover by Yuanzai. But looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Kai Yansong knew his identity. A few people standing beside Tanheo sneered. Two of them were holding baseball bats in their hands, stained with blood. Tanheo's hands were tied behind her eyes staring at the metal box in Kai Yansong's hands, and 6 elves placed neatly in front of him. Inside are his elves. It seems that you are unwilling to say anything more. www.mentalnovel.com Bonfire has been telling me that there is an undercover in the lava team. I do not want to believe that I can only use this thing to fish. But I did not expect I caught a big fish. Chien Song looked at Tanheo with a sullen look. Snapped. The palms slammed on the table. I trust you so much. I didn't expect you to be the undercover of the Alliance. Kai Yansong's face became instantly unsightly. As Tanheo, there is too much to know. He is undercover. The lava team has almost no secrets before the league. This made a red flame pine that likes to take wisdom and take pride in its IQ, or insult. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 310 to the rewards of the Joker's boss. Chapter 1166 Get into trouble. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Tanheo's face was beaten, completely twisted, but a smile appeared. Still fooled by you, but it doesn't matter. The lava team knows what the lava team has. Tanheo cracked his mouth and revealed a very ugly smile. Still can vaguely see that he was a little handsome. Bang! A stick hit him directly on the back. Here comes a face. Intimate contact with the ground. Tanheo, lying on the ground, couldn't get up all of a sudden. His eyes were slightly loose. He still doesn't understand a little bit now. Why does the League know that there is something wrong, but insist on doing it? Although the lava team is an underground force, Tanheo still has to admit that the lava team is not doing bad things. They are not so much a group of violent elements as a group of mad believers madly worshipping Gerudo. There is not much difference from members who believe in religion. The metal box in the hands of Chien Matsu is the reason for the birth of the lava team, and it is what Chien Matsu brought out from their small village at sea. Water Indus also has a similar. Tanheo fell into a coma. Take care of him. Kai Yansong waved his hand without too much entanglement. He can insert pieces into the League, and of course the League can also be placed under him. This is a game between him and the Alliance. There is no right or wrong. He's just a bit angry that the undercover of the League can actually achieve this level within the lava team. Tanheo is indeed a personal talent. Pity. Upon hearing the order of Chien Matsu, the members of the lava team that had been holding Tanheo immediately showed a cruel smile. They are the captains of the lava team and have long yearned for Kadas, but they have no chance. Tanheo's step down now is a good opportunity for them. Apart from that, the few elves left by Tanheo are not ordinary elves. It's just a pity that when he was subdued, several of them had been seriously injured in order to save him. But the remaining ones are still good. All are king-level elves. Whether it is potential or strength, they are stunned. If you make Chien Matsu happy, maybe you can get some rewards. As long as they can get one, the door to the Heavenly King level is open. Oki, hiding behind the tent, witnessed it all. His eyes flickered and hesitated. But soon, Oki made up his mind. Taking a deep breath, Gengui emerged silently from Oka's shadow, and then slowly walked from behind the tent to the front. However, at the moment when Gengui appeared, A big wolf dog that had been lying beside Chien Matsu opened his eyes. Standing up slowly, his nose twitched. He didn't smell anything, but just now, he did feel something. Kai Yansong noticed the movement of the wolf dog. His eyes narrowed, and immediately closed the iron box in his hand. The wolf's eyes stared tightly at the main entrance of the tent. Seeing the changes in the great wolf dog and red flame pine, everyone in the tent also felt abnormal, and they stood up and took out their respective elven balls. Boom! The front of the tent was directly bombarded by the sound of an explosion. Suddenly, Oki and the Dull King were in the same state as before. The Dull King did not act with Oki, but began to move instantly in place. Who? Kai Yansong whispered. It was just that he had just uttered his voice and felt his hands loose. Suddenly discolored, he rushed towards the door and returned immediately. A large amount of evil energy was condensed on the huge fangs, and rushed toward that superpower, and the superpower that was originally used against Red Flame Pine was instantly cut off. At this point, a dark shadow rushed from the main entrance. Tan Haoyu, who fell to the ground, was absorbed by the black shadow and everyone was attracted to the red flame pine. At the same time, a lot of elf were thrown, and only a powerful elf appeared. Unfortunately, at the speed of Gengui, it has long disappeared. The reacted red flame pine also immediately threw 2 elven balls. A prong bat and a fire-breathing camel appeared in the tent. Fork bat, air-chopped, spitfire camel, spray flame. The horror on Chien Matsu's face had not yet disappeared, and one hand was covering his neck, and he could see the blood flowing between the gaps between the fingers. Whenever the great wolf dog's response is slightly slower, he may be killed. The opponent's attack is very simple, and the ability or tool used is also very simple. The billy blade is even sharper, and the special red high-necked material inside does not play any protective role. To know this red high collar, but the material researched by the lava team's most advanced technology. In theory, the toughness of this dress, even a sharp knife, cannot cut. But just now it seemed that there were no obstacles. This shot was by Oki himself. It is space cutting that causes damage to red flame pine. Only Oki knew that it was impossible to kill Chien Matsu, and his target had been locked in the iron box of Chien Matsu's hand. As for getting the box and then loosening Chien, it is also to attract attention to Gengui. The result is obviously the same as Oki expected. Although Chien Matsu's high collar was instantly destroyed by space cutting, it also consumed a lot of superpowers invested by Oki. The rest can only cut a little skin. Fortunately, Chien Matsu and his wolf dog did not know this. In the field, the only great wolf dog that can restrain Gengui is Red Flame Pine. Gengui successfully saved Tan Haoyu. At the same time, he returned smoothly to Oka's side. The only thing that surprised Oki was the speed of Red Fire Pine. Without confirmation, he threw 2 elven directly and let his ace elves attack the back of the tent. The whole process of this operation took less than 2 seconds. Although Chien Matsu looks emaciated, he has a clear mind and is quite capable of commanding and fighting. It can be seen that Red Flame Pine can become the leader of the lava team. It is not unreasonable for you to read the book www.yuukanzu.com. Because of Oka's estimation error, the Dumb King's teleportation could not be started. In desperation, he could only wave a hand to open up a different space on the rock wall and hid in. When Red Flame Pine rushed out of the tent, it was seen that the passageway in the different space was getting smaller at an extremely fast speed. Through this passage, Chien Matsu saw a dark figure inside. Oki suddenly moved in her heart, and shouted, "This man, we have a god." The leader of Chien Matsu, "Let's treat things as a gift of injury," finally shouted, "Our gods will come again." After that, the alien space channel completely disappeared. Several members of the lava team rushed up with their elves and launched a storm on the rock wall, but found nothing. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1167. Make Dream welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Chien Matsu lowered her hand around her neck. A red blood mark was revealed below. At this point it has completely condensed into a scar, and this self-healing ability is also no one. But Chien Matsu's face was gloomy. Tenheo was rescued and he was attacked by himself. All he could accept, except that the iron box was robbed. It's been a long time since he took the iron box out of sight, because he knew how important this iron box was to him. But after the bonfire proposed to come up with something that could not be rejected by the undercover, all Red Chimatsu could think of was this iron box. Sure enough, everything went well. After taking out the iron box and explaining the importance of the contents of the iron box, he successfully carried out the undercover. Although surprised, Chien Matsu was somewhat contented. Think of the game between yourself and the Alliance as a win. But just when he was most contented, someone came out and poured him a pot of cold water. What Rinkai was talking about was his current situation. How to make his face look good. Godism squeezed out these two words from the teeth of Chien Matsu. However, with the IQ of Chien Matsu, of course, I wouldn't just trust Oka Scrap. And this theology, he has never even heard of his name. How could he think there would be such an organization? In Chien Matsu's mind, this was nothing more than a lie. Oki didn't mean to let Chien Matsu directly believe. But if Red Flame Pine has contacted the people of the gods, he will certainly believe his ghost words. Superpowers, plus different spaces, and the ability to hide silently. Even if the people of the gods jump into the Yellow River, they are probably not clear. Not to mention the Yellow River in the Elven world. When Oki shouted at the last Torah, this martial arts exercise was good. It didn't take long for the tent to explode here at Chien Matsu. Water Indus rushed over with someone. Seeing the face of Chien Matsu at this time, and the extent of the damage to his tent, he was surprised. What's the matter? Water Indus frowned. At present, the Ocean Team and the Lava Team are still in a cooperative relationship. If the Lava Team has an accident, it will not be good for the Ocean Team, especially before those two things were discovered. Chien Matsu glanced at the water parasol, and expelled him directly from the suspect. With the IQ of Water Indus, it is impossible to do this. Slowly shook his head. Kai Yansong is now dumb to eat Huang Lian and can't tell Shui Wutong that what he brought out of the village was lost. It is estimated that besides gloating, Shui Wutong will only ridicule himself madly. Nothing good. Kai Yansong did not dare to speak. Of course, those of his men did not even dare to put a fart. Looking coldly into the tent, the three elves around them no longer exude their cold demeanor. No one can look down on these three elves. When walking past Shui Wutong's side, Chien Matsu suddenly walked. Have you ever heard of a god? Kai Yansong asked. Godism? Shui Wutong frowned, thinking about it for a while, making sure he hadn't seen it before. No. He shook his head and denied it. For the question and answer of Water Paulonia, Red Flame Pine also knows well, knowing he didn't lie to himself. But the more this happened, the more ugly Song Yan's face turned. There is no direction to get revenge and get things back, so there is no need to say more about the anger in my heart. Back in the tent, in front of his table, watching the six elven that had been neatly placed on the table disappeared. Suddenly, the anger in my heart suddenly burst out. Snapped. Slap on the table fiercely. Waste. Waste. What is special is waste. The roar spread through the cave. Shui Wutong heard the roar of Chien Matsu. Although I don't know why Chien Matsu looks so calm usually, she was so angry. But Chien Matsu was really happy. The weather is really good today. Everyone is happy when the wedding is happy, and Red Flame Pines get angry. He is happy. Let everyone work hard and find things quickly. This time the mission is over. Everyone has a reward. Shui Wutong shouted. Yes. For a while, the Ocean and Lava teams formed a distinct team. Everyone on the Ocean team has a smile on their faces, but the members of the Lava team can only face it. Now Chien Matsu is in his temper, but no one dares to touch his brow again. After the alien space channel is completely closed, Oki sat on the ground with one butt, wiping the sweat from his forehead. So close, almost. Fortunately, there is the superpower help of the Dumb King. Otherwise, Oki wouldn't be able to hold back when the big wolf dog started to fight back. Fortunately, he persisted in the end, but the dumb king's instantaneous movement was a little slower and he couldn't escape directly. However, Aoki has two plans. Since you can't escape, it's better to stay in a different space for a while. He didn't believe that Matsu knew the different space he had entered, and could wait outside for 24 hours. Exhaling a long breath, Gengui came out of Aoki's shadow, holding his hands across Tanhaoyu, who was covered with bruises. Because of the shadow of Gengui, barely can be regarded as a different space. Before Tanhaoyu was rescued by Gengui, he had fallen into a coma. You may not even know you were saved. Aoki glanced at Tanhaoyu lying on the ground. In fact, the first time that Aoki decided to launch a sneak attack was not because of him, but because of the contents of the iron box in Matsu's hands. Tanhaoyu can only be regarded as a bonus. This bonus is quite useful. Dream Demon. Aoki squeaked softly. Dream Demon also floated from the shadow of Aoki, gently rubbed Aoki's face. Aoki called the Dream Demon out. Of course, to make dreams. As for the dream, it's simple. All the things that Aoki used to experience before the rockets went to the trial island, www.mentalnovel.com, just show it to Tanhaoyu. Let him be a member of the Alliance and take a good look at the bottom of the world the people are suffering. For these, Aoki rarely needs to build the world. Because he closed his eyes every day, what he saw at first glance was almost the experience of living in the slums and rummaging in the garbage when he was young. Let Tanhaoyu be the first perspective and experience it. After receiving Aoki's dream structure, the red eyes of the Dream Demon lit up, aimed at Tanhaoyu, and pulled him into his dream space. After that, Aoki took out the metal box from the storage space and grabbed it from the red flame pine. After slowly opening it, the black, yellow, and red inside was exposed, and Ohm's symbol was faintly visible. If you are not mistaken, this should be the key to Gulado's transformation into the original form. Aoki thought silently. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1168 Emergency Preparation. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Aoki watched lying in the box at this time, exuding warm energy balls. Even if this thing is not the key to turning Gyurato into its original form, it is absolutely inextricably related to the original Gyurato. It's just what it is, and it's really impossible to make a guess for a while. Perhaps Tanhaoyu, who was lying on the ground at this time, knew something. Otherwise he would run into the trap of Matsu. Chip. Analyze. Aoki sat down. It is best not to go out for a short time. It is better to study what this is. After the chip was scanned and analyzed, Aoki treated Tanhaoyu with his injuries. Just after retreating, he took away all 6 elven on the table. Looking at the state of the elf inside, it should be the elf of Tanhaoyu. 2 of them are almost dead. If they are not treated in time, it is estimated that they will lose their lives in half an hour. It can be seen that in order to deal with Tanhaoyu, he really did not keep his hands at all. His face was swollen twice. First, let out these 2 completely unconscious elves and give them an emergency treatment, lest Tanhaoyu's combat power fall too severely, which is inconsistent with Aoki's plan. After Aoki spent a lot of effort to stabilize the injuries of the 2 elves, the results of the chip analysis also came out. Item name, no. Description, an energy body containing a large number of ground and fire properties, which has a strong violent nature, and has some relations with certain things or creatures. Role, it can stimulate the state of the elf, and there is a certain probability that the elf can find its original power. Note, if you are not sure, please do not use it without authorization, otherwise it will cause uncontrollable phenomenon. Sure enough, it has a lot to do with the original Gyurato. Aoki's heart moved and took out the elven ball to summon Bangla. Class. When Bangla appeared, she looked around and found that there were no enemies, so she felt relieved. When I looked at Aoki, I saw the special energy ball in the metal box in Aoki's hand, and suddenly he caught it. Seeing Bangla's appearance at this time, Aoki knew that Bangla was definitely inductive with this primitive Gyurato energy ball. In other words, It is not impossible to call it an energy crystal according to the energy concentration in this energy sphere. Bagheera, what can you feel? Oki asked. Class. Bangla nodded, showing a puzzled expression. He clearly felt that in this energy crystal, there was no attribute that matched his own, but he didn't know why. But he was so attractive to himself. It's like waiting for yourself to absorb. But Bangala is also a little bit confused, and if she absorbs this energy, what good can it do for herself? So Oki did not say that Bangla would not take the initiative to absorb it. Seeing Bangla nodded, Oki knew that he guessed it could not be separated. Hesitated for a while, but still did not let Bongi directly absorb. Be careful. Oki slowly stretched his superpowers toward energy crystals. But upon contact, his superpowers were directly absorbed. Nothing happens. Putting things away is now a critical time for the League's Moon Lava team and the Ocean team. Bangula's combat power may be needed, so set aside for the time being. Seeing Oki putting things away, Bangala herself felt relieved. Bang! Sitting on the ground with one buttock, I did not know from which corner of the body he dug a pink diamond, and threw it directly into his mouth. Eaten quackily. Handy. Oki was ashamed looking at Bangla. It's a habit that he developed from a young age. Even if he doesn't have a small backpack now, he still hides food. It's like magic. Magician Bangala. But now it's okay to be idle. And Oki summons the remaining elves. Where training is not training. The other side. Inside the Alliance's camp. The source account where Genji is located. The expressions of all the people sitting in the camp were uneasy. Oki has been in Meteor Falls for 2 days. According to normal circumstances, there is a momentary movement of the Dull King. Oki should return if he does not find the Lava team and the Ocean team. But he hasn't returned yet. So many people are worried about him. Heavenly King, why not send someone to see it? Dorwu said with a touch of anxiety on his face. Although Genji was also anxious, as the head coach of this time, he needed to keep his head clear. The overall layout of the Alliance cannot be affected by personal emotions. There are many League trainers here, and Genji needs to be accountable to them. Some people have now been sent into Meteor Falls to urgently map their intricate tunnels. We didn't know that rushing into Meteor Falls may have caught the trap of Lava Team and Ocean Team, Genji said. Ogo knew that he was only worried about the safety of Oki, and was anxious inside. Like him, Furong and Mikli were too. Let me go in and take a look. Gainli stood up and said. This task was originally his, but was stopped by Oki. If he did, he would be able to leave if he had caught the trap of Lava and Ocean. Yuanji looked at Gainli, and he was a little emotional, still shaking his head. Tonight, if Oki hasn't returned tonight, you can go in and take a look at it. The rest are in the state of preparation. As long as the surveying and mapping staff can draw a clear map of the meteor waterfall, they will enter immediately. Genji clapperowed. The crowd did not speak anymore. Just ready to play against Lava and Ocean. They seized the opportunity and took the lead in geographical advantage. If they set an ambush in it, the Alliance would rush in, and it would definitely lose a lot. These losses are definitely not what the League wants to see, nor is Yuanzai able to afford it. However, as soon as the safety is confirmed, Yuanzai will immediately bring people into Meteor Falls. For the Lava team and the Ocean team, not only Genji, but even Huiyu and Bonnie have been for a long time. Even if they can't uproot them this time, www.mplnovel.com, they will also suffer heavy losses. Just to make Yuanzai still a little uneasy, the people he installed in the Lava team did not give himself any hint this time. According to what he said at the beginning, he could not contact him actively, otherwise he might be in danger. Information can only be received passively. However, this time, Tanhao had no information or even a hint, which made Yuanzai very worried. Part of it is worrying about the safety of Tanhao, and part of it. But he was worried that Tanhao would be turned against. Inexplicable contradictions. Because of the recent contact, Yuanzai discovered that Tanhao's mentality had some problems. One is not good. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1169. Dream Ends welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Different space. Aoki watched the elves training very naturally. Tenheo, who had been dealt with the injuries, was still asleep. The dream demon stayed beside him. Dreaming is not only a use of the ability of the dream demon, but also an exercise of the dream demon. Recently, under the conscious control of Aoki, the dream demon is more accustomed to and natural in the structure of dreams, and there are rarely any obvious loopholes and omissions in dreams. If conditions permit, the dream demon can even make people spend their entire lives in dreams. As long as individuals outside the dream can survive for such a long time. There is Aoki in the different space. Of course, it will not let Tenhao die. For 2 days, it was very short for the outside, but for dreams, Tenhao was equivalent to spending half his life. At the bottom of the elven world, the bottom of the alliance struggled to live as the poor, in the face of those children of the family, the humble kind of members of the alliance. If they want to change their destiny, they will have to pay more than the family members. Sometimes it is even necessary to take life as a bet and forcibly subdue a worm of low strength and low potential as a starting point. But this often requires life to do gambling. If you rush into the forest of wild elves, it is very likely that they will become the meal of the wild elves. Even if you are lucky, you will encounter a weak insect. In case of poisoning, he will die. The children of the family can get past the elves just by speaking. For civilians, it is a hope that is beyond hope. Even if it was fortunate to capture an elf, there was no resource to cultivate, and in the end it was just an existence that the elves of the family could defeat with one stroke. Wanting to go from civilians to the point where Aoki is now, top talent and bad luck are indispensable. Therefore, the entire Elven Alliance is mostly managed by the grown-up family children. Born in the family, benefited from the family. Of course, when you grow up, you must return to the family. Then a vicious circle began. Powerful families are getting stronger and stronger, and it is becoming more difficult for civilians to get ahead. Even if some really did go ahead, they were eventually solicited by those families and finally became a member of the family. Who will remember civilians? At this time, the emergence of such underground forces as the Rockets made these civilians see the dawn. Anyway, capturing wild elves manually is desperate, and joining the Rockets is desperate. So why not join the Rockets directly? At least the starting point is much higher, and there are channels to get resources. It's better than hitting the wall like a headless fly, and finally can't find the door. Joining the Rockets can know exactly where the door is and have a clear direction. Don't those people know that joining the Rockets is the enemy of the League? Do not know that joining the Rockets is equivalent to becoming a member of the underground forces? Do not know that becoming a Rockets is equivalent to living in the dark ever since? No, they all know. But there is no way. Tenhao had a dream at this time, which was a dream that was obtained after a certain modification using the previous life of Aoki as a template. Join the Rockets to better understand the bottom of the Elven society. The dream ended, and the dream demon returned to the shadow of Aoki obediently. Well, Tenhao held her head slowly and sat up, opening his eyes slowly. The original memories returned to his mind again. I remember the memory of being beaten by members of the lava team, and finally unable to persist. Is this hell? Tenhao murmured, looking at the grey wall in front of him. There were complex eyes in his eyes. I don't know why, the dream that appeared in the brain before was so real, as if he had experienced it. A civilian rocket? Tenhao thought silently. At the end of the dream, Tenhao also felt death. It's not here. Aoki's voice sounded from behind him. When Tenhao heard the voice, he immediately turned his head, turned around, and looked at Aoki with vigilance. Aoki? Seeing that it was Aoki, Tenhao suddenly froze. Aoki smiled. You finally woke up. It took me a lot of effort to save you, and I was almost killed by Chien Matsu. Red Flame Pine. Tenhao recalled everything before. You saved me from Chien Matsu's hands? Tenhao couldn't believe it. Did you not see it yourself? Aoki Nunu said. At this time, Tenhao noticed that she had wrapped a lot of white gauze on her body. The previous injury had been a lot better. Although it was a little painful to act, it was not a big deal. Immediately I thought of my own elf, and then in a dream, when I used the elf as a tool, my eyes lost. My elves murmured Tanhaoyu. I don't know if I sighed at the elf I am now, or sighed in the dream. All here. Aoki took out a tray with 6 elves neatly placed on it. Seeing the tray in Aoki's hands, Tanhaoyu showed an excited expression. The hand trembled slightly. I took it, and through the small glass window on the elf ball, I can see that the spirit head of the elf inside is pretty good. I've already treated your elf, rest assured. After hearing that, Tanhao looked complexly at Aoki. Thousands of words finally turned into a sentence. Thank you. Aoki waved her hand and took back all the elves one by one. No, but we are not out of danger yet. Now you wake up and be ready to retreat. Aoki said. Retreat? Where is the retreat? Alliance? I guess I can't go back. Tenhaoya's look became more and more complicated. He still remembered the last time he met with Yuanji www.mentalnovel.com and asked himself how he could change the complex expression of Yuan's eye when he was in the Alliance. There was also a hint of questioning about himself. As for this subtle change in eyes, Tenhao, who is undercover, couldn't be more clear. Genji has been unable to believe in itself 100%, and he is indeed somewhat disappointed with the current alliance. The peace he admires and yearns for is not the same as the alliance now looks peaceful, but secretly surging peace. He was confused. Not going back to the league? So where are you going? Lava team? You can't go back again. Aoki frowned. Tanhaoyu shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly, Tanhao seemed to think of something, and asked Aoki, Aoki, as a civilian, what have you experienced at this step? Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1170. The origins of the oceans and lava welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Me? Aoki smiled at himself. Can civilians come to this point and really think it's just talent and luck? Waving his hand, stop talking. But the more he did, the more difficult Tenhao felt. Tenhao took a complex look at Aoki and took a deep breath. Go and take a look at the outside world. These years I have either been working for the Alliance or undercover in different organizations. I almost forgot my original intention of becoming a trainer. Aoki nodded. If you need help, you can contact me. If you don't understand something, you can also ask me. Aoki told Tanhaoyu. Heard that Tanhao didn't say much on this matter. He wanted to see it. Seeing is believing. Although the dream just now is real, it is only a dream after all. I have met a lot in the lava team, and it is still just the tip of the iceberg. He wanted to go to different areas to see if there would be any difference. The first stop was the Guandu area. Aoki did not mean to block. Everything has been done, and Tenhao will wait for his choice later. Then he'll go out and get ready to go. Aoki said. Tenhao was holding the 2 elven in his hand and was ready for battle. Aoki followed the Dumb King and Gengui, and waved casually on the grey chaotic wall in different space. A channel appears. Without any hesitation, he went straight out. Sure enough, 2 days later, the lava team has not been waiting here. Aoki's appearance, although some movement, but did not attract others' attention. It was not until the superpowers of the Idiot King surged and started preparing for the momentary movement that a pack of dogs appeared. The big, powerful wolf dog rushed out of the lava team's tent. Rip, the tent just repaired. Along with it was a prong bat and a fire-breathing camel. But this time it was a little too late. The Dull King did not distribute his superpowers to Aoki, and concentrated on preparing to move instantly. So this time the launch was fast. Wrapped in superpowers, the two disappeared instantly. Slowly came out of the red flame pine from the tent, and then knew that he was being tricked. The other party did not leave, but just kept hiding somewhere. After the lava team relaxed their vigilance, they fled again. The moment he saw Tenhao, who was wrapped in a lot of bandages, he was instantly furious. However, he did not know that Tenhao, who was still hesitant, had decided that he would not return to the Alliance under the interference of Oki. Tenhou did not have too much hatred for Kai Yan Song. He didn't mean to retaliate against the lava team. Now he has let go of all the burdens and everything has nothing to do with him. They opened their eyes again and appeared in the forest outside Meteor Falls. Tenhou placed the two elves in his hands on his waist. The fight didn't happen. It was the best for him. The elves did not fully recover. Oki remembered the red yellow energy crystal that he had grabbed from Chien Matsu before, and asked, "Yes. Do you know what the metal box that Chien Matsu held in his hand that day? Is he so precious?" Hearing Oki's question, Tenhou looked at Oki in surprise. Something strange appeared in the eyes, but after thinking about it, he said, "As your name, you should know that the lava team has been pursuing Gerudo." Oki nodded. "In fact, these are the secrets that Chien Matsu said at the time in order to attract me." Red Flame Pine and Water Indus were once residents of a village on a remote island overseas in the Fenyun area. The residents of this village believed in the gods of the earth and the sea, that is, Gulado and Gokar, in the village. In the shrine, these two energy crystals are stored. Red Flame Pine and Water Indus learned the legends about Gulado and Gokar from the village elders, and since then they have worshipped these two elves madly. It is just that Red Flame Pine feels that humans and many elves live on land, so they hope to use the power of Gurato to dry the sea, so that they can increase the living space of humans and elves. Water Indus feels that the number of living things in the ocean is the largest, and hopes to turn all the land into the ocean and return everything to nature. The two people's ideas have deviated. Tenhei recounted the past of some red flame pines and Shui Tong. What does that have to do with these two energy crystals? Oki asked. Tenhei continued. They learned from the elders of the village that the energy in these two energy crystals was passed down from the two great beasts of the past. When the two gods who had fallen asleep woke up, will come looking for these two crystals. The existence of these two crystals will make the two great beasts stronger. So, one night, Red Flame Pine and Water Indus stole the two crystals. When they came into contact with these two crystals, they witnessed the style of the two great beasts. It is because of these two crystals that they have the current ocean team and lava team. It can be said that the origin of both teams is on this. Kai Yan Song always said that he was the one chosen, in order to awaken the of the earth. Hearing Tenhei Oya's explanation, Oki understood the role of these two crystals. Before Red Fire Pine and Water Indus, someone sent me to Meteor Waterfall to investigate. Do you know why? It was they who received instructions from these two crystals. This time the lava team shot with the ocean team. It was not a coincidence, nor was Red Fire Pine and Water Indus saying good, but they both received the crystal meditation. Come over the instructions. This is the main reason I decided to steal the crystal from Aken's hand. Can Grado and Goku be faintly connected to these two energy crystals? Oki was slightly surprised. Is it silent for too long, hoping that Water Indus and Red Flame Pine find the indigo orb and scarlet orb to wake them up? Or is it pure and belongs to the personal feelings of Water Indus and Red Flame Pine? Or is someone else controlling it? Now that Red Flame Pine has lost this energy crystal, what will happen to the lava team in the future? Oki was curious. This is what I know. Before I can tell the old man, you can go back and help me. After that, Tenhei was going to leave. Are you really not going back? Oki asked. Tenhei's head didn't return, he waved. However, when preparing to start www.untilnovel.com, Tenhei stopped and asked without a thought, Oki, are you not just civilians, not just members of the Alliance? Hearing this question, Oki froze, with his back facing Oki Tenno. Although he didn't see Oka's expression, he felt it. I got the result I wanted. Thank you for your dream. If what I saw this time is exactly the same as what I dreamed of, I will come back and mix with you. Whether you are the League or the Rockets, wondering what other organization is, I want to see if you can do that. After that, I set foot on my bivalve Big Bird is too bad and disappeared into the night sky. After Tenhou disappeared, Oki laughed. Are you guessed a little? Just when you woke up, or earlier? but it's a good candidate. Fifth, more. Ask for a monthly pass, plus 410 for the rewards of the Joker's boss. Chapter 1171 Alliance Action. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Tenhei's departure was within Oka's plan. However, Oki was a little surprised that Tenhei had guessed his identity. Not very important, because his own heart has begun to shake. I believe he will come back to find himself after seeing something he wants to see but not. At that time, the Sky Team will add another general. This is why Oki values Tenhou most. Returned to the Alliance camp. After seeing Oki, a large number of people were relieved. Not only Oa and others who have a good relationship with Oki, but also the rest of the League trainers. Oki did not return for a long time, and the senior executives of the League were not in a good mood. They rushed into the Meteor Waterfall at any time and started to fight against the Lava Team and the Ocean Team. This scared a lot of League trainers. After all, the Meteor Waterfall is currently dark, and who knows what to face when rushing in. Fortunately, even if Oki is back, even if he wants to go to war, he doesn't have to go to war blindly. Upon learning that he was back, Genji immediately called everyone to a meeting within the main account. Oki, why have you been there for such a long time? Have you gained anything? Genji asked. The rest also looked at him. It's been almost 3 days, and if we don't come back tonight, we are really going to rush in. Hearing the problem of Genji, Oki nodded immediately, then scratched his head. It took a lot of time to find the Lava Team and the Ocean Team after entering, but I drew the map of the tunnel deep into the Meteor Waterfall. When that time we go deeper, we won't get a black eye, Oki said. All of a sudden, everyone made up for the reason why Oki spent so much time. Take it out soon, Genji said. If there is a detailed map of the Meteor Waterfall, it would be really good. Oki took out the communicator and displayed the map drawn on the chip. Of course, some of it was hidden by Oki. The location of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team is only roughly sketched by Oki, but it is not fully displayed. After all, these things are hard to explain. Okay, with this thing, we can prepare to take the initiative. A smile appeared on Genji's face. It still needs to be a little more cautious. Where you said aside. Genji nodded, and he knew that. Also, according to my observation, the Lava Team and the Ocean Team should have joined forces. They seem to be looking for something, because I was afraid to be found, so I did not dare to go further. Oki said again. When Yan said, Yuanzai frowned. Where did you find them? Originally thinking that Oki had only drawn a map, but did not expect to really find the location of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team. Oki nodded. The two teams are in a deeper position. We are actually useless here. I suggest that we can choose to go deeper. Here, there are 2 places here, and we can completely remove the lava. The team stopped in the middle of the ocean and came in to catch a puppet. Then, Oki pointed to 2 places on the map. These 2 places are not far from each other, they are relatively wide caves, and they are the only way for the Lava Team and the Ocean Team to go out. As long as the League can hold these 2 places, unless the Lava Team and the Ocean Team hard dig, they must pass here. Not too far together means they can soon support each other. The wide caves do not need to worry about being attacked, nor about collapse and other things. Are you sure? Who started? Oki took a glance at Boney, the king of the ice department. The two met many times, but this was the first time for a real exchange. Okay, you can enter slowly, and then find a few people to make sure that there are no ambushes on the road before the troops advance. What the Lava Team and the Ocean Team are looking for is unclear, but what can make them take such a big risk? What must be found here is definitely the key. I suspect it has a lot to do with those 2 elves. Those 2 elves. Everyone felt a little heavy. If it is found, there will indeed be many uncontrollable things. It seems that time is not on our side. Genji looked at the 2 places marked by Oki on the map and lost his thoughts. The crowd did not speak, waiting for Yuanzi's decision. He is now the chief commander of the Alliance Station. At this critical moment, he still has to make a decision. Okay, then act tonight. While it's not dark now, you should be ready to prepare. Genji thought for a while, weighed the pros and cons, and made a decision. Hanayuki and Bonnie, you two lead the two teams separately, and head towards Meteor Falls at night. Start assigning tasks. Yes, thousands of miles. Aoki, the two of you will follow these two main routes to enter, to make sure that the people behind will not be ambushed. Kianli and Aoki looked at each other. Yes, Ogo, Hibiscus, and Mikli. The three of you are in charge of assisting Kianli and Aoki, and exploring these branches to ensure that there are no lava and ocean teams left to prevent dumplings. Originally, the three of them wanted to talk, but Genji immediately arranged a task for them. Yes, some excitement. Be careful. All captains must ensure the safety of their team members. Yes, echoed. This alliance dispatched more than 300 people, of which 3 members of the 4 Heavenly Kings, one no less than thousands of miles away from the 4 Heavenly Kings, is equivalent to the 4 Heavenly Kings together. Aoki, Ogo, Hibiscus, Mikli, and 3 others, a total of 7 Emperor-level trainers. There are a total of 20 prospective King-level trainers, 80 elite trainers. The remaining everyone is led by these 80 people. The elite trainer is the captain, and the team has 3 members. All tasks and orders are directly delegated to the captain. Elite trainers form their own teams. Each team can consist of 2 to 4 people, and will be assigned tasks according to strength. Such personnel arrangements are in full accordance with the Alliance's wartime marching guidelines. In other words, this time the action of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team, the Alliance is completely regarded as a war. Everyone acts as war. Night falls. The Alliance begins. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki and Senri take the lead. They started before everyone else. Both of them are equivalent to scouts. Mr. Kianli, I have always wanted to ask for a question. Aoki and Senri were heading towards Meteor Falls. Oh, what is it? Kianli looked at Aoki with curiosity. For Aoki, Kianli has not thoroughly understood. However, because he learned from Yuanji last time that he valued Aoki very much, Kianli became interested in the person. Although it may be a bit bold, but I still want to ask, how can we let the ape evolve into a queen of leave and get rid of laziness? Aoki asked his most concern. First, ask for a monthly pass. Everyone is empty. Don't forget to give Hibiscus a praise ? L. Chapter 1172 Leave King Training Code. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. For Aoki's question, thousands of miles are not unexpected, because he is a trainer of general elves, and he is best at cultivating Ape and Leave King. He has a Leave King who can burst into full strength and is not affected by the laziness feature. This is no secret for the senior executives in the league. Many people have asked the question of Kianli, because there is no Leave King affected by laziness. The combat power that can erupt is really terrifying. But this is not so easy to imitate. If thousands of miles can really cultivate such a Leave King, isn't it invincible? It was only by chance that he cultivated one, and it is not the kind of Leave King that can erupt in combat power at any time. Only under certain prerequisites can the Leave King be unaffected, and this requirement is relatively high. He smiled 1,000 miles and didn't hide anything. Actually, I also cultivated by chance and coincidentally, and I still know a little about the principles. However, I think that people are thinking about how to get rid of the laziness of the Leave King, but they have never thought of cultivating along this characteristic. Laziness is the nature of the Leave King. Since he wants to be lazy, why not keep him lazy? Lazy to the extreme, maybe something will be reversed. Hearing thousands of miles, Aoki felt someone opened a window for himself. Yeah. Why do you have to let the Leave King change the laziness feature? Both himself and others are thinking that it would be nice if the Leave King could not be affected by the characteristics of laziness, so he would find some ways to make him no longer lazy. For example, let the sprites use the property swap to make the Leave King's characteristics become the characteristics of other sprites. But when an elf's laziness has penetrated into the bone marrow, how can it be possible to get rid of laziness? And laziness is the elven trait of the Leave King, so why not follow this trait to cultivate? Since he is lazy, you keep him lazy until it reaches the extreme. There will always be a rebound. So, Mr. Qianli, your Leaf King is also too lazy to be able to burst into full strength in a short time? Aoki asked. His eyes brightened. Asking somebody owns whole cards so blatantly is very impolite and crosses the line. But Aoki can't take care of it now. After all, the answer to the question is at hand. But thousands of miles did not feel anything. For so many years, has the League asked him little about the Leaf King? But besides him, has anyone cultivated such a Leaf King? No, not a few, but none. This made Qianli and the League feel that his theory was incorrect, because Qianli himself has never cultivated such a Leaf King again. In other words, he just cultivated a semi-finished product, which is his second Leaf King. If someone can now cultivate such a Leaf King again, it will be an affirmation and encouragement to him and to the League. Yes, when I started training the Leaf King, I never thought that would happen, but I just felt that since he wants to be lazy, let him stay lazy. Until one time, when I was on an alliance mission, I encountered a crisis and encountered a group of wild elves in a rage. At that time all my elves had lost their fighting ability, and only the Leaf King was left. So I took a try and summoned the guy who knew that it was only one last struggle, but it really became my life-saving straw. The Leaf King is not bound by laziness at all, and the erupting fighting force will completely repel all the wild elves. So I survived. Thousands of miles lied in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously, presumably also thinking of Wang Tanshan's attitude of asking for leave at that time. He continued, after the battle, the Leaf King slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he recovered. So I know how long the fighting time he can burst out is directly proportional to his laziness time, as if he is accumulating strength. The more he accumulates, the stronger it will burst out, and the duration will longer. Since then, I have begun to study the elves such as the Leaf King and the ape. It's just a pity that from then on, among the Leaf Kings I cultivated, only a semi-finished product appeared in front of me. The rest of the Leaf Kings were not different from ordinary Leaf Kings. Even if they cultivated along their laziness, the situation of the guy did not appear. Thousands of miles also booed. After more than 10 years of research, he didn't produce a second one. There must be another key, but this key was not caught by him. Semi-finished product. Aoki was curious when he heard such an adjective. Qianli laughed with a ridicule. It's just the one that is closest to that state. The strength and time that can be erupted are not fixed. It is not like my first Leaf King. The longer the laziness, the longer strong. He can only stay at least 3 minutes without being affected by laziness. After 3 minutes, he will return to the original state. This is his second Leaf King. Even if it is a semi-finished product, it is much stronger than the ordinary Leaf King. It is also because of these 2 Leaf Kings that he was able to get the attention of the League. Because of this, the combat power that he can explode is really terrifying. Even the explosive power in a short period of time, even if it is Genji, can only parry it, only because this explosive period is limited. Otherwise, even if thousands of miles are unwilling to undertake affairs, Adams will take him to the position of 4 heavenly kings, and even finally let him the meaning of being a champion. After hearing Qianli's explanation of the semi-finished product, Aoki asked again, since there will be semi-finished products, has Mr. Senri already seized the opportunity of the Leaf King to make such a change? Qianli groaned for a moment, as if it was a memory, and it seemed to be a little uncertain. I don't really have much confidence until now. At that time, shortly after I became a trainer, I subdued the lazy man. Later it evolved into a hyperactive ape, but my hyperactive ape is very active, has unlimited energy, and possesses considerable combat power. So I was thinking, if the ape is so strong, www.mentalnovel.com, why should it evolve? So I discussed it with my overactive ape to keep him from evolving. Afterwards, even when it was time to evolve, the overactive ape was forced to suppress, and each suppression was a torment for him. But after suppressing it once, the energy of the moving ape became more abundant. In the end, it couldn't be suppressed, and it evolved into the Leaf King. Therefore, the material must be reversed. After madly consuming energy, the Leaf King was particularly lazy. I was very guilty at the time, so I didn't force the Leaf King to quit laziness. Maybe the key is here. So according to this idea, cultivating a second hyperactive ape also kept him from evolving for a long time, but the final result was a deviation from what I thought, and in the end it was unsuccessful. After that, I carried out several trainings, but all failed. In the end, I found a possible decisive condition, but I can't determine it now. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1173 Pay 0 miles. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Crazy suppression, not evolution. The energy of the moving ape was gradually improved, and finally he couldn't suppress it, so that he evolved into the Leaf King. Aoki analyzed this feasibility. I didn't return to God until I heard the decisive conditions mentioned by Qianli at the end. What conditions? Aoki asked. When I was training the first King of Leaf, because I had just become a trainer, I suppressed it with me and the ape. But when I trained the second one, I became the owner of the Taoist Pavilion. With a certain amount of resources, I purchased the constant stone. I originally thought that this was the reason for the evolution, but then I discovered that it was not just that. If you want to suppress evolution, you must move the ape itself and cannot rely on foreign objects, because every suppression is a tempering of the spirit of the moving ape. Only if he has experienced mental training during the time of the moving ape, will he have the willpower in a short time after evolving into the Leaf King. Overcome the effects of laziness within. Do not change the stone. Say this. In fact, as long as the apes have evolved to become the Leaf King, let him suppress himself. After evolution, can he have the ability to temporarily suppress laziness? Aoki thought of the one he had conquered in the space of the Phoenix King. Isn't that true? Whether this is the case or not is actually my guess, because this requires a lot of willpower on the part of the ape. Even if you want to experiment, you can't see the results in a short time. The tests have not been worked out. The second one that I have high hopes for can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. There must be other factors affecting it, but I couldn't find it. Qianli said, slowly accelerating the pace of progress. Aoki also knew that he could not delay and speeded up his pace. So, after training to become a Leaf King, how can he improve his strength? Keep lazy to have explosive power and explosive time. Then can't it be trained? Hearing this question, Qianli laughed. Don't be affected by the inherent thoughts. Laziness returns to laziness, but the training should be carried out. Otherwise, how can such a combat force erupt? Only relative to other elves. When they are lazy, they need to be more attentive when they are training, and may need real-time supervision. Also, keep in mind, do not think of any special method to replace the lazy King of the Leaf King during training, such as using characteristics to exchange these skills. This will make them dependent, reduce their willpower, and when they finally want to break out, they cannot really break out. 1,000 miles admonished. After listening to this 1,000 miles, Aoki had some ideas on how to train his ape. Mr. 1,000 miles, isn't the longer the time spent by the apes suppressing, the higher the level of suppression, the stronger the combat power that can erupt after the evolution into the Leaf King, and the longer it will last. Aoki asked. Theoretically this is the case, but it also requires the trainer to intervene. Otherwise the elves themselves do not have this consciousness. Qianli nodded. Aoki's heart moved. Mr. Qianli, your Leaf King, before the evolution, what kind of strength does the ape have? There is nothing to hide from this. The Quasiking King Peak. My old guy and I have persisted until the Quasiking King Peak, and in the end it really can't be suppressed anymore. Only after evolution has the Quinking strength. Qianli admitted frankly. Aoki nodded. No more questions were asked. Is the Quasiking King Peak? It is indeed a hurdle, but the animal that he subscribed to has already possessed the strength of the Heavenly King. Does it mean that he actually has more and stronger possibilities? After the end of this mission, Aoki will further cultivate the elves, including moving apes. If you can, it's best to really cultivate a Leaf King like the thousands of signboard Leaf Kings, which will be a lot more energetic. Almost everything that should be known has been learned, and Kianli did not hide anything from himself. But he wasn't sure for the time being, so Oki's moving ape can only feel it slowly. But at least Aoki himself had a crosshair and a direction. By the way, Aoki, I heard that you passed the senior breeder assessment, the youngest senior breeder in history? Kianli asked with a smile. Aoki smiled and nodded. At this point, after he completed the assessment in front of so many people, he knew he couldn't hide it. But there was nothing he wanted to hide. I don't know if it is convenient for me to take a look at my Leaf King after this event is over. If I can, I would like to customize a set of advanced energy blocks. You can rest assured that all the processes are normal, Kianli said. The normal process is to pay a certain amount in advance, and then the breeder will judge the difficulty of customizing the energy block, collect the material fee, and then pay the final payment. And asking a senior breeder to customize energy blocks is not cheap. No problem, Aoki said. Customizing energy blocks is nothing for him, and being able to observe thousands of miles of the Leaf King up close, this is only good for him. In a big deal, he will not charge for the labor costs he has shot. For example, when making advanced energy blocks for Ogo and Girona, Aoki does not charge labor costs, but only collects material costs. However, Ogo is not like a bad guy, so every time I pay for the materials, I will give a lot more, even if it is labor costs. In fact, if it is not because of the high strength of Door's elves, the required material fee is not a small amount, and even if Aoki provides it for free, it is not a problem. Helping thousands of miles to make energy cubes is to make a good one. www.untlenovel.com. After a brief exchange between Kianli and Aoki, they didn't say much, but went all out. Soon came the mouth of the meteor waterfall. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Nothing happened along the way. Because they were in charge of the branch road, they did not act with them. On the way to Meteor Falls, they all left secret signs along the way, indicating that there were no problems and no ambush. I glanced in front of the Meteor Falls to make sure that there were no problems before entering. According to the map depicted by Aoki, they entered different forks at the same intersection. The two of them now not only need to ensure that there are no ambushes set by the lava team and the ocean team, but also all the wild elves along the way are scattered or defeated directly to ensure that the advance of the Alliance's troops will not be affected. Chapter 1174 Disputes for Welcome You. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. The surrounding wild elves are not strong. Leave the crustaceans and spurs to open the way. The two elves did not have much pressure to face these elves that were on the periphery of the Meteor Waterfall. Times of day. The Alliance successfully settled in Meteor Falls. The two open areas marked before Aoki were stationed separately. One is seated by Yuanzai, and the other is seated by Huiyu and Boni. The distance between them is not far, and they can be reached in a few minutes. Then the rest of the Alliance members, according to the previously divided team, one by one from the source of the task. One of the main tasks was to clear the wild elves in the tunnels around the camp and try to make sure there were no problems here. After learning from Oki's intelligence, after learning that the lava team and the ocean team were united, Genji reported the situation with Adams. Adams made an immediate decision and dispatched more than 300 Alliance trainers. In the second batch of League trainers, there are no masters of the Uranus level, but the number of quasi-Uranus levels is much more. This is the elite power of the League. These people are the standing forces of the Alliance, directly managed by the President of the Alliance in each region. It is the standing army of the Alliance. These people's ability to fight alone may be more general, but the team fighting is very strong, and the cooperation between them is quite tacit. Judging from the number of the Fenian Alliance's standing troops, the more than 600 trainers who have arrived this time account for almost a third of the total reserve. From here you can see how strong the alliance is. This is only a standing one. The troops managed and trained according to the military. Do not count the staffing in cities in Feniyun area. There is also the combat power of the Junshaw family, the Joey family and other large families. In addition to the 300 people sent from behind, some Joey and their elves accompanied her, and a temporary medical clinic was established in the camp to ensure the safety of the Alliance trainers and their elves. This time the Lava Team and the Marine Team's action. The Alliance is treating it as a military battle and facing it as a war. When Feniyun Alliance, a huge machine, acted thoroughly, it became clear how scary it was. In addition to leaving a defensive force at the Alliance headquarters, Adams also sent a portion of the standing force personnel to various cities, under the command of the unit, directly accepting Adams' call. Miss Junshaw in various cities, the Alliance Police Station, the City Road Museum and even the Alliance Search Officer, all serve this army. Adams was really angry this time, and anyone who dared to jump out at this time would be directly annihilated by thunder. Not only are the underground forces in those areas, but even the families in various cities, facing Adams burning in anger, they dare not touch the mold, restrain their family members, and prevent them from going out at this time. At first I thought it was the right time, but after the Alliance destroyed 3 small underground forces directly with the thunder, everyone was honest. The Sky City, where the team is located, also has Union troops stationed. The iron spinners who retired at home went to the front desk again. Fortunately, Rose and Pirate Brigade received orders from Oki a few days ago and immediately gathered the entire Sky team, not being seized by the League to take advantage of the opportunity. The city's black market has also chosen to temporarily close. Everything in the Feniyun area needs to make way for the Alliance. The unscrupulous approach of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team brought a series of chain reactions. The main battlefield of this battle was in a complex underground tunnel inside the Meteor Falls. Some people enter the Meteor Falls for the first time, and they don't know that the terrain here is so complicated. If there is an elevation picture at this time, all members of the Alliance in the Meteor Falls can be found, just like an ant, completing the tasks assigned by the headquarters in an orderly manner. This kind of wartime operation mode at this time is not only efficient, but also after the Alliance members have completed their missions, they can also obtain valuable mission points. For most people, task points are the basis for their future strength. The first task is to clean up the surrounding wild elves. There are also some who are responsible for expanding the channel connecting the 2 camps. At the same time, if possible, it is best to dig a huge artificial cave in the middle of the 2 camps, so that the Alliance can establish the resident in the middle, so there is no need to worry about being attacked by the Lava Team and the Ocean Team. Some more powerful people were sent out, and according to the map drawn by Oki, they went deep into the Meteor Waterfall to collect the information of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team. Prepare for war. All of the more than 600 members of the Alliance, under the command of the command, functioned like machines. A person such as Oki can perform tasks alone, and can go deeper and collect information. According to the authenticity of the information, there is still difficulty. The Alliance will divide the task level and points reward. As before, Oki went deep into the Meteor Falls alone, and mapped out an accurate map. He also learned that the Lava Team and the Ocean Team teamed up, and Genji put the task completed by Oki into ANS class. Various tasks, such as clearing the wizard, opening channels, and collecting intelligence, have been divided into task levels. Soon after the League entered, the Lava Team and the Ocean Team also noticed. Originally Red Flame Pine and Water Indus wanted to end soon, and they could not contact the Alliance without contacting the Alliance. But because it was much more difficult to find than they thought, they were eventually blocked by the Alliance. In desperation, Red Flame Pine and Water Indus can only send people to patrol in various tunnels to prevent people with alliances from approaching, and at the same time, they are ready to fight. Fortunately, before this operation, A large number of lava and ocean team members were transferred to prevent this situation. But things are not so simple. Just when lava and oceans were deadlocked with the League in Meteor Falls, what Adams had been worried about still happened. Originally, he sent people to forcibly suppress a few small forces that jumped out, which almost deterred the other local forces in Fenny-Yuen. However, there are always some people who are not in Fenny-Yuen area, and they have been watching the changes in Fenny-Yuen area with a timid eye. They are the Hunters Guild. Because of the last incident, the Hunters Guild was driven away by the Fenny-Yuen Alliance like a fly. But the ambition of the Hunters Guild has been exposed. They can't abandon such a big piece of cake in Fenny-Yuen area. Therefore, some leading cadres in the Hunter Guild led www.metalnovel.com into the Fenny-Yuen area in a grand manner. Some members of the Hunters Guild that had hidden in Fenny-Yuen area jumped out one by one. There are also some hunting groups that originally hunted elves and exchanged resources in the Hunters Guild for a living. They also jumped out, swept across the body. The lava team and the ocean team jumped out, just like a fuse, and the Hunters Guild became the flame that ignited the fuse. Underground forces throughout the Fenny-Yuen area became the bomb. With the exception of the Sky team, all forces are starting to move. Adams was in the League and could not dispatch himself. Can only be transferred with Genji back to Huayu, and there are 2 top-level seniors, plus the Junshaw family, Joey family and 3 chief search officers, deadlocked with the Hunters Association. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1175. Aoki Adult welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. A few days later, in the Alliance camp inside Meteor Falls, there are only Genji, Boney, Kianli, as well as Oki, Ogo, Furong, Mikli, and another Alliance king, a total of 8 kings with a strength of or above. Genji convened a few people for a simple meeting. It was agreed that it could not be dragged on any longer. Otherwise, it will not only give the lava team and the ocean team more time to find things, but also give the hunter guilds more opportunities outside. Silent for such a long time. The Hunters Guild, which has always made money and neutrality as the first element, has brought many people's subjective consciousness of inaction. When they really worked, they found that their strength was terrible. It is estimated that the current rockets will not have 100% trust in the Hunters Guild. Settle the matter here as soon as possible to resolve the Hunter Guild. As a result, the missions of the Alliance began to become more radical, and more missions to gather intelligence were also made. Today is the 4th day of the Alliance's entry into the Meteor Waterfall. Aoki took the elves alone to go deep, complete a distance of intelligence gathering, and clean up wild elves. Because the cleanup task has been going on for some time now, it needs to go deep to a certain degree before it is possible to encounter wild elves again. And these wild elves are a bit high. It may be a difficult task for others, but it is not difficult for Aoki. Crusted Dragon, Dragon Wave, Spurs, Salt Water. Aoki these days are mainly training crustaceans and sea spinosaurus. The growth speed of the 2 elves is also fast. The crustaceans have the help of the scale-tailed ankylosaurus, so the time to accumulate power passes quickly, which is faster than the energy accumulation of Shake-Era. The Sea-Thorn Dragon, after the evolution of the mohair, finally showed a certain combat effectiveness. The run-in degree with Aoki is also getting higher and higher. Wait a while, you may choose to let him complete the evolution. Boom! Just after the crustaceans and sea spinosaurus defeated the rumbling rocks encountered in several tunnels, they suddenly heard a huge roar, and the ground trembled slightly with it. Some falling stones above the tunnel were blocked by Aoki's own superpowers. Frown. It stands to reason that at this depth, members of the lava team and the ocean team should not be encountered, and there will be no wildly powerful elves of special strength. Extend superpowers. Look for sources of vibration. Put away the crustaceans and sea spinosaurus, summoned the Dragon King Scorpion, and directed him to rush to the tunnel in the direction of vibration. Not too far from what you are searching for. According to the scope of the task, There should also be several league teams around here. Oki controlled the Dragon King Scorpion to go all out. He had a map of his surroundings, and knew how to pass. 5 minutes later, when Oki arrived not far from the source of the shock, the superpower perception spread, and it was found that it was indeed caused by members of the Alliance. But they are not active, but passive. The two league teams, a total of 8 members, 2 Quasi-Heaven level trainers, and 6 Elite level trainers, suffered ambush attacks from the lava and ocean teams. The Alliance teams that can perform tasks in this depth are all elites. Staffing is much stronger. Unlike ordinary Alliance trainers, those who grew up in the greenhouse, these people are standing forces of the Alliance and often perform some dangerous tasks. Compared with ordinary underground cadres like the Rockets, their combat literacy is not inferior. At this time, debris was everywhere in the tunnel, and it clearly showed an explosive state. It was obviously in an ambush and was suddenly attacked by a buried bomb. That's why the roar heard by Oki. But the status of these 8 members is not very good. 3 members were completely unconscious, and with the support of the other 3 members, they slowly retreated. There were a few elves lying on the ground, and it was not known whether they had lost combat ability or had lost their lives. The captains had blood on their faces, still commanding his own elf, resisting the opponent's attack and slowly backing away. The other members, while supporting the unconscious members, were also directing the elves to fight, because now they are facing a total of 8 members of the lava team and the ocean team. The same as the squad mode. It's just that their captain is not a Quasi-King trainer, but a King-level trainer. All players are hovering at the level of Zuntanwang, and their overall strength is much stronger than the league. In addition, there are bomb ambushes, plus sneak attacks. The gap in strength is even more obvious. But the league players are able to persevere. It can be seen that their combat literacy has not been said. But in 5 minutes, they were almost at their limit, and all the elves were seriously injured. Captain, let's get rid of them as soon as possible. It wouldn't be good if someone came over again. This is, a female member of the ocean team said to his captain. The captain also felt very reasonable. Things can't be delayed. It is best to end as soon as possible. Captain McLee, let's get them resolved quickly, but there will be more trouble later. The captain of the ocean team suggested to the captain of the lava team, but the leader of the lava team smiled. Captain Kevin need not worry. The leader asked us to clean up these league investigation teams here. The purpose is to prevent the hands of the league from reaching too long. I guess the people in this area are almost of this strength. Just can attract a few more teams to come over and hit it all. Also elite members of the league, I am. Having said that, he also spit at the members of the Alliance at this time. Ha ha ha. Yes, Captain McLee's right. Let these league members dare to be so arrogant, give them some color to see. Yes, ha ha. Give them some color. Lava team members echoed, making McLee's arrogance even more unscrupulous. Gave Kevin a look, meaning, are you afraid? Captain Kevin of the Oceans frowned and didn't say much. I have to admit that McLee's words are a bit reasonable, and he is just cautious. At this time, you can't humiliate the Marines, which makes him feel timid. But it still accelerated the speed of commanding operations. The 2 league captains are hard to resist. Everything is presented in Oki's perception of superpowers. Suddenly his face went down. Boom! Exclamation mark. Under the command of Oki, the Dragon King Scorpion directly blasted the rock wall between the 2 tunnels. McLee and Kevin were immediately attracted. I saw a piece of dust on the original hard rock wall, and a figure could be seen dimly. A cold voice came out of the hole, bullying and bullying. Let me see what you are capable of. After that www.mtlnovel.com Oki standing on the back of Dragon King Scorpion threw out a few elven balls. Class include Chamo, Scared, Flower. There are 6 elves, including Bongila, Bosco Dora, Gulam, Flaming Chicken, Madam Huiji, and Dragon King Scorpion under Oki's feet. Master Oki, Grown-ups. After seeing who got out of the dust, The two captains and several members of the league who were not in a coma suddenly became very happy. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 510 to the rewards of the Joker's boss. Chapter 1176. In the appearance of Oki gave the two teams a sunny day after the rain and finally saw the joy of the rainbow. Miss Huiji, grass, green grass field. Heal them. Oki said to Mrs. Huiji, nodded towards the two captains' approval. Being able to persist for 5 minutes under the attack of two Tanwanga-level trainers, or being attacked, the League Elite deserves this title. Seeing the arrival of Oki and the grass field on the ground, the three players who were still awake, but exhausted, collapsed to the ground. After receiving treatment from Mrs. Huiji, some of the more obvious injuries on her body quickly recovered. Call your elves back, Mrs. Huiji will give them emergency treatment. Oki spoke slowly and walked to them. The captains' expressions were also a little excited. One of the captains said, Master Oki, there are many of them. Let us help you, shouting at an adult who was significantly smaller than himself. They didn't feel anything unacceptable. Instead, it was very smooth. The appearance of Oki, they are almost safe today. Hearing his words, Oki shook his head. A glance at the injuries on them, as well as their elves who suffered different injuries. Now, immediately, take your elf for treatment. Here I take over, this is an order. Oki looked serious and his words were very tough. But the two captains loved this command. Regardless of his injuries, he immediately saluted and shouted in unison, yes. So they commanded their elf, and they limped to each other and sat down on the grass field. The number of elves has increased. For Mrs. Huiji, there is not much pressure. With both hands waving, the green and clear energy on the grassy field appears faster, blended into the wounds on trainers and elves, helping them recover quickly. The appearance of Oki made members of the lava team and the ocean team a little dare to act lightly for a while. They were staring at them because of Bangla. As long as they dare to take any action, they will definitely attack directly. Oki comforted several people and came to the elves. Looking not far away, the 8 members of the lava team and the ocean team. 2 squads. Did they join forces? Roki, shouted Claire, captain of the lava. Oki frowned. What? You still know me? Hearing Oki's acknowledgement of his identity, whether it was a member of the lava team or the ocean team, the original vigilance disappeared and it turned into crazy greed. Captain Kevin of the ocean team put out his tongue and gently licked some dry lips, grinning and said, it's really you, your head value is not low. The return of Quain and Huokon last time told about the role played by Oki in it, and the Alliance has always promoted the rich twins. Cheyenne Matsu and Shuatong did not despise him. And a reward is given, and anyone who can win the head of Oki can get a huge reward. This kind of reward, even McLean and Kevin trainers, are very excited. After hearing that, Oki laughed and pointed at his head, saying, I have the ability here, so let's take a look. After speaking, changing faces faster than flipping through the book, and the expression is instantly cold. Even if there were 2 trainers on the opposite side and 6 trainers between the level of the Quasar King and the elves, it did not affect Oki. 2 people who aren't even formal kings. Poacher dog. Bangla, raise the dust. Oki said to Bangla. Class. Hearing that, Bangla, who had been suppressing her characteristics, immediately let go of control. It's underground, with rubble and dirt everywhere. Under Bangira's control, sand was drilled from the cracks in the gravel and from the dirt. It was almost a blink of an eye, and Huangsha permeated the entire tunnel. Only the place where Madame Huaji was behind was avoided. Boss Ghidorah and the monster were not affected by the sand. The armor of the Dragon King Scorpion was very hard. Even if Huangsha swept the body, he did not cause much damage to him. The blazing flames were rising from the flaming chicken, and a layer of golden flames wrapped him. Before the sand was close to him, he first experienced the bake of the flames and then hit him. The damage he could do was not great. Under the active control of Bangala, the yellow sand is getting bigger and bigger, so that several members of the lava team and the ocean team can hardly see Oki not far away, and can only see a few vague figures. The elf of the two captains were okay. Although the sand was very painful to beat on the body, they were still able to persist, but those players did not have this strength for them. The wild sands of Bangla are like a big wave of sand, sweeping away the weak and leaving the strong. The original quantity advantage suddenly disappeared. Focus eyes exude a faint blue halo, and superpower perception and ECG sensing are turned on at the same time. The sandstorm did not affect him. www.mtlnovel.com commanded the operation by means of electrocardiogram induction. After the mad sand was completely up, Bangla and Boscadora rushed into the sand together. Bang bang! The loud footsteps were accompanied by the sound of a fist colliding with a bone. In this environment, it is the home of Bangla and Boscadora. Under the command of Oki, the two elves had different energy fluctuations on their fists. Shoot against those weak elves first. Almost always one punch, without exception. Not many elves can bear Bang-Ira's punch. There are giant marsh monsters and flame chickens, too. With their current strength, the opposite is not a hierarchy at all. The Dragon King Scorpion drilled directly into the ground and shot at the elves from below. It was a one-sided battle. Gather up. Give me all together. Don't be crushed one by one! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Maclay, who responded, shouted at this moment. It was only a moment before his mouth opened, and his mouth was filled with a lot of yellow sand. The overwhelmed lava team members and the ocean team members approached the two captains. Only after this approach, it was discovered that 8 people and nearly 50 elves lost more than half. Except for the two captains' elves, which are still intact. The elves of the others have been defeated 7 or 8. Maclay and Kevin looked very ugly. Doesn't that mean that Oki's strength is not strong? Doesn't it mean that he is a breeder and he is not capable of fighting? Fuck him. Maclay and Kevin spun through their heads, wondering how they could fight back. First more, ask for a monthly pass. Free friends help hibiscus praise. Thank you? L. Chapter 1177 Homesick. In the face of this situation, in the end it still depends on Kevin of the Marines. Water Elf Trainer, the Mosquito Coil Warrior, Iron Lobster, Megalodon. Use surfing around. Kevin ordered to his elf. Hearing the order of his trainer, the 3 elves acted immediately. Rich water-based energy hovered under their feet. Seeing his captain's actions, the 3 members of the ocean team immediately let their elves use water skills. The purpose is very simple, that is, to increase the humidity of the sand through the interference of water, so that the sand can no longer fly. The gravel passing through their cheeks made a mark on their faces. Eyes could not be opened for a short time, but after the surfing currents and the infusion of water skills, the sandstorm did slow down. Seeing the effect, members of the ocean team immediately showed joy. As long as the sandstorm disappears, they will not be so passive. But the facts tell them that there is actually no difference between sandstorms. In the face of them, the main role of the Bongeese sandstorm is to clean up some elves who can stand their strength. Don't waste too much time. Even if the members of the ocean team spurted water in a frantic way at the end, Bangla was able to control the dry sand and stun several weaker elves first. If Oki feels necessary, there is a steady stream of sand in the soil. The rate of output is much faster than the speed at which they wet the sand. It's just that the remaining elves are not simple sandstorms to solve, and it takes too much time. In such a thick sandstorm, the Flaming Chicken and Dragon King Scorpion will also be affected. Might as well just be positive. So when the other party thought it was effective, it was Oki that made Bang-Ira not need to continue to absorb sand. Enough. It has become the main battlefield. The sandstorm faded away. Just when the 2 captains thought they could do their best, the 2 giants, Bangla and Boscadora, were already in front of them. Have you seen a big punch in the sandbag? Bangla has studied with the ape for a while, although it is not like turning every joint in the body into a weapon. But he can exercise a limb that can obviously be used into a weapon. For example, The tail. Now Bangla is found. The place where the most powerful body is in the tail is the tail. A stream of water flew across the tail, and the swept elf was either killed or injured. Boscadoro is even more frightening. Since mastering the skill of lightening the body, he is no longer the strong shield but slow-moving meat shield. Just ask, has the whole body surrounded by metal armor? Has anyone seen the rampant Iron Cow? Boscadoro relied on his hard-headed character to maximize the ability of the double-edged hammer. No matter what elves are on the other side, no one can hold on to being hit by Boscadoro. As for the flame chicken, he had a different approach from Bagheera and Boscador. The elegant movement and flexible body make the opponent almost unable to catch his whereabouts, and the flame chicken will become faster and faster with the length of the fighting time. Often only he can attack the opponent, but the opponent has no way to take him. The problem is that the flame of the flame chicken is not acceptable to everyone. The Lava Team's Spitfire Camel believes that it is also a fire elf, and has a good defense, and can face the flame of the hard steel flame chicken. But Flamingo taught him a lesson. What is called the gap between flames, relying on the G thoughts and inch strength ideas taught by Aoki, 4 or 2 pounds of force. A flame punch. Not only did the Spitfire Camel fly with extreme self-confidence in its own tonnage, it glides on the ground for a distance of 3 or 4 meters, but also left a perfect mark on a hump of the Spitfire Camel. A jet black looks like a scorched fist print. The Spitfire Camel lay on the ground painfully and tried 3 times and failed to stand up. He felt that his entire hump should be abolished. Giant marsh monster. The way he fights now is very simple. Earth Blast Hammer. He has successfully integrated the arm hammer and the power of the earth into every attack. If you hit high sometimes, you can replace earth power with an earthquake. Not only is it more powerful, it also has a range of attacks. However, there is not much space here, and it is easy to cause accidental injury by using an earthquake, so he is not often used. The final Dragon King Scorpion felt as if he had not been inserted into their battle. Not because the Dragon King Scorpion is weak, but because the Dragon King Scorpion is too strong. He somewhat looks down on those opponents who are dragged into the air by Bangla and treated as toys. Too weak. Not even the power to deal with the 4 elves of Bangla, let alone him. Therefore, the Dragon King Scorpion abandoned the battle after drilling into the sand and simply killing an elf of a Lava Team member in a simple triple attack. Skimming his mouth came to the sound of Aoki. No way, there are too many monks. Aoki also knows the idea of the Dragon King Scorpion. Now he is on the verge of breaking through the senior Heavenly King level, and needs a strong opponent to make a whetstone. Not these terrestrial tiles. Gently patted the Dragon King Scorpion's arm. www.untlenovel.com motioned him to be calm and not impatient. This war with the lava and ocean teams has just begun, and there is always a chance for him to play. Muttley of the lava team and Kevin of the ocean team looked at the majestic Bangla. Their faces were ashamed. Their elves, facing the elves of Aoki, did not have much resistance at all, and it was a one-sided slaughter. Watching Bangla and Boscador punch, they were able to beat their elves in a horrible manner. Do not move. Neither the defense nor the attack is a hierarchy. As for the flaming chicken, it was too much, and they were not touched during the whole process. Their elves were being beaten. The worst thing was the Spitfire Camel. He only provoked the flaming chicken a little and was targeted. At this point, the 2 volcanic hump-like hump of the camel came out swollen. Do you know what it feels like to have 2 huge black buns with a black flame and a scorched camel? Spitfire came to tears. The flaming chicken was complacent about its masterpiece. The only thing that could be harmed was the giant marsh monster, who was chaotic like a lunatic. Yes, it can indeed cause harm, and harm can also see results. But the cost of damage to the monster is too high. This giant marsh monster didn't know what had been struck. His fist, trapped with yellow energy, was scrambling everywhere. Any elves who encountered it were bombed. At this time, there are no marks on the tunnel wall, which is caused by the monster. 4 elves. With just 4 elves, they destroyed nearly 50 elves. Mom, I miss home. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1178. The name of Oki. 8 Lava Team and Ocean Team members. 2 teams. Oki defeated all their elves with the power of destruction. The members of the Oki Battle Alliance looked at each other from behind. This is the strength of the genius of the League. With such a genius, the Alliance is guaranteed to be stable again for 100 years! Several people gradually recovered their basic mobility under the treatment of Mrs. Huiji. The trauma was almost recovered, and the remaining internal injuries could only be returned to Miss Joy. The 3 of them, who were in a coma, are now awake. Looking at Oki standing in front of me, and then hearing the companion's notifications, he was instantly calm. But with it came bitterness. They were attacked this time. Although they survived, the elves suffered heavy losses. The average difference is only 1 or 2 elves killed, and more serious, there are 4 or 5 elves who have lost their lives in order to protect themselves. This is a huge blow for them as trainers. A person's strength almost lost 770. However, it is gratifying that Oki helped them revenge. These days, I have earned a lot of points. I can train a few more elves, plus the Alliance's compensation measures. As long as I invest some time, I can still regain my strength. It takes a lot of time. This time is very valuable for young people like Oki who are on the rise. For them, time is not so important. Just losing the companion made them feel the pain. Are they almost recovered? Oki asked, looking at them. Yes, immediately. The 8 members of the Alliance stood up immediately from the ground, saluting a salute, with strong respect in their eyes. Oki nodded when they saw their spirits were pretty good. Are you strong? Tie them all up and take them away. Oki sighed. Hearing the words, the 8 members looked at each other. Yes. Having said that, with the elf who has a certain degree of action, he tied the 8 lava team and marine team captains, including 6 team members. Take down the elven that are empty around their waists, and put away all the elves lying on the ground. Most of them lost their coma and passed out, but some of them lost their lives. In the face of this situation, a few of them didn't say anything. This was war, and death and injury were inevitable. They were all killed by so many elves from the lava team and the ocean team. What about Oki when they killed the opposite one? They are the standing forces of the Alliance, and the death of the elves has not been seen once or twice. Not taken seriously. Can you act? Oki asked, watching them tie up each other. The 2 king-level captains are divided according to the strength of the lava team and the ocean team. At least this is already a cadre. Although it may be a lower-level cadre, I definitely know a lot of hidden things. Take it back and ask a lot of key things. No problem, Master Oki, said one of the captains. Although his elf was not badly injured, his basic combat power has been restored under the full treatment of Mrs. Huiji. A human being, if it is not a person with special abilities, or a special occupation such as a combatant, generally does not have much resistance against the elves. Then you are responsible for pushing them back. Oki finished, ready to leave with his elf. Master Oki, wouldn't you come back with us? The other captain asked. Catch the 2 cadres, but this is a great contribution. Oki did not choose to go back now. Oki waved his hand. I guess there are still some assault squads of the lava team and the ocean team. I have a better understanding of the environment here and see if I can meet again. After speaking, what did I think about? I took 2 bottles of potion from my pocket and threw them at a few people. This is my peculiar potion. If someone can't hold on, just give him a drink and stick to the camp. You can go now. Then he disappeared into the tunnel with his elf. 2 captains and 6 players saluting Oki far away until he disappeared completely. This time the lava team and the ocean team really did their best. The goal was to assault various teams in the league. The purpose is very simple. That is, they don't want to stretch their hands for this long, give themselves some buffer time, and find what they need as soon as possible. This time, the lava team and the ocean team sent 2 cadres respectively. with a group of men as sharp-knifed troops. There are also some parachutist-level captains who also bring some men in charge of harassment. This configuration is absolutely foolproof in the view of Red Flame Pine and Water Indus. Not to mention how many league teams can be solved. At least it can let the league vote against each other, and dare not go any further. It was only when the mission time was over and when the personnel returned. The faces of Chien Matsu and Shui Wutong were very ugly. Nearly half of the loss of personnel will not be said, and they are considered acceptable for this loss. After all, the league is not expected to be better, it must have explained a lot of people. However, a team of 2 Cardas failed to return. The loss of 1 Heavenly King Carda is still a lot for the Lava team and the Ocean team. Not only that, but the remaining 2 Cardas who came back alive, their team members did not return, and the situation of the elves was severely lost. What happened? Chien Matsu asked with a frown. Boss, at the beginning our mission was very smooth. The team dispatched by the Alliance was not our opponent. But I did not expect that a person suddenly emerged from the tunnel. The strength was very strong. The 2 of us also paid a great price, only reluctantly escaped. The Lava team's Cardas were dusty, and explained with some trembling. Shui Wutong's expression was like eating someone. How difficult is it for their marine team to train a Carda? Some people originally did not have the talent and potential to reach the level of the King of Heaven www.mentalnovel.com, but they were pulled up by them, and the resources spent were countless. The Lava team and the Ocean team, the 2 underground forces have been quiet for so many years, did not come out to engage in things, is to develop in secret. All the resources earned, in addition to some basic consumption, is used to enhance the strength of their men. Only then did so many Cardas appear. Every Carda is a valuable asset. At present, no benefit has been obtained, and the battle with the Alliance has not yet started, and 2 have been lost. 2 other people seem to be returning alive, but the losses are not small. Oki Marine Team Cardas said daringly, losing to people who are so younger than themselves and still being crushed is a bit of a loss. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1179 Turmoil. Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. Oki Chien Matsu and Shui Wutong face each other. They certainly knew who Oki was, because they attach great importance to this person, and they also offer a high reward. You don't need to know, they must have mistakenly estimated Oka's strength, which led these Cardas to rush forward without any thought in order to get rewards. What is his strength now? Chien Matsu asked. It should be the official king. The Carda of the Lava team hesitated. Already an official king? Increase the reward again, and mark his strength. Those who do not have the strength and grasp can run away when they encounter the other party. Red Flame Pine said again. Hearing Red Flame Pine's words, Shui Wutong did not object. At the official Heavenly King level, this level, even in the Ocean team, not many people have reached it, has already entered the ranks of the strong. But the 2 wastes were caught by them. Now our detailed layout and personnel relationship must have been exposed on the table of the Alliance, and we must be ready for a full-scale war at any time. Kai Yansong said, my people have told me that the Feneyuan Alliance is too busy now, and they will not have a lot of staff here. Because their Hunters Guild also started, they were not willing to give up such a big piece of cake in Feneyuan area. The best case is that we drag it on, and it will be the Alliance that can't last. As long as we find something, when we want to leave or fight, it's up to us. Water Indus said in a chair lightly. Although the Water Indus looks like 5 big and 3 thick, but the thick is fine, otherwise it is impossible to develop the Ocean team to this level. As long as we can find things early, then there will be a Hunters Guild to do us a dead ghost. Kai Yansong also said. After a short pause, he continued, the transmission device has been installed, so that the Cardas left behind can collect supplies quickly. If they can buy the finished elves, they will all be bought. According to the current situation, friction will not be small, and it is necessary to maintain due combat power at all times. Everyone who completes the mission and gets the merit is allowed to exchange various materials and elves. All the exchange prices 30% off. Hearing that all members are happy, reduce the consumption of 30% exchange points. As long as they can survive this incident and not cause too much loss, everyone can improve their strength by 1 level after the incident. Compared to the good lava team members, this is a huge gamble. After winning, they will fly to Huangtengda and lose nothing. But joining the lava team and the ocean team is, for many, a gamble. Now the opportunity is soaring. How can we not be excited? Water Indus did not object to Chai-in Matsu's words. After such a long silence, the stored resources should be enough to cope with this war. Both danger and opportunity. The purpose of him and Chai-in Matsu is very simple, that is, to find 2 orbs, so as to be able to contact the 2 great beasts. The purpose of the birth of the ocean team and the lava team is just for this. So even if it costs the entire organization, they will do it. At this time, the views and opinions of Shui Wutong and Chai-in Matsu were surprisingly consistent. The other side, Alliance Camp, in the general conference room, Genji sat in the first seat and looked at the 2 documents in his hand. One is a list of casualties caused by the lava team and the marine team's counterattack. Another is from the cadres of the 2 teams to get information about the personnel distribution of the lava team and the ocean team at this time, as well as the strength and number of all their members. Genji's expression was dignified. This time, the lava team and the ocean team really have to be at all costs. Except for the individual members who stay behind, it is almost equivalent to going out of the nest. The situation was more serious than he expected. Genji glanced at the people sitting at the conference table and compared their strengths. Huiyu and the 2 Heavenly King members were transferred back, which has a great impact on the current combat effectiveness of the camp. In the end, Genji stayed on Oki with a gratifying smile. Oki, thanks to you this time, otherwise the loss will be much more serious. The counterattack of Chai-in Matsu and Shui Wutong is really fierce. But we lost a lot, and they lost even more. We also got all the information we wanted to know, which is good. This time, I will give you the promotion to S level. Counting the last time, Oki has already received 2 Sleeville mission rewards. After hearing from Genji, Oka's expression was still very serious. This time I still respond slowly, otherwise I can save more people and not let the other 2 cadres escape. 2 cadres escaped from Oka's hands, which made him a little uncomfortable. But there is no other way. The other party would rather the elf sacrifice, but also run away, and the latter 2 were not as arrogant as the 2 they met for the first time. After Oki showed a little strength, he resolutely chose to retreat. This time the league lost a lot, losing 4 teams, a total of 16 people, and 7 or 8 teams were seriously injured, and the elves were also very serious. It is estimated that they can only fight for logistics in the next period. You have done well enough. And we did not expect that their response would be so fierce. Now that we know your strength, it is estimated that you will not take any shots later. You must have a lot of confidence in your shots. You must be careful. Road. She was also somewhat surprised at the strength that Oki showed. However, from the mouth of the people arrested, the lava team and the ocean team should have built a teleporter in the depths. Someone outside them was collecting materials for them. It is estimated that they will fight us for a long time, but our backup is not enough. You should have also heard that the of the Hunters Guild also shot. Someone took the lead, and the jumping beam clowns in each town came out one by one. Now the alliance is deadlocked, and the protracted war is not what we want to see. If they find what they are after, it will be a major blow to the league. So I decided to speed up the exploration and strive for a frontal collision with them. During this time, you need to run more in front to try to ensure the progress of the exploration task. Later, I will also increase the reward of the exploration task accordingly. www.mtlnovel.com said Yuan Zai. Everyone heard Genji's words and had no objection. The strength of the alliance is very strong. But now there are too many people and things jumping out, and it is not easy to want to suppress them all. All the pavilions and alliance police stations in various cities, including the search officers, have all been dispatched. Except for the private strength of those families, almost all of the alliances can be sent. Adams did not want to requisition the private power of those families, because after the end of the matter, there must be enough benefits for these families. Although the alliance is somewhat passive, it has not yet reached this level. As long as this incident can be passed through, Fenuyunaria will not talk about it completely. At least there will be a long period of time. Fourth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1180. Wave at Oki? ? Welcome you. Please remember the address of this site, mobile phone reading, so that you can always read the latest chapter of the novel The Dark Rise of the Elves. After the emergency meeting, Oki returned to his makeshift tent. Because of his special status, he can set up a tent one by one. Next to him is Ogo. But this time he didn't go and exchange ideas with them, but went back to the tent alone. They didn't bother him, they just thought it was so busy fighting back and forth during the day, and a little tired. But in fact, after returning to the tent, Oki used superpowers to create a barrier to block the sound, and dialed the communication number of Rose at the base of the Sky Team in Zijing City at this time. The communicator is switched on. Master, Rose's respectful voice sounded. How are you? Oki said lightly. According to your instructions, we did not participate in the so-called Feast of the Underground Forces, but we did our part honestly. After a period of inspection, the Alliance seemed to be more at ease to us. Nothing specifically targeted was done. We are ready to open the black market again, and our losses during this time are still not small. Rose simply reported the information. After hearing the report, Oki liked Rose's way of doing things and obedient personality. Underground forces, such a secondary thing, really needs someone to take care of it. The black market is indeed open. The Alliance's attention will not be on us, but during this time, you will double the price of all the supplies and the fairies sold, or more, and then wantonly converge those rare materials sold at low prices. Pay attention to the movements of members of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team who are operating in the dark. Anything that is sold off can be bought back at a low price. The best thing is to trade things, lower their prices and raise our prices, Oki said. Hearing Oki's words, Rose suddenly understood. It seems that the Lava Team and the Ocean Team are ready to fight the attrition war with the League, and their Sky Team can make a lot of money in this period of time. Making war money. At this time, some necessities materials, and those finished spirits formed by strength, are definitely very high in value. The premium is entirely reasonable. In the past, they were worried that selling them at such a high price would suffer retaliation from the Lava Team and the Ocean Team, but now they are obviously unable to protect themselves, so there is still time to take care of the Sky Team. Yes. So Rose agreed with excitement. Also, you should always pay attention to the movement of the Alliance. It is estimated that the small forces will take the lead in the next period and be ready to accept. I have only one request. So I want nothing. Oki emphasized another thing. Yes, rest assured. Of course Rose knew how to do it. Watching the Sky Team become a little stronger, she now has a position similar to that of a big housekeeper, and her status will rise to higher levels in the future. If the Lava Team and the Ocean Team were hit hard by the League this time, maybe the Sky Team really has a chance to rise. That's it. If you have any special circumstances, please report to me at any time. After that, Oki hung up the phone directly. With the determination of his main direction, the Sky Team, which had been silent, started to operate at once. Rose's orders and tasks were issued, and the Sky Team, a small and large machine, was started. If there is enough nutrient absorption, maybe there is really a chance to be a giant monster. Finished the phone call with Rose, Oki waved the energy hood and sat on his bed. This incident is an opportunity both for themselves and for Ogo and others. Cultivating elves is not enough just for training. After fighting so many games today, I can clearly see that the fighting skills and proficiency of the elves are improving. The level of training that originally required 3 days to be able to improve, in combat, it may be just a battle, you can instantly improve. Creatures such as elf are magical creatures that grow up in battle. The birth of the profession of trainer is only to shorten the growth of elf and make them grow better. The trainer and the elves are a complementary combination, giving back to each other and growing. So if there has been such a fight, Aoki is still very supportive. It was just that he had some contradictions in his heart, because he knew exactly what the lava team and the ocean team were looking for. Also know what will happen after they find this thing. On the one hand, I hope to see the legendary beasts Gulado and Goka, and see how their strength can reach. On the other hand, they are afraid of things getting out of their control. In the original timeline, the lava and ocean teams would not find the indigo orb and the scarlet orb so early. Now the chain reaction of this little butterfly has had a great impact. What makes Aoki the most uncertain is the appearance of the so-called divine religion. This is the first time that Aoki feels that the events that follow are about to completely escape from his known scope. But if you think about it for a while, things are no longer under his control. He is just a fish that looks a little bigger in the long river and can only follow the waves. So later, the League and the Lava team and the Ocean team started a tug-of-war. The League has always been the active side, and the Lava and Ocean teams have become passive defenses and resistances. In this tug-of-war, both sides have losses. However, in this aspect of the League, the fame of Aoki, Ogo, Furong and Mikli began to sound. Even the Lava team and the Ocean team, when they meet the four of them, they must choose to do their best. Especially Aoki, he himself is very experienced in this kind of actual combat, so he can grow and become famous faster than Ogo and they. When encountering the three of them, the Lava team and the Ocean team need to consider the importance of the task, and choose to continue or give up. But when encountering Aoki, all members can give up the task unconditionally, and the failure of the task cannot bear the consequences. Originally called Aoki, Wave Aoki. This is the result of this time Aoki hit. Because they met Dou and others, although they were strong, they were not so good at actual combat. But Aoki is different. Once you fight with him, you not only need to command the elves, but you also need to guard your personal safety at all times. Such a battle freed Oka's true fighting style. Regarding Oka's current fighting methods, Genji not only did not oppose and raise doubts, but even felt that Oka's growth rate is fast. www.mentalnovel.com is a person suitable for actual combat. Among the members of the Alliance, there is a growing call for Aoki to become the new four heavenly kings. Because Aoki not only fierce fighting, but also because he saved many people. Almost everyone in the camp now has received Aoki's help, and everyone will salute and show respect when they see him. It can be said that in addition to Genji and Bonnie, Aoki's personal reputation has reached its peak. Anyone who relies on his strength will respect him. Moreover, Aoki is also a breeder, and there are group like Mrs. Huiji, who can not only rush on the front line, but also help the real logistics. How can such a person make others disrespect him? Fifth, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 610 to the rewards of the Joker's boss. Don't forget to like it. Thank you Wanshan Knight Emperor for your reward. Chapter 1181. After breaking alone 1 week, the League and Lava and the Oceans have been deadlocked for another week. But this week, it's not just deadlock. The Alliance finally extended the route of exploration to not far from the Lava team and the Marine team. During this time, the Alliance fought with them hundreds of times. From a small team to a small team, even Yuanzai almost shot and fought Chai Matsu and Water Indus, almost bursting into a full-scale battle. Finally, because the Lava team and the Ocean team were unwilling to face the League, they chose to retreat. And the Alliance also has some weak points in the high-end combat power, cannot be forced to chase, otherwise it is easy to ambush. So after just a touch, both sides are tacitly separated. But a week has passed, both for the League and for the Lava and Oceans teams. So the final battle is definitely getting closer. because the lava team and the ocean team have not found the indigo orb and the scarlet orb until now. They have all found them within their control. If you want to continue to look for, you need to look outside, look up, but now it has become the League's scope of activity. Therefore, after a period of discussion with Red Flame Pine and Shuatong, they decided to fight. The premise that they can be so calm and dragged by the Alliance is that the Alliance is understaffed and lacks skills to take care of them, and ensure that things can be found slowly in the depths of the Meteor Waterfall. But a week later, the situation changed a bit. Some small forces jumping around in various towns in Fenyun have been wiped out by the Alliance little by little. In this way, the Alliance's manpower will gradually increase, and the pressure on them will increase. Also, things are indeed deep, but not as deep as they think. Collisions are inevitable. Alliance Camp. In the past 2 days, the range of activities of the lava team and the ocean team has gradually increased, and their counterattacks have become increasingly fierce. I don't think it will take a long time to start a full-scale battle. You must be prepared first, the person below the circle said. Aoki nodded. Regarding the current situation, they can also see very clearly, that is to see them and the lava ocean team, who can't hold back first. During this time, patrols have been intensified. Aoki and Ogo, the 4 of you will take care of more, Genji said to the 4 Aoki. Now that the 3, Ogo, Furong and Mikli, Genji can rest assured that they will give them some difficult tasks. Therefore, the battlefield is the place where one can exercise most. As for Aoki, Genji was more at ease with him than with Bonnie. Once the lava team and the ocean team set a trap, the bonfire and the tide took the other 2 Kadas to ambush Aoki, but Aoki escaped. Even if Bonnie was in such an ambush, she would not be able to escape. Once again, Aoki's life-saving ability is definitely one of the best in the League. The name of King Pao Pao not only resounds through the League, even the lava team and the ocean team agree. With Aoki's superpowers and the Dull King, with the special method blessing, the instant movement ability can almost achieve instantaneous. Pink glitter also became a nickname for Aoki. Don't talk about the golden glitter squinting smile. It is precisely this time that Aoki's reputation in the League officially surpassed the 3 of Ogo. No one is dissatisfied with the strength of Aoki. According to Genji's task, Aoki went deep again. After so many days of exploration, the tunnel here has long been eaten by the Alliance. Now they go deeper, hoping to understand what the lava team and the ocean team are looking for. All the wild elves in these tunnels were also cleared, so the speed is much faster. Aoki went straight to the junction with the other side's range of activity. There are a lot of sentry posts here. As soon as someone crosses the border, they will be able to alert in time to allow the Alliance to react. Aoki and the people in the sentry greeted each other slightly, and entered the range of activities of the lava team and the ocean team. These sentries did not have any surprise. Aoki did not do this once or twice. Master Aoki is really young and hasn't arrived yet at the age of 18. I have a cousin who looks good and has a good personality. I don't know if I have the opportunity to climb high branches, said one of the Ondati sentries. The other person felt sympathetic when they first heard it. Why did they start to change the taste later? You? Come on. I don't know how many young ladies from the big family want to marry Master Aoki. Can your cousin compare with them? As far as I am concerned, adult Aoki civilians are born. It is not that they are in a hurry to find a partner. After this incident, the adults should take over the role of the 4 heavenly kings, acting as the king or the teacher of adults Aoki. The apprentice inherits the position of teacher. Good news, the other sentry said with a blank glance. From his words, as well as his tone, he could hear the respect for Aoki. I guess it's similar. There are geniuses, such as Lord Aoki, and Lord Ogo, Lord Furong, and Lord Mikli. The existence of these 4 geniuses is simply the greatest luck in our rich area. As long as these 4 people grow up, one Fenyun area is definitely the most stable area in a century. The elves of the 2 looked around vigilantly, while they were chatting as usual. Lava and ocean have been out of bounds for some time. Boom boom. But when they thought it was another day, they heard a continuous roar. Then they saw a large group of elves rushing towards them, suddenly discolored. The two did not expect the worst to happen. The lava team and the ocean team strike. The faces of the two were earth-colored, but they smashed the siren very professionally. www.untilnovel.com. The red warning light flashed in the Alliance station. First level alert, get out of the nest. After slamming the alarm, the sentry not far away, as well as the guards, and some people performing tasks not far away rushed over. But seeing that overwhelming elf, everyone knew it was over. With their speed and strength, it is impossible to create any obstacles. But it's not just them who hear the alert. There are also more powerful people around. The first to appear was Dago, who was sinking in water. Then Oki, who had just left, put his hand on the dumb king's back. His eyes flickered with blue superpower fluctuations, and instant movement appeared in front of everyone. Oki, quickly use them to take them away, Ogo said immediately when Oki appeared. Oki glanced at Ogo and looked at some of the people standing behind him. A big smile appeared. Everyone don't need to be nervous. It has been a long time to wait for such a war. The idiot king will take you away, but you will be ready to fight when you will come again. After that, Oki patted the dull king's back, and the dull king immediately noticed, and moved to the people in an instant, wrapping them with superpowers. You want to stay alone? Dorwu shouted loudly, with incredible eyes in his eyes. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Don't forget to like ? Heal. Chapter 1182. Two husbands pass. They have been silent for so long, and now they rush forward, indicating that what they are looking for is not within the scope of their activities. Now this aggressive look, it is likely that things are in a hole behind this. If they take the lead and the card is the main hole, it is almost impossible for the Alliance to break through. And so, never let them rush over. The scope of the tunnel here is so large. As long as it is not Red Flame Pine and Shui Wutong rushing to the front, I think it can still resist it. Today we are going to share with them here. Oki finished speaking, revealing who looked like him. Let them see today what is meant by one man and one man. After hearing Oki's words, Ogo stunned. Immediately it felt a bit reasonable. The lava team and the ocean team have paid such a large price, and what they have to find is definitely not easy. If it was in the range of their activities before, the Alliance could not help it. Because they were unfamiliar with the terrain and rushed into it was likely to ambush, and they also stuck in the hole, and the cost of forcibly charging was too great. But in this area, the Alliance can't be cooked anymore, and the other party has not taken the lead. This is a good opportunity. Okay, then I will stay with you. Dorwu also made a decision immediately. Although it is a tunnel here, the number of enemies that can be encountered at the same time is not large. But this is a large tunnel. Behind it is an empty cave. The strength of a person is still a bit reluctant. It would be much better for two people. Oki did not refuse, and now Ogo has gradually demonstrated the style of future champions. The Dull King disappeared with a large group of people. By this time, the vanguard of the lava team and the ocean team was approaching. It's been a long time since I fought side by side, Oki said with a smile, and then threw a few elven balls. The two elves, Bagheera and Boscadora, took the lead. Mrs. Huiji, the monster and the flaming chicken stand relatively backward. Gengui drills ahead out of Oka's shadow. If there is no Oki summon, his main task is to ensure the safety of Oki. Ogo laughed and threw the elf. Flash giant gold monster, Boscadora, RK Karma, Fossil Pterodactyl. The four strongest elves on Ogo. That being the case, Bangla. The sand is flying. Oki yelled loudly. Class. On hearing that, Bangla roared. Looking at the large troops rushing from a distance, his eyes were full of excitement. Ogo's Boscador appears petite in front of Oka's Boscodora, but the two Boscadoras clearly remember each other and simply say hello. A metal fist collided with the fist. The yellow sand appeared from all corners of the tunnel, and the sight of the entire tunnel suddenly became very poor. It's Sandstorm Oki, Bangla, Oki. It's a sandstorm in Bangala. Sandstorm Oki, one of the titles of Oki, because of the sandstorm in Bangalore. In this environment, the lethality is too great. I could hear the exclaiming from the opposite. Bangalore Inoki is simply a strong and weak discriminator, and an elf who can persist in the crazy sandstorm in Bangalore can be called a powerful elf. And most of the elves, after entering the sandstorm, can only quit, otherwise they may never get out again. That's why their fear of Oki is much larger than the 3 of Ogo. According to the elf strength summoned by the 2 now, must Oki be better than Ogo? Not necessarily. However, during this battle, Boss Ghidorah, Flaming Chicken, Giant Numa, and several other elves applied the things learned in training to actual combat. After the battle, the ranks got a level promotion. Bagheera had the most battles, so he improved the most, rising 2 levels to 67. However, after all, it has not yet broken through to the senior Heavenly King level, and the change in strength is not particularly obvious. Your fame is really big. Later, when I met the enemy, I shouted to them that I was Oka's friend, and maybe they scared them away. Ogo heard the exclaimed opposite and smiled at Oki. He really admired Oki. This kind of decision made him a man. Now he is still a little nervous, but Oki still keeps a faint smile on his face. He didn't know that Oki also admired Ogo's courage. His family knows his own business. Oki has absolute confidence in his life-saving ability. Even if he can't persist, there is no problem running away. What about me, warrior? Exclamation mark. Don't find a topic for nervousness, ha ha ha. Fight ninjutsu started. Oka's face converged with a smile, and said to Ogo with a mockery. Dou stunned, but it was really not nervous, because the battle really started. Bagheera, Boss Ghidorah, and Jazuma step into the sandstorm. Dou's elves were not affected by the sandstorm, and strode in. Oki used telepathy to communicate with Dou and his elves, but he was able to know where his elves were, what enemies he was facing, and he was able to command comma. The scope of the sandstorm was getting larger and larger under the control of Bangalore, and an elf that was only contained within was blown out. It fell to the ground and lost its fighting ability. Indeed, this is a tunnel, and not many people can launch attacks at the same time. This is the advantage of Oki and Ogo. Bangalore, Boss Curler, Spike Attack, Jugan Monster, Earth Ice Hammer, Earth Power plus Freezing Fist. Miss Huiji, the grass line, the grass field. Not the grass. Pay attention to help Bongila control them. Flaming Chicken, Sword Dance. Move at high speed. Oki directs his elf, Boss Ghidorah, Fossil Pterodactyl, we are also here. Spike Attack. Giant Gold Monster, Comet Fist. Taiwan Armor, Cross Scissors. Dou also commanded his elf in his head. Oki and Ogo's fairies stood in a row. www.mentalnovel.com, which forcibly stopped everyone and the fairies from moving forward. Spike attacks are mixed in sandstorms, making them harder to find. The whole sandstorm turned into a rock storm with sand mixed with rocks. A large number of elves flew out of the sandstorm. Retreat, retreat. Sandstorm is coming. Rewind. What is special? The people behind are retreating. The group of people who rushed to the front was caught by Oki and Ogo, and they suffered heavy losses all at once. When it was the second group's turn, they were shocked and shouted back. But people are so blocked here, wherever they want to step back, they can step back. Forcibly backing off, tramples will definitely occur. By then, the lava team and the ocean team will be ashamed. Fortunately, Cheyenne Matsu and Shuatong first thought of this possibility, so they dispatched cadres with enough prestige to manage the advance troops. Why back? If someone backs off, kill him. A thick voice sounded. Lava team leader, Fire Village. Ocean team, don't retreat. Another woman's voice sounded. Marine team cadres, Gwen. Oki heard the voices of the two, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Old acquaintance, long time no see. Fire Village and Izumi summoned their elves and reached the front. For a while, the sandstorm in Bangalore was unable to move forward. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Everyone has time to help Hibiscus like this? Eel. Chapter 1183 Scaly Scale Dragon out. All water spirits obey orders. Water skills hit sandstorms. As a cadre of the ocean team, of course, he knew how to command them to conduct group battles. At this time, the skills are very powerful. After hearing Quain's order, a large amount of water sprayed out from different elven mouths. Suddenly it turned into a turbulent river, hitting a sandstorm. Suddenly the raging sandstorm was wet, even if it was under the control of Bongila. At this time, the sand was wet faster than the sand appeared. Retreat. Aoki whispered, aware of the change in the sandstorm. Bangla and the elves of Ogo slowly backed away. When the quantitative advantage is too obvious, it will affect the quality. With Izumi and Fire Village in charge of the troops in front, Aoki and Ogo lost their chances of being caught off guard. However, when they retreated, Bongila, their skills did not stop being released, and the front line of the ocean team that was constantly impacting the sandstorm disappeared. But because of their fierce attack by Bongila, they remained deadlocked for a short time. What a stubborn resistance. Spitfire Camel, Cold Tortoise, Jet Flame. Huokun's face looked thick and fat, and looked a little angry. His Spitfire Camel and Cold Turtle rushed to the front. Two hot flames covered the entire tunnel at once, making the temperature in the tunnel much higher. Opposite these flames, Aoki and Ogo did not have a very good way for a short time. They could only slowly retreat and fight back. However, the opponent has given up the impact of ordinary members. The two members of the Fire Village and Izumi rushed to the front. Aoki and Ogo only have the ability to fight, but there is no chance of counterattack. However, the opponent's forward speed has been greatly reduced. As long as it is able to entrust the arrival of the large army of the Alliance, it will be fine. The space fluctuated slightly, and the dull king who sent away everyone appeared beside Aoki. For a time, Oka's strength increased greatly. Reaching out and pressing on the back of the dumb king, superpowers formed. The dull king superimposed his superpowers with the fluctuations of water, and the Fire Village failed to move forward for a while. Just when the two thought they were holding on, the tunnel was still a long way away, and they still had enough room for operation. But the mutation happened again. From behind Quain and Fire Village, two spirits rushed out. A cold forked fork bat and a giant tooth shark wrapped in a jet of water. Seeing these two elves, Oka's face changed suddenly. Retreat again. Red Flame Pine and Water Indus shot. When I heard Oka's words, Ago's expression also became heavy. The strength of Chayan Matsu and Water Indus was impossible for them both. Seeing the appearance of the fork-shaped bat and giant tooth shark, instead of being happy, Fire Village and Izumi became more ugly. The leader's shot indicates that the leader is dissatisfied with the speed of the troops. So, no matter what elves' damage might be caused by a forced charge, Fire Village and Izumi commanded the elves to attack Aoki and Ogo almost at the same time. This time with the help of Forked Bat and Megalodon. There were no small scars on Bangla. The speed of regression is also getting faster and faster. It won't work like this. The Fork Bat and Giant Tooth Shark are too powerful. The elves can't carry it. Ogo sensed through the electrocardiogram and his voice sounded in Oka's brain. Of course, Aoki knows that he can't take it anymore. But the coalition forces have not yet come. Back a distance, you will enter the empty cave, where it can become the main battlefield of the League and the Lava Team and the Ocean Team. But they couldn't let the Lava Team and the Ocean Team reach the cave first. Otherwise, as long as they sent someone to block a few tunnels, just like Aoki and Ogo now, there is no possibility of breaking through. By that time, the League was absolutely passive. Either sacrifice a large number of trainers and force a breakthrough, but such losses are unacceptable to the current League. Either you can only give up that large cave to the lava and the oceans, and the League's defensive course is back again. But just in that cave, there are indigo blue beads and scarlet orbs. The significance of the Alliance's presence here would be gone, and it would be useless. So, the most acceptable ending is that when the Lava Team and the Ocean Team enter the cave, The Alliance can also reach the cave and start a full-scale battle directly. The best result is that Aoki and Ogo can hold them back, let the League arrive before the lava and ocean teams enter the cave, and set up a line of defense. By then, the lava team and the ocean team will be passive. Genji, Senri, and Boni stood at the entrance of the tunnel, and they could solve as much as they came. Even if Red Fire Pine and Water Indus were dispatched together, it would not be possible to break through the defense line composed of 3 4-day King-level powerful men. Can't stand it, take back the elves. They can't fall here, we need to take a fight when the war is going on, Aoki said to Ogo. Hearing words, Doryu stunned. Did you just give up like this? Once they are rushed through first, the Alliance will be miserable. Aoki smiled mysteriously. Rest assured, I still have a way. According to the speed of advancement of Genji and others, it is estimated that it will be fast. Even if Aoki said so, Ogo was a little elusive for a while. But at that moment, his archaic armor lost his combat ability under the attack of the Red Flame Pine Fork Bat. Aoki also knew that I wouldn't let Ogo see his whole cards. www.mentalnovel.com. Ogo would not give up. Solemnly took the waste ball and put it on for a while. I saw the lazy elf in the elf ball through Yuiud ball, he whispered. This is the first battle. It will trouble you. As if I heard Aoki's words, the elf in the elf ball slowly stood up and his eyes were sharp. Aoki smiled and threw the elven ball. Come on, the scaly-tailed dragon with a staff tail, hit me fiercely. As the elf ball opened, a golden, elf-looking elf appeared in the tunnel. Roar, dash, comma. After appearing, the scaly-tailed armor dragon yelled at the people of the lava team and the ocean team, and then jumped into the dance of war. Without fighting for so long, my body is rusting. The scales of different sizes collided and rubbed against each other, sending out the unique war song melody of the scaly-tailed dragon. Seeing the appearance of the scaly-tailed dragon with a rod, Bangla immediately understood the meaning of Aoki. Reluctantly glanced at the elves who were still fighting them. It was so easy to meet such a powerful opponent, but still obediently returned to Aoki's side. But seeing the appearance of the scaly-tailed armored dragon, Doryu was stunned, and even Huokun and Gwaine, who stood opposite, were stunned. What the is this? Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1184. Wimtail Scale Dragon Armor. Notice their expression changes. Aoki smiled. It looks like they don't know you. Show them your strength and rise to the world. Hearing Aoki's words, the scaly-tailed dragon with a narrow tail narrowed his eyes, and 2 rough air spit out from his nose. At this time, Doryu only responded, Aoki, this elf is a rod-tailed scale dragon? Haven't seen it before. Is the dragon an elf? Based on Ego's family conditions and circumstances, he considers that the elves that have been found so far really don't know much about him. But this rod-tailed scale dragon is really the first time he has seen and heard the name for the first time. Aoki glanced at Doryu, who explained that, stud scale armor dragon and fighting spirits, quasi-god spirits. Although I was subdued by this scaly-tailed armored dragon, we are more in a cooperative relationship. I cannot command him to fight, it depends on him to play. But let you see the surprise. Hearing Aoki's explanation, Ogo said he was more sloppy. Quasi-god, dragon and fighting spirits. Why have I never heard of it? Is it really that I am ignorant? And what ghost can command? But in fact, as long as he glanced at the expression of Huokun Hekken, it wasn't just him. Fire Village and Izumi did not know this elf. But from the feedback of his elf, he felt a hint of fear. Fear? I saw the clenched fist clenched on the chest with a clenched fist. Lowering his head, a large amount of air quickly inhaled from his nose. Then, the scaly-tailed dragon with a tail of the staff opened its mouth, and the middle of the mouth began to emit white light. Then, the white light sprayed out of the mouth, and when it was about to leave the mouth, it turned into a circle of sound energy. Roar! Suddenly, the elf standing opposite the scaly-tailed dragon with a rod tail felt the world suddenly quiet down without any sound. But the next moment, a huge roar sounded, and horrible sound waves of energy spit out from the mouth of the scaly-tailed dragon. Wherever Sonic went, The rocks in all the tunnels first changed from large pieces to small pieces, and then from small pieces to powder. All the gravel and powder were shaken into the air by sound waves. These are just aftermaths. On the front, the sounds of the scale-tailed armored dragon's giant vocal skills hit the spring, the spirits of the spring and the fire village, as well as the red flame pine fork bat and the water sycamore giant tooth shark. Without exception, all are flying away. Even Chien Matsus fork-shaped bat rolled over dozens of heels in midair before stopping reluctantly, looking at this elf who had never seen it before. Fire Village and Izumi are guarded by their elves. But the people and elves behind them were not so lucky. Many trainers and elves overflowed the continuation pages from the 7 tricks, only feeling their heads buzzing, as if they had lost all consciousness. Fall straight on the ground. Piece by piece is like cutting straw. After the loud sound wave ended, those who felt deaf in both ears heard the sound again. Boom! Exclamation mark. Huge explosion roar. The entire tunnel seemed to be enlarged. Tinkling of small bells. The scaly-tailed dragon with a tail of a staff slaps his chest once more aggressively, yelling, like saying, Lao Tzu is a scaly-tailed armored dragon, a quasi-god elf of the dragon system, so you guys who are ignorant and elf will listen to Lao Tzu. Guru Ogo, who was standing behind Oki with Oki behind, slobbered subconsciously. Turning hard, he looked at Oki for a while and didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Ogo's voice sounded a little dry. This is the whole card you left? Do you still have such a whole card? Let me have one. After that, he looked at the scale dragon with a stunned tail, feeling the dazzling scales on his body. Oki grinned openly. It's an impossible situation, and I can't keep the rod-tailed scale dragon to help me fight. Otherwise the 4 heavenly kings would have set up. In fact, the giant-sounding skills of the scaly-tailed dragons should not be so exaggerated, and there are a lot of reasons for the terrain. This is a tunnel. There is no possibility of sound spreading. Focusing on such a small range makes the attack of the scaly-tailed dragons look so horrible. Although very strong because of his own strength, but not so strong. After seeing the strength shown by the rod-tailed scale dragon, Dou was relieved and put away all his elves. Peace of mind. With such an elf, it's really a matter of being indifferent. Fire Village and Izumi looked slightly pale. Although they were guarded by elves, none of them fell on the ground, rolling their eyes like the gang behind them, motionless and so miserable. But after all, the sound is pervasive, and the impact they receive is not small. More importantly, facing this rod-tailed scale dragon, for a while they did not know how to launch an attack. It seems that his elf and the other party are not in the same grade. However, they do not attack, but it does not mean that the scaly-tailed dragons stay in place and wait for them to attack. He buckled his nose and found that the other party was all scared by himself. The scaly-tailed armored dragon was very satisfied with the appearance. The tail with a huge hammer slammed the ground, then kicked his legs the ground, and rushed out. Not to mention, although the scaly-tailed dragon with a tail of a rod usually makes a friction sound of scales, when he enters the combat state, all the scales seem to have received instructions. All of them are tightly clung together, so that the tail when the scale dragon was running, there was no noise except for the sound of the pedals on the ground. Seeing the scale dragon with a cane tail approaching, Fire Village and Izumi gritted their teeth, knowing that there was no way to stop fighting now. The commanding elves began to prepare for the shock. Bang! Boom! Exclamation mark. The fighting method of the scaly-tailed dragon is very simple, that is, he punches and sweeps his tail, and his actions are simple and unobtrusive, but the opponent's elf can't bear such an attack. As the battle unfolded, although Fire Village and Izumi were crushed and beaten by the rod-tailed scale dragon, they found that the rod-scale dragon was not as scary as they thought. Strength is indeed strong, and it is unbearable. But it did not form a situation of punching a child. www.mentalnovel.com. At least they still barely have a fight. But even though they barely bear it now, The fear in their hearts has dissipated a lot. The unknown is the most terrifying. They believed that with such a great deal of movement, Red Flame Pine and Water Indus must have rushed forward. As long as it resists this shock. Ha! Exclamation mark! Ha! Exclamation mark! The two elves of Fire Village and Izumi flew out in response, losing their fighting ability. I saw the scales of the staff with scales and fists covered with scales, with boulder and thunder and lightning flashing. The other party can't stop it. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1185. I choose a man. Fire Village and Izumi felt very bitter inside. But now they can't retreat. Not to say what happened to the lava and ocean team members in a coma behind them. It's just that they are backing away now, and the distance they finally rushed over was lost again. The delay is 1 minute long, and the danger to the lava team and the ocean team is 1 point. Bang bang. The two lost two elves again. For them, the impact is already great. When the meeting will definitely start a war with the alliance. If all the elves have lost their combat power, then they will not fight. They will not even have the ability to protect themselves. At that time, the ghost knew whether it was in the hands of the alliance or was seized by those carders who had been eyeing their positions for a long time. Retreat re-emerged, but just as they were preparing to take out the elf ball and retract the elf, two sounds rang from behind them. Hearing these two voices, the two of them stopped for a moment, and then felt a little relieved. Great Wolf Dog, Evil Waves, Spitfire Camel, Spitfire, Fork Bat, Air Chop, Juaya Shark, Frozen Teeth, Iron Lobster, Crab Hammer, Deer Sea Lion, Aurora. Red Flame Pine and Water Indus rushed up with two elves, finally rushed to the front from the rear. Originally thought it was just a simple raid, and rushed to that hole when the League had not yet responded. At that time, as long as the card owner's position, with the Union's urine, would definitely not dare to break through their defense with a huge loss. The dispatch of Huokun and Quincy among the advanced troops was already a decision carefully made by Chien Matsu. Otherwise, according to the character of Shui Wutong, Rampage must be his choice. But unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. See this unknown elven who is pressing the Fire Village and Spring. With the eyesight of the two, of course, the strength of the rod-tailed scale dragon was seen. Champion. And it's not new to the championship. None of the elves of either of them were stronger than the scale-tailed dragon. Only by relying on the advantages of the number of elves, can barely be able to repel the rod-tailed scale dragon. The scale-tailed armored dragon also feels a little uncomfortable. There is no way, although the individual strength is not as good as him, but the quantity has advantages, and the cooperation between each other is very tacit. This is where the wild elves are at a disadvantage when they fight with trainers. Although the rod-tailed scale dragon has been conquered by Oki, he has not received any training from Oki, or Oka's ability cannot train him now, which can improve his strength. Without training, it is impossible to understand. Without the ability to command him to fight. Fortunately, the scale-tailed armored dragon itself is very strong, and its own fighting consciousness is sharpened in battles, and Oki may not be able to command how much strength he exerted. However, the faces of Chien Matsu and Shui Wutong are not very good looking. They have already had such a large loss before they have started a war with the alliance. And when they saw each other, they were two boys, and the faces of Chien Matsu and Water Indus were even more ugly. I thought I met these people, and was blocked. I did not expect that it was just two little guys, or two familiar little ones. Although they were relying on a champion-level elf, they were also very ashamed. Leave them, Chien Matsu whispered. He remembered who they were, and it was Oki and Ogo whose potential had been frightened. Shui Wutong's eyes narrowed and he understood the meaning of Chien Matsu. Although it is not in line with his personality to shoot a little guy, he is not a bottom-line person. Fire Village and Izumi immediately noticed that they were going to shoot at them with the remaining elves. Roar! The scale-tailed dragon with a staff tail is angry. Lao Zitmo was actually ignored. A deep yellow energy ball spit out into the air. When it reached the top, it immediately scattered and turned into a meteorite fireball. Meteors. Fire Village and Izumi, who had just wanted to take a shot, discolored immediately, step back again. But in this way, they knew that the scaly-tailed armored dragon was to protect Oki them, and they were a bit jealous. Can only slowly retreat to fight. But it was enough. Larger teams like Lava Team and Ocean Team were stopped by Oki and Dogo. Just as Oki and Dogo slowly backed down, dragging their enemies against the scaly-tailed dragons with rods, Genji and others who received the message were already on their way. With a large army, the speed will be much slower. But on the way, I met the sentries sent by the Dull King, and learned from them the information left by Oki and Dogo. Funny. Genji looked ugly, but he still said to Bonnie, "Bonnie, you go with the army, I will hurry up." Bonnie knew the seriousness of the situation and nodded and said nothing. "Let's get together, too," Kianli said aside. Yuanzai glanced at him and did not refuse, and Kianli's strength was obvious to all. After receiving the urgent order, Seremban and Mikli didn't rush to the alert place, but returned to fight with the Alliance forces. Now they also play a very important role in the misalignment of the Alliance. Lead a certain army. No more shouting to go together like at the beginning. Although they were anxious, they had to be responsible for their subordinates and bear the responsibilities they needed to bear. Only then did they look like a strong man. Genji summoned the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and hurried towards the Oki side with Kianli. Although the scaly-tailed armor dragon is strong, it is only an elf after all, and it is necessary to guard Oki and Dogo. Leg-tail scale ankylosaurus, let's retreat. Suddenly, Oki shouted at the scaled dragon. Roar! The scaly-tailed dragon roared a little, unwillingly, but retreated quickly according to Oka's order. What's wrong? Ogo retreated with Oki and asked. Oka's mouth raised. Reinforcement is here. Hearing, Dora's eyes brightened. Finally come. Waiting for the Alliance in the high-end combat power. www.mentalnovel.com may not be able to occupy an advantage. The firepower and the spring just lost a lot of power. You and I are in charge of one each, and help Yuanzai Danwang share the pressure? Oki asked. Ogo groaned for a second and said, I choose that man. Although they are all enemies, it is definitely the choice of bullying men to let Dou choose. Oki did not argue. Okay. The two retreated to the entrance of the tunnel, and there was the big cave behind. Genji and Senri rushed out of the tunnel on the side of the Alliance. I saw Oki and Dogo retreating to the edge of the tunnel. Suddenly, the expressions of the two were relaxed, and it was okay if everyone was okay. As long as they were okay, everything else could be recovered, even if there was loss. But the next scene was a little dazed. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 710 for the rewards of the Joker's boss. Chapter 1186. Lose my temper and stop fighting. Oki and Dogo stood at the entrance of the tunnel, and in front of them stood an elf who had never seen them before. When Genji's Tyrannosaurus saw the scaly-tailed dragon, the scales stood up and felt the threat. Oki and the Dull King's superpowers have long felt Genji's position, and now it is time to show. There is no way to pretend, such as Giant at night. Throwing the scaly-tailed dragons at the tail of the staff is a farewell ceremony. Oki said. The scaly-tailed dragon with a tail of the rod has been breathing a sigh of relief all the time, and the way back is not his fighting style at all. After standing, the scaly-tailed dragon with a tail of a staff stared at Oki fiercely. He now clearly felt fooled and was fooled. But now I'm on the thief ship. I can't get off. The suffocating gas can only be vented on Cheyenne Pine and Shui Watong. The scales rubbed violently, but did not make any sound. Instead, they formed a circle of sound wave energy. The condensate did not disperse. The energy slowly became denser, and became a larger circle of energy. Exclusive skills scale noise. Soon, the muffling reached its limit, and the energy was extremely intense. A pale white energy ball condensed in front of the scaly-tailed dragon. His eyes were suddenly sharp. Creak. The harsh sound spread all over the tunnel at once, even in the cave. Oki, who was known in advance, wrapped his supernatural energy hood with Ogo when the rod-tailed scale dragon began to exert its power. The back of the rod-tailed scale dragon is not the main force, so the noise is not great, but even so, There are a lot of vibrations and tremors on the energy cover of Aoki. Yuanji and Qianli in the distance also heard this harsh sound. Even if they were so far away, they felt that their ears were tortured, and the noise of sour teeth caused the two to subconsciously block their ears, and they felt a lot. Whether they are Aoki or Genji, they are only affected by the aftermath. What about the lava team and the ocean team who are facing the tunnel and strengthening the tunnel? Cheyenne Matsu and Water Indus responded fairly quickly, immediately summoning 2 more elves to protect themselves and their men. Boom! The entire tunnel collapsed, and the power of the scale noise was even more terrifying than the loud noise. The rocks in the tunnel instantly turned into dust and scattered in the tunnel. The elves of Red Flame Pine and Water Indus all seemed to be bombarded by giant artillery and flew out. Some weak elves could see the blood spilled from their paws, the Red Flame Pines even more. Although they were not directly comatose, blood was left in both ears. Fire Village and Izumi had been affected by loud sounds before, and this time it was even more injured. Humphrey, seeing the effect of his weak tricks, the scaly-tailed dragon with a stern tail snorted coldly and spouted 2 air currents from his nose. Glancing at Aoki again with a bad temper, Aoki smiled, but did not justify it. But after soliciting his opinion, he took it back to the Elven Ball. 4 coolie opportunities left. Silently thinking, Ogo took a surprised look at Aoki, meaning that such a strong elf is about to fight. Why did he put it away? Aoki shook her head helplessly. I lost my temper and stopped fighting. Ogo didn't know what to say. However, Yuanzai and Qianli in the distance had already rushed over, and they were scared just by the last blow from the scaly-tailed dragon. After approaching, I didn't know how much power it caused. The tunnels collapsed. Aoki was just that? Genji asked. He saw Aoki taking the elf back. When Aoki heard of the problem of Genji, he knew that he had succeeded in pretending to be forceful, and as long as he used the benefits properly, I'm afraid it would follow. Scratching his head, this is an elf I encountered when I was training in the Phoenix King's space. He seemed to have a special obsession with my crustacean, so I got to know him, and then brought him out after a coincidence. However, his temper was not very good. I just let him save our lives. Now he lost his temper and went back to the Elven Ball to rest. Hearing Aoki's explanation, Genji also said he was speechless. Really angry. What kind of spirit is this? I have never seen it before, Qianli asked. Aoki nodded. This is an elf that has not been registered in the book, and may never have been discovered, but I know the name of this elf, called the Scaly-tailed Dragon. Leg-tailed Scale Ankylosaurus, Genji murmured again. Just now his Tyrannosaurus told him that this is a dragon spirit, and it is also a pure-breed dragon spirit. Yes, the dragon and fighting spirits, but not ordinary dragon spirits. He is a quasi-god, Aoki said again. Quasi-god. Yuanji and Qianli's expression startled. Discovered a new quasi-god. This is a great discovery for the Alliance and for the entire Elven world. The appearance of a kind of quasi-god elf, but also the quasi-god of the dragon and fighting system, has great influence on various families in the elf world, as well as various forces. Genji patted Aoki's shoulder with relief. Dragon spirits, for Genji, the Dragon King, are happy to see them. I'm afraid he's stronger than my Tyrannosaurus, Genji sighed. Aoki showed a helpless expression. I don't know about it, but I can't command him. Unless he is in danger of life, he doesn't care about me. Aoki also made some preparations for the later shots. It's okay. Now that you have such a whole card, I can rest assured a lot in the future. You did a good job this time, and leave the rest to me and Qianli. Genji patted Aoki's shoulder again, and then patted Ago's shoulder. The two most talented areas in Fenian have finally grown up. Old. The entire tunnel collapsed, and Red Flame Pine and Water Indus have also rushed to the tunnel entrance, so there is nothing to block, just front it. Boom. Crushed stone bursts from the collapsed pile of stones. www.mtlnovel.com. Red Flame Pine and Shuatong came out. Somewhat wobbly, the clothes on him were also covered with dust. But with the protection of the elves, there were no obvious scars on his body. Then Fire Village and Izumi also walked out of the gravel very embarrassingly. They were full of momentum, but now they are embarrassed by Oki. The entire vanguard lost 778, and this time the incident is over. If they are still alive, it is estimated that Red Flame Pine and Water Indus will not give them a sweet tooth. Red Flame Pine, Water Indus, you two are really brave enough. Yuanzai saw the two of them, and his expression suddenly cooled down. What? First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1187. We don't play with fools. I saw the Red Flame Pine and the Water Paulownia, with their hands widening their ears. They didn't understand clearly. For a while, Genji didn't know what to say. Heavenly King, what did you say? And saw Kai Yanmeng grow his mouth and shouted. It seemed that he didn't hear what he said. After speaking, he subconsciously dug out his ears. The water parasol on the other side is even more exaggerated. Striding to the forefront, shouted, Heavenly King, our marine team does not mean to be against the alliance. It's just that what we want to find is here. I hope you take care of the overall situation, not to cause unnecessary casualties to the alliance. Genji and Senri took a subconscious step back. We don't play with fools. My voice is too loud. They also dug out their ears. It seemed that both of them were short-lived. Seeing the actions of Yuanji and Qianli, and the disgusting expression on their faces, Chien Matsu and Shuatong also reacted. What to do behind the ears? Genji doesn't want to talk to them anymore. With their stalemate here for so long, there has been no real shot. He wanted to sit in the alliance camp, but watching the wounded were sent back one by one, and watching the alliance's elite injured one by one, it was more sad than him. Now that he has finally seen the two culprits, can he still bear it? And two dumb fools. No opportunity and ability to communicate. After removing several elven from the waistband, a mighty dragon spirit appeared. Genji's dragon core. The strength of the true Dragon King is undoubted. Seeing Yuanji as a dry stand, Red Flame Pine and Water Indus are certainly not recognizable. However, in terms of single-player strength, Genji is better than either of them. The two also untied their elf and threw them all. The League S trainers most admired the number of 6 elves, but it was clear that Red Flame Pine and Water Indus would not follow the rules of the alliance. The elves they summon may not be as powerful as a single player, but there are many. Looking at the elves around Chien Matsu, he summoned 3 fire-breeding camels at once, using the lava team's signature elves to the extreme. And the Water Indus, just the giant tooth shark summoned 3. The strength of the elves is of course strong and weak. For example, when Oki was relatively weak, on the Santanu, the first time he and Liu Sheng met, they were attacked by the marine team. At that time, Water Indus led the elf to fight Liu Shengen, but at that time, Liu Shengen was able to fight with him 5-5. Because the elves that Water Indus was carrying at that time were not his strongest ones. Only, whether it is Red Flame Pine or Water Indus, their ideas are very simple. Since the cost of training an elf to the championship level is much more difficult than training several elves at the same time to reach the peak of the Quasi Championship, why spend so much cost to train an elf to break through to the championship level? I train a few more elves at the apex level of the Quasi Champion. Isn't it better than cultivating an elves who barely reach the championship? The talent, resources, and training methods are indispensable for training an elven to reach the championship level. At this time, talent may be the biggest cricket. A light blue qualified elf can be compared with many teal qualified elf. Their lava team and ocean team are not in alliance. From the rule of 6 elves, there are not many elves. How to say? They cannot be wrong about this idea. After all, they are indeed cultivated, and their strength is not weak. Of course, that's not to say they don't have championship level elves, just not much. Besides, cultivating as many elves as they see is just a transition. The future must be to control 2 beasts. What elves can compare the 2 first-level gods? Very unique idea. Red Flame Pine alone summoned 9 elves. Water Indus is not less than him, but also 9. Although I'm not very eye-catching, don't ignore me. Qianli, standing beside Yuanzai, said lightly. Then one by one threw the elven ball slowly and made a full gesture. Two Leaf Kings, lying on the ground as soon as I appeared. But after seeing the two Leaf Kings, Chien Matsu and Shuatong frowned. Orange Huadao Pavilion, thousands of miles? Kai Yansong said, for the strength of thousands of miles. The lava team still knows a little. The burst of fighting power may be stronger than Genji. Oka's eyes narrowed, scanning keenly for his strongest and the most terrifying Leaf King. Pokemon, Leaf King Light Blue. Gender, male. Level, 80. Attribute, General Department. Characteristics, laziness. Carrying props, pay attention to the headband. Genetic skills, Tarzan pressing, tearing claws. Key attack, tickling. Basic skills, bluff, arm hammer, punishment, throwing, grabbing, yawning. One more time, laziness, sudden strike, instant amnesia, desire, gradually break, double return, crazy. Teaching skills, lightning, true chi, frozen, fire, snoring, lame, longing, kicked, skill learner, hold, bodybuilding, provocation, destroy light, shoot down, 100,000 volts, earthquake, shadow ball, shadow clone, jet flame, rock block, swallow return, kick under the wall, air bomb, shadow claw, rock fall. Thousands of this Leaf King is really strong. If, according to what he said, the more laziness is, the longer laziness is, the stronger the power can be and the stronger the duration of the outbreak, then this Leaf King is very scary. When Genghis Tyrannosaurus broke out, it was estimated that he could only be crushed and beaten. Although general spirits do not have many advantages and disadvantages in terms of attributes, general spirits can learn a lot of various skills. Gian Li, the Leaf King, has more skills in his skill learner than his basic skills. Your Leaf King www.mtlnovel.com seems to be stronger. Yuanzai said with a smile while looking at the lazy Leaf King who was thousands of miles away. Qian Li also smiled. I accidentally broke through some time ago. Good. Genji nodded in satisfaction. It's good to break through, so he can be more confident. How about choose one? Now that I'm recognized, I'll choose the leader of Chien Matsu. Chili said indifferently. It seems that red flame pine and water sycamore, for him, there is not much difference. Ha ha ha, okay. Genji laughed and jumped on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, directing his elf to attack the Water Indus. Water Indus looks ugly. If he chooses, he must choose Qianli as the opponent. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1188. Sloppy thought. Genji confronts Water Indus, and thousands of miles confronts Chien Matsu. Two wars are about to start. Fire Village and Izumi looked at each other and wanted to direct their elves to help. The help of the two of them can still have some effects. But when they were about to launch an attack, two people appeared in front of them. Sorry, I'm afraid your opponent is us. I don't know when the elves of Oki and Dogo were called out again, but Fire Village and Izumi suffered heavy losses due to the outbreak of the scale-tailed dragon. The original Fire Village and Izumi had this strength advantage, but now they are gone. And they can't, like the Red Flame Pine and the Water Indus, spend a lot of money to train multiple elves. They are now the most dependent, and they have not yet reached the limit. Follow Oki and Dogo's previous assignment. Ogo went directly to Shangyue village, while Oki went directly to Quen. In fact, Oki understands both of them. It's just that the last time he dealt with them was Genji, and this time he became himself. This is a growth. At this time, the remaining elves in Quen were a giant tooth shark, a nine chew lobster, and a fang sea lion. Of the three water spirits, the strongest of them is her emperor sea lion. This deer sea lion has broken through the level of senior Danwang and entered the semi-championship level. Pokemon, deer sea lion light blue. Gender, female. Level, 76. Attribute, ice system plus water system. Features, thick fat. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, playing with water, yawning, water ring, belly drum. Basic skills, frozen teeth, bluff, bite, round, find snow, scream, water gun, roll. again, ice hockey, salt water, aurora beam, Mount Tarzan, sleep, snoring, hail, snowstorm, absolute zero. Teaching skills, waves of water, blocking road, lame, iron tail, frozen wind. Skill learner, frozen beam, hold, earthquake, rock block, echo, breath, dream talk, surfing, waterfall climbing. However, this Emperor Sea Lion suffered a lot of injuries when he just fought with the scaly-tailed dragon. A person's strength can reach 70%, it is already the limit. However, the three water spirits are still a great threat to the spirits sent by Aoki now. The Idiot King, Lady Huiji, Bangala, Boss Kidora, Flaming Chicken and Giant Marsh Monster. The battle between Ogo and Fire Village has begun. Between the two men, but also the enemy. Of course there is not much to say. The battle between Genji and Senri has also become heated. Genji squeezed the water sycamore and beat him out of breath. And Qianli and Kai Yansong, you come and go, and we cannot see who has the advantage. Thousands of miles of leave has not yet erupted, but it is estimated that Kai Yansong also has a whole card that has not yet been used. Aoki looked at Queen and suddenly laughed. Queen, it's not our first time to meet. Izumi glanced at Aoki and found that he was not in a hurry to fight, so of course she was also happy to allow her elf to recover for a while. He frowned at his blue hair. Is this younger brother Aoki so interested? Still looking for an older sister to chat before the fight? Queen itself is a beauty, so when she speaks like that, she is charming. In the Ocean team, I don't know how many people coveted her beauty. Just because of her identity and strength, she didn't dare to say anything. It's nothing. I just want to find a card of Queen to fight in another place. I can't show it here. Aoki didn't mind that Queen called himself like that. It is indeed much younger than her in age. Oh, I don't know where brother Aoki wants to fight. Izumi's expression became very ambiguous, but in her eyes, there was a hint of disgust. She was clearly thinking a little. But there is no way, living in that environment every day, crawling from the lowest level to this position, and still being able to maintain her own heart. She is not only capable, but also principled. Much like Ocus Rose now. They are all people who seem to be on the surface, but in the bottom of their hearts, they have cleanliness. Then I'll invite Cardas to come with me, Aoki said with a smile. Don't bother to explain anything. Rushing towards a side tunnel. Fighting here? He can't perform, and no matter what the other party thinks, he will lead the talk first. There was a hint of killing in Quain's eyes. There really aren't many good birds in the league. Only a person of this age can think so. However, Quain followed him with his elf. She still has confidence in her own strength, especially after seeing Aoki's current elf and confirming his strength. Even if he is more proficient, his elf strength is stronger. The rest were busy fighting themselves and didn't notice the disappearance of Aoki and Izumi. The two cascaded forward and came to a tunnel. No one can interfere with their fighting here. Well, let's get started, then, Aoki said. I'm going to see what medicines are sold in your gourds. Queen curled her hair again and her expression became cold. It looks a bit like Connor. Aoki smiled and said nothing. It looks like a tunnel here, but it is actually a different space laid in advance by Aoki. It seems that the two just walked into the tunnel, but actually just crossed the space barrier of the different space. It's just that this different space is not much different from a tunnel arranged by Aoki. Unknown totems have this ability, but Aoki is not commonly used. I heard that your marine team believes in the of the ocean. Goka. Izumi was ready to fight. I didn't understand what Aoki was going to do, but still nodded, with a touch of reverence in his eyes. The of the sea, Goka, is the greatest existence of all gods and beasts. Although the land is not small, the most is the sea. Isn't he great enough? Aoki did not refute her, but nodded sympathetically. It is indeed www.mtlnovel.com on this planet. The largest area is the sea. Immediately the words turned. But what does the god of the sea have to do with you? The sea is always the sea. In addition to a small number of sailors, as well as your marine team, how many humans can survive in the sea? On hearing that, Queen frowned. What do you want to say? Aoki grinned. As one of the top carders of the marine team, Shuatong's powerful men. How much do you know about Shuatong, and how much do you know about his purpose and goals? Unlike the Lava Team knows the goals of Red Fire Pine and the purpose of finding Gulado. This is not the case for the Ocean Team, because the ambitions and goals of Water Indus actually violate some of the human and elven world survival rules. What do you want to say? Quain asked sharply again. Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1189 Oki vs Izumi 1. Understand Oki. People on the Ocean Team don't know the true goal of Water Indus. They simply worshipped the ocean, and worshipped the of the ocean, Gauka. So they followed the water sycamore that had been pursuing Gauka. In other words, it was the water sycamore that got the Gauka they worshipped. In short, there is no conflict. But the personal goal of Water Indus is to allow the sea to sink the entire world. This is a disaster for all humanity. Of course, it also includes the people of the Ocean Team. They just move in the ocean. And that doesn't mean they don't have to return to land. Izumi is the only one in the Marine Team who can speak up and raise questions when Water Indus finally wakes up Gauka and liberates the original Gauka. It is a pity that Shuatong did not listen to Quain's persuasion and forcibly awaken Gauka and let him recover in its original form. They were the first to be submerged by the sea. The original Gauka was beyond the control of the Indigo Orb. In other words, the indigo blue orb is just a prop for awakening and communicating with Gauka. Combined with some special things, it can return it to its original form, and it has no ability to control it, because whether it is indigo blue or scarlet orbs, they are actually shed from Gauka and Gulado, and they can wake up their props instead of restricting their own tools. The purpose of Water Indus is to replace all the land with the ocean. I wonder if your Marine Team is acting with this goal? Oki asked with a smile. Replace the land with the ocean? Izumi heard Oka's words, and hesitated. Immediately smirked. How is that possible? The goal of the leader is to wake up the of the ocean, Gauka, so that our Ocean Team can become the master of the ocean. Oki shook her head and did not speak again. Sure enough, Water Indus is not a fool. Knowing your own philosophy is against most people's ideas, so I haven't talked about my true purpose. However, Oki did not emphasize to Izumi anymore. Now that the two are still hostile, how could they let the other party change their thoughts because of their own words? Just before things happen, you can bury a seed yourself. Maybe you have a chance to germinate. After all, it still depends on strength to speak. Ghost emerged from the shadow of Oki. Even if the opponent has only 3 elves, his strength is better than himself. Oki doesn't care about the 6 elves specified by the Alliance. How much do you care about my elves? Can you just win? A large number of elves is also an advantage. In this regard, Oki appreciates the thoughts and attitudes of Chien Matsu and Mizuki. Everything is based on the perspective of winning. As long as he can win, it doesn't matter what method he uses. If you lose, you have nothing. The Daddy King, Ghost, Dragon King Scorpion, Lady Huiji, Bangala, Boss Kidora, Flame Chicken, Giant Marsh Monster. The 8 elves stood in front of Oki. Izumi looked at the elf of Oki, looking dignified. I still underestimate you. You have been hiding your strength before, but I didn't expect to be here waiting for me. I didn't hide any strength. It was just that the previous people were not worth my shot. Then, he put his hand on the Dumb King's back. His own superpowers are fully integrated with the superpowers of the Dumb King. The spirit of the Dumb King is more solid, and the method of deity is still good. The Dull King's eyes exuded a bright blue superpower light, slowly floating into the air. Covering his superpowers to all the elves will help them avoid some difficult skills. In this state of the Dull King, the strongest is not a single battle, but a large control field. Control not only yourself, but also your opponent. Rich superpower energy spreads around him, like layers of ripples, diffused into the air. As long as he thinks about it, the superpower energy in any corner can be controlled by him. The strongest field control. After Gengui emerged from the shadow of Oki, he disappeared into the shadow everywhere in the tunnel at this time. With the blink of his eyes, he played the characteristics of the Dragon King Scorpion, and then exchanged the characteristics. One by one, the Daddy King, Mrs. Huiji, the Daddy King, Bangla and the Monster Sandstorm teams and Rainy teams can't handle it now. After all, both the Sandstorm team and the Rain team have not yet fully formed and cannot show their full strength. Moreover, in the current state, the two elves, Dumb King and Gengui, are at the core, and the team mode is more capable of showing due combat power. Later, with Mrs. Huiji as the center, a patch of green meadow flowers spread from her feet. This is the largest grass field that Mrs. Huiji can currently provide. Seeing Aoki directing the elves to open the formation, Izumi's face was even more dignified. This Aoki has a deep research on Alpecin battle. Unfortunately, there are only 3 elves now, and many things cannot be done. So what she can do is to let her elves create more water when Aoki swings out of formation. Even if it is not a small pond, there are a lot of potholes in the tunnel, leaving a small pool of water. Elves such as Bangala and Flaming Chicken are obviously restrained by water energy. Chamo, the Flame Chicken, raised the flame all over, and the feet took turns off the ground, one arm raised, and a special rhythmic dance appeared. Not only him, but also different elves, such as Bagheera and Boscadora, have begun to increase their skills. Triple surfing, Queen shouted sharply. She knew that she couldn't wait any longer. Aoki had more elves and her formation was completely set aside. It was obviously even more unfavorable to let his elves make further increases. It is said that water flows instantly under the feet of giant tooth sharks, iron lobsters and emperor sea lions, and the currents of the 3 elves merge together at the moment they appear. It turned into a huge wave, rushing towards us. Class! Exclamation mark. Bangla yelled. His palms slammed on the ground, and he shot a huge rock directly. Along with him, there are Boscadora and the monster. Soon a rock wall was formed directly. Triangle rock wall. The load area is smaller. Yeah? The Dumb King's eyes flickered. The superpower energy rushed into the water, and the wave of the turbulent wave was suddenly much smaller. Flower. Mrs. Huiji waved her hands, and a huge rattan rattled out of the tide, and slaps at the 3 elves who use surfing skills. Knotted. The Dragon King Scorpion uses double tongues to aim at the ground and drill into the ground. Ghost smiled and hid in the shadows. Disappeared. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1190. Aoki vs. Spring 2. Triple surfing was easily disintegrated. If it is faced by 1 or 2 elves, it is very difficult. But with so many elves, the perfect combination becomes less difficult. Immediately afterwards, the Flaming Chicken shot. A large amount of flame was condensed on the 2 fists, and the flame fist waved out of thin air. I saw a bunch of flames breaking through the air, but I saw the giant tooth shark staying in the air with a jet of water swept away. Shot in his mouth. The water cannon appeared from midair, swept directly through the flame fist of the Flame Chicken, and flew at the Flame Chicken with the sound of the gurgling water. The water cannon that faces the giant tooth shark is indeed extremely powerful, especially for the Flame Chicken that is now jumping into the air. It is even more difficult to dodge. But the Flame Chicken did not change his face. The super powerful filaments of the sky shoot out, connected to the whole body of the Flame Chicken, and a huge rock on the ground. The flashing Dull King single-handedly held it in the air and grabbed it. Under the control of the delicate superpower, only the Flame Chicken and the rocks on the ground quickly switched positions. Boom! Exclamation mark. The water cannon blasted on the boulder, and the boulder directly turned into powder, accompanied by water droplets scattered from the air, like a rain. The water cannon ends, but more intense fighting has just begun. With a roar, Bagheera controlled the sky's crushed stones to shoot, all of them aimed at the Megalodon in midair according to different trajectories. Flying fish are more annoying than watching flying birds. However, when the gravel rushed in front of the giant tooth shark, crystal ice crystals also came. The deer sea lion controlled the ice hockey and met the gravel in the air. The collisions cancelled the attack, and the ice gravel also gradually prevailed. But Bangla was not alone, and with the roar of Boscadora, he also controlled the gravel to join the chaos. At the time of dismantling each other, the cold-eyed iron lobsters used the water on the ground to control the energy of the water system, allowing them to rush to Bongi at a very fast speed. But seeing the Dull King's eyes flicker, accompanied by colorful Hwagyang, a long black knife interwoven with superpowers and spiritual power appeared out of thin air. Cleave at the iron lobster that is running. But seeing a jet of water spewing out of the air giant shark's mouth, it hit the black knife directly. Clang bang! The black long knife was shot by the water column, deceiving the original trajectory, and splitting the iron lobster's original way forward, causing his speed to drop suddenly. Just as the iron claw lobster just slowed down, I felt a slight vibration on the ground. The Dragon King scorpion broke through the ground, and the current was intertwined in the double clamp and teeth. It hit the iron directly without hesitation. Crawfish caught him by surprise. The effect of the triple lightning tooth is very good. The current is like an infected germ, disappeared from the Dragon King scorpion's double forceps, and attaches to the iron lobster. The sniper's characteristics are triggered at that instant. Do you think the attack is over? Do not. Two green energy passed through the sight of Bangla and Boscadora, rushing towards the iron claw lobster bombed into the air by the Dragon King scorpion. At the same time, at the moment when his black spiritual blade was hit and fly, the superpowered filament of the Dumb King was wrapped around the flame chicken that had just landed. The flame chicken's curved legs were straightened sharply, which brought a huge bounce and extremely fast speed. With the help of the Dull King's superpower, the flame chicken's speed became faster and faster, turning into a flash of red, yellow rays of lightning. The flame condensed on the leg, finally hovering over the sole of the foot. The flame kicked. Seeing this extremely acquaintance and the spate of connection speed, Quain's face changed again and again. The commanding ability of the opponent's team fight is on top of himself, and he directs 8 elves at the same time, but his face remains unchanged. Each attack is interlocked, one after another, and each one is to pave the way for subsequent attacks. But she now knows that the first attack target of the other party is on the most inconspicuous, iron lobster. A giant tooth shark in midair made a rapid turn in the air, rushing towards the fast-moving flaming chicken. As for the sharp stone attacking him, under the obstruction of Deer Sea Lion, don't even want to touch him. As long as the flame chicken dares to kick the iron chew lobster, the giant tooth shark can cause great damage to the flame chicken. Attribute restraint. Combined with the level advantage, Juia Shark is confident that the flame chicken can be seriously injured if it does not lose its combat ability directly. Although the iron lobster suffered a round of attacks, the iron lobster's own defense force is very considerable and it will not lose its combat ability. Solve 1 first. The flaming chicken did not care. The rich flame gradually increased with his movement. But the giant tooth shark didn't notice. When he rushed towards the flaming chicken, a cloud of shadows entered into his shadow. A light green energy shield appeared on the iron lobsters that reacted, holding the skills to activate instantly, ready to resist the fire kick of the flame chicken. But sometimes, the turn is so fast. The superpower in the eyes of the Dull King in the air soared, and the superpower filaments that had been wrapped around the flame chicken instantly strengthened. Let the flaming chicken and the Dragon King scorpion on the ground adjust directly. The Dragon King scorpion, which was originally prepared, had a thunderbolt again on its double forceps and teeth, but this time it was not aimed at the iron lobster, but at the giant tooth shark that rushed over the corner of Elka's mouth, standing slightly up. Finally fooled. You know that you will severely restrain the attributes, and the weakest flame chicken is the breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Quain was also pale. She knew she was fooled. From beginning to end, the opponent's goal is on the giant tooth shark with the weakest defense ability. That's too late. I can only see if I can retrieve something from other places. Dragon King Scorpion's triple thunderbolt slammed into his face fiercely against the giant shark rushing over with a water column. The water flow is conductive, and the water flow surrounded by the jet of water at this time is no longer his dependence. A thunderous roar sounded! Exclamation mark. 4 huge dark green vines rose into the sky, and Mrs. Huiji's weeding skills were already waiting for him at this position. She tied the giant tooth shark that was under the attack of the Dragon King scorpion and had some numbness in her body. She just pulled it out. After the water flow, pull down. The speed of the pull down is fast. The flame chicken that had previously exchanged positions with the Dragon King scorpion is already waiting in place. The flame that was originally condensed on the soles of the feet is now condensed on the fist. Fire fist plus sky fist. One collision at a time will cause huge damage. But the giant tooth shark couldn't just sit still and wait forever. www.untilnovel.com. The sharp scales on the body played a role, constantly twisting the body, just like breaking free. However, Gengui, who had been hidden in his shadow, appeared just right. The dark black Gengui was now surrounded by a golden current, and looked like a combination of a demon and a deity. The thunder and lightning rose into the sky, and banged on the still struggling giant tooth shark. The current that hovered around him hindered his action, and now Genghis 100,000 volts aggravate this effect. A slight scent of grilled fish appeared, and the sharp fish scales and rough fish skin on the surface of the giant tooth shark had completely turned black. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 810 to the rewards of the Joker's boss. P.S. This battle description is my first attempt. The skills and characteristics of dozens of elves have worked hard to have a sense of picture. It is very tiring, but in fact I feel it. If you support it, I will try more of these big scenes. A lot of operating spirits. After all, the battle between the Sandstorm team and the Rain team may be a big scene fight. If I don't like it, I will write less. Chapter 1191 Oki vs. Spring 3 Bang. The fist of the flame chicken has completely turned golden at this time. Boom on the giant tooth shark. Strike hard. This attack is not as simple as 1+1. However, on the other side, knowing that the giant tooth shark had entered the net bag, and there was no possibility of breaking free, Quain commanded the Emperor Sea Lion to launch a fierce counterattack. The dear Sea Lion spit out a water column, and then with the fat of the body shaking, a small snowfall appeared, and the water column became an ice cone in an instant, and quickly radiated toward Bangla. As Bangjira's eyes freeze, a trickle of sand emerges frantically from all around him. At the same time, the Om symbol on Bangla's abdomen lit up, and a scorching flame spit out of his mouth. I just want to use the jet flame skill to melt the ice cone, but the strength and level of Dear Sea Lion is too much ahead of Bangla. The ice energy of Dear Sea Lion is obviously not the same as that of Bangla. Directly through the jet flame, and then through the sand wall that Bongi controls. As if a sharp sword, piercing the deadliest target. Bangla stared at the ice cone that had penetrated the sand wall with his eyes, took a deep breath, and held his arms crossed in front of him. Pounds. The sharp ice cones made contact with the hard armor on Bangiro's arm, making a crisp sound, but the strength of the ice cones continued unabated, and they simply backed up against Bangla. Bang! From the side of the giant marsh monster, the earth-cold fist slammed the ice cone severely, breaking it, and Bangla stopped moving backwards. Quain looked surprised, and at a glance she saw the special symbol on Bangla's chest and stomach. She couldn't be more familiar with this symbol. Isn't this the symbol of Gulado's body that the lava team is pursuing? How could it appear on Bangla? But she doesn't have much time to think about it now, because the giant tooth shark that was blasted by the flame chicken soaring into the sky fists, draws an arc in the air and falls on the ground between the two sides. After a few laps, nothing happened. Megalodon was the first to lose combat ability. Izumi, who was already flawed in combat power, lost her elves again, and her situation became even worse. If Deer is still in its heyday, there wasn't much time to think about it, and Deer Sea Lion spit out water again. 1, 2, 3. Faster and faster. More and more. At the same time, The iron lobster that had escaped the calamity also appeared beside Dear Sea Lion, spitting out a water column together. Ice crystals appeared on the two huge teeth of Dear Sea Lion, even on the beard covered with drops of water droplets. The water droplets instantly condensed into ice beads. The temperature in the entire space plummeted, and the slightest air conditioner hovered around Dear Sea Lion's whole body. The original puddle of small water ponds appeared with blossoming ice. The water column spewed from the air as the target controlled by the cold air, and the sharp icicles are condensed and formed Absolute Zero. However, Dear Sea Lion did not launch the attack with Absolute Zero, but gathered these icicles. In the current state of Dear Sea Lion, it is a bit reluctant to cast it at absolutely 0 degrees, but this is the only opportunity Queen currently has. The fall of the giant tooth shark has put her in a complete disadvantage. If even the Dear Sea Lion can't retrieve something, the subsequent battle will be even harder to fight. Even the gas exhaled by the elves has become white mist. And the semi-campion level elves really have the ability to change the environment. You must solve the Dull King first. Izumi sees it very clearly. Without the superpowers of the Dull King to control the overall situation, Aoki could not let the elves fight so unbridled, and it was impossible to save them time and time again. It's all because of the ubiquitous superpower of Dazuang that helps Oki's elves avoid some attacks that could not be avoided. And with the increase in Oki's own superpowers, the Dumb King is now the strongest of all the elves in Oki. As long as the field control is solved and the highest level, as the core of tactics, she still has a chance. Originally, only one icicle made the defensive Bangiru unable to stop, not to mention that there are so many dense icicles. Aoki also knew that Queen was desperate. Look at the state of Dear Sea Lion at this time. After using it at absolute 0, he was obviously very tired. Moved. The iron lobster rushed towards the 8 elves of Aoki with the fierce eyes in order to hold the first soldiers. The twin pliers were wrapped in black energy filaments, and an evil breath hovered around him. As they approached, evil became more and more intense. Suddenly spread superpower filaments reappeared. But just after condensing, they were directly dispelled by this vicious wave of desperation. The purpose of the iron lobster is very simple. It dispels all the superpowers entrenched in the space, leaving him no place to borrow. The goal is the Dull King. He noticed the movement of the iron lobster, and Aoki's expression was frozen. The monster marsh turned into a stream of water, rushing towards the iron lobster, and with him the sharp-eyed Dragon King Scorpion. Use pliers to talk to pliers. The icicles suspended in the air finally moved. Cut through the sky and bring sounds of breaking air. Dawang clenched his fists and looked at the icicles that he was shooting towards him, knowing that he could not resist. Superpowers wrapped himself, and instantly disappeared into the original air. When he appeared in the other corner, he found that the icicle seemed to be able to track itself, and locked him. At the same time, Mrs. Huiji waved her hands, with 4 bright petals falling. 4 vines appeared beside Quain. Attack the trainer himself. Quain never expected that the Alliance training house would be able to do this, but her years of combat experience still gave her a chance to respond. The Dear Sea Lion was not far away from her. She went backwards madly. In order to save her, the speed of the icicles also suddenly dropped, giving the Daddy King a chance to breathe. Teleportation disappeared again out of thin air. Bang! Surround Y to rescue Zhao, attack him and save. The target of the knotted attack was not Gwen, but to rescue her Emperor Toothseal, who said that in the face of a desperate attack by the opponent, we must choose to defend. Attack is the best defense. Bang! Era, bending over, and laying on both hands, Boscadoro appeared beside him. His hands spread out of thin air, and a huge rock appeared above Dear Sea Lion. Dear Sea Lion was hit by a weed, and his fat body was tied in place. The ground beneath him shuddered slightly. With the roar, I could see the red Ohms symbol on Bangira's chest lying on the ground. www.mentalnovel.com. The energy of the silky ground system is running along him. Hands poured into the ground. Finally, with the full exertion of Bangla, the sword of the cliff broke through the ground, facing the fat of the sea of the lion. with the burning magma-like temperature, breaking through the restraint of the Rattan, rushing into the sky, and Bose Kodola condensed a rock avalanche, and the huge rocks falling fast collided together. Rumbling, the rock fell on the Imperial Sea Lion rising from the sky, and it shattered apart. Even with the smooth skin and thick fat of the deer sea lion, such an attack was a painful cry, and the broken rocks marked bloodlines on him. But this is not the end, but the beginning. The sword that rises against him rises higher and higher where he touches him. Boom! Exclamation mark. It was like stunning for a long time, and the sound of the explosion suddenly rang through the entire space. First more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1192 Oki vs Izume Final. The sword of the cliffs of Bangalore is more and more like the sword of the cliffs of Gerudo. This series of attacks did not directly defeat the deer sea lion, but it did not allow the icicles under his control to chase the lingering king again. The dumb king also came to a respite. Crazy superpowers converged from the scattered space, forming three long dark knives again, flying towards the attracting iron lobster. The Eye of Miracle allows the dull king to see through the nature of the evil spirit. The iron-crusted lobster has simply withstood the dull king's three swords and was seized by the Dragon King Scorpion and Giant Marsh Monster. The triple thunderbolt reappeared, and the two pliers of the Dragon King Scorpion clasped the two pliers of the Iron Claw Lobster, and then their teeth bit a hot yellow current and bit on the hard shrimp cray lobster shell. Kaka. The shrimp shell cracked, and current flowed along the teeth of the Dragon King Scorpion to the iron lobster. Conductive. The giant marsh monster on the side is also seizing the opportunity, like an orangutan, walking away from the ground, holding hands tightly and holding it tightly, the energy wrapped around the ground. The strength of the whole body quickly agitates to the arms. The two arms are raised, the membrane is agitated, shifting the center of gravity from the center of the body upward, so that the power can be fully expressed. Boom! Exclamation mark. The earth blast hammer formed by the arm hammer and the force of the earth smashed the iron lobster directly into the soil. Embedded in the ground, the current on his body has not disappeared. The iron lobster's eyes rolled over and it lost its fighting ability. Chamo! Exclamation mark. The Dragon King Scorpion shouted with his arms raised. His momentum rose. His level increased, and finally he entered the senior Heavenly King level. The second elf lost his fighting ability, and Quain had only one Emperor Sea Lion. The trend is gone. The original desperate fight allowed Oki to direct the elves to rescue Ai and attack Zhao Quain. He simply let the deer sea lion transfer to save his trainer and cracked it. Icicles fell out of control and fell on the ground, splashing with ice crystal snowflakes. The Emperor Sea Lion was lying on the ground. His smooth skin had been cracked, showing a lot of burn marks, and the combination of the sword of the cliff and the rockfall made him drink a large pot. In this chaotic battle, Gengui transferred the sniper characteristics of the Dragon King Scorpion to so many elves. As long as he can trigger it once, the power is still quite scary. The Sea Lion struggled a few times on the ground, but still couldn't stand up. Oki will certainly not give him another chance to stand up. Today, the deer sea lion is not in its heyday, otherwise it will not be so easy to deal with. Moreover, the other three elves of Quain were also unable to send out battles because of injuries. Otherwise Oki and her were just facing each other and could not achieve this level. There are indeed some gaps between the two, but everything else is useless. The lurking Gengui emerged from the shadow of the Emperor Sea Lion, his eyes stared at each other, and the tired Emperor Sea Lion failed to stop Genghis' hypnosis. The snoring sounded. Gengui used Dream Eater directly, making him lose his combat ability. At this point, Quain's three elves have all lost their fighting ability. The spring standing in place was prepared when the deer sea lion was bombarded and the iron lobster lost its combat ability, but it was not expected to come so soon. Although Oki sent a total of 8 elves, Quain did not feel uncomfortable because of this. Just as Water Indus can use 9 elves to fight the source of the battle, this is a battle of life and death, not a house lost, but dying. The opponent obviously knew very well what this real combat should do. The last way to rescue and attack the trainer himself was to prove this. Hate can only hate that he is not strong enough. Aoki took his elf, walked slowly to Quain, and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Izumi was not afraid and looked at Aoki coldly. When she chose to join the ocean team, she was ready to face this situation. I planted it in your hands, and I recognized it. Quain's cold voice sounded. Aoki just looked at her with a smile and didn't answer. Quain's expression was slightly stiff. If you want to kill you, let me kill you. Aoki still did not speak, just looked at him. His eyes appeared inexplicable. But the more Aoki was like this, the more rigid Izumi's expression became, as if I thought of something bad. Immediately pulled his clothes and shouted back in 2 steps. What do you want to do? Seeing her movements and expressions, Aoki suddenly realized that she wanted to crook him. Just thinking what to do with you. Before she could talk, Aoki said to herself, actually, you aren't considered to be extremely ferocious, but still have some bottom line. With that said, move forward 2 more steps. The distance between the two is very close now. Quain's expression was stiff and she didn't know what to say. She found that her body couldn't move. I saw an elf emerged from Oka's shadow again. Dream. The soft murmur seemed to bring some special soothing effect, so that Quain's uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Aoki raised her hand and whispered, don't resist talking. A palm was patted on her forehead. Falling in response, Izumi's body was stiff, and she fell straight towards the back, but under the control of Aoki's superpower, she did not fall to the ground, but floated in midair, revolving. When Quain's eyes opened again, the scene had completely changed. With an incredible expression, Quain raised his hand and looked at it, but found no abnormalities, and then immediately took an elf ball from his waist and saw the imperial sea lion in good health inside. Relieved. Only then can you calm down and observe the surroundings. Dim lights and rock walls all around. In a cave, and on the surrounding rock walls, there are drops of water. As a member of the marine team that deals with water all year round, of course, it is known that this is because the humidity is too heavy and the water vapor is too full. Then I noticed that there was a small pool directly in front of me. The light in the entire cave was shining from this pool. I don't know if it was because of the water in the pool or because of these halos. Light blue, sparkling with the flow of water in the pool. This is. Before she could think about it, footsteps came from behind her. The vigilant Quain immediately turned back to www.mentalnovel.com, tightly holding the elven ball of deer sea lion in his hand. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she saw someone. Water Indus. And the tide and drops that are also the top carders of the marine team. They were all in their original outfits, giving Quain a little peace of mind. But I felt like there was something wrong. It seemed like I forgot something, and I was stuck in my head. I couldn't think of it. The voice of Water Indus interrupted her thoughts. Quain, doing a good job. We finally found the legendary god. Between the words, his eyes glowed hot. Not to Quain, but to the god, he said. Or beast. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1193. Wake up. Gauka god. God of the sea. Gauka! Exclamation mark. Hearing the words, Quain was shocked. What does it mean? Already found the of the sea, Gauka? And listened to the boss meaning. It seems that he found it by himself. All of a sudden, Quain couldn't react, and his spirit was a little shy. I don't know what happened to him. I always felt like I had forgotten a lot of things. But soon, she was attracted to what Yuewatong had in her hands. A blue orb glowing with a light blue halo, with a special symbol on it. This orb is exactly what the oceans are looking for in Meteor Falls. Other members of the ocean team may not be qualified to understand it, but as the top carder of the ocean team, Quain is aware of it. This is the only prop to awaken the of the sea, Gauka. So, the blue halo is where Gauka is sleeping. Is the boss going to wake up Gauka? Exclamation mark. The ecstasy erupted in Quain's heart, just like Didion tide behind her, and her inner joy appeared on her face. But suddenly, a voice appeared in Quain's mind. A familiar and strange voice. The purpose of Water Indus is to destroy all the land. Echoing in her mind over and over again. Suddenly, Quain's expression froze. The smile on his face disappeared, and he looked at the water sycamore with his indigo blue orb in his hand, and asked inquisitively, "Boss, what is your intention to wake up Gouka?" Hearing Quain's question, Shui Wutong turned and looked at her. At this moment, Quain saw the endless desire and greed in the eyes of Shui Wutong, as if the whole world was at his feet. This is the most instinctive desire of those who are only one step away from their dreams and cannot restrain their ideals. Water Indus said, "Of course, to conquer the ocean. As people living in the sea, we are also a marine team sailing at sea. Of course, our goal is to conquer the ocean." When he heard the words of Water Indus, Quain looked loose. Fortunately, the leader did not want to destroy all the land and turn the entire world into a marine world, as the voice in his mind thought. But just as Quain's expression relaxed, Shui Wutong's entire face suddenly froze. As the master of the sea in the future, the owner of all resources, anyone who pollutes the sea and wantonly plunders the resources in the sea, will be punished as they deserve. They are not worthy of the right to live. I will replace the sea and exercise power! Take all land, all ocean as a lesson, and warn them. The sea should be the master of this world. All beings, only in the water, deserve the right to live. But me! Just the arbiter who exercises power in the sea! The wanton voice echoed throughout the cave. But when I heard this, Izumi's relaxed expression suddenly became tense again. It's not just her. And the tide behind her frowned. All land has disappeared, so why did they conquer the world? Looking at the endless sea, then no one can share joy. Everyone's life is between the thoughts of Water Indus. No, boss. You can't do this. In this way, not only other people, but even ourselves, can't survive. Quain suddenly made a sound, a little excited, and some hysterical. The tide on the side shouted, "Yeah, chief. This way, we are all over." Water Indus turned and looked at the two. At this time, Quain discovered that the eyes of Sycamore had completely turned blue, with an sign in them. From beginning to end, Water Indus has been under the control of Gouka! Spring was shocked, and it turned out that Gouka was not controlled by the indigo blue orb. The indigo orb is just a tool to wake up Gouka. When he touches the indigo orb, he will be under his control and bewildered invisibly. But when Shui Wutong smiled strangely, instead of replying to them, he held up the indigo blue orb in his hand and shouted, "Wake up, Gouka!" Bang pang pan! Pieces of gravel fell from above the mountain wall and smashed into the pool, and the water in the entire pool suddenly became turbulent. A stone statue floated from the pool. From the appearance of this statue, it looks like Gouka. The indigo blue orb seemed to sense something, and suddenly a blue ray was emitted, shining on the statue's body. Then the rock shell on the statue began to fall off, exposing the blue body below, and the red lines on it. Roar! All the rocky shells fell off, their eyes slowly opened, and their mouths grew loud and loud. The whole cave shuddered. Gouka elves similar to whales have two huge pectoral fins, each of which has 4 white square structures with red stripes on the body, and a large red mark on the back of the 2 pectoral fins. The of the sea, Gouka. When Gouka woke up, he fell into peace and stared straight at the water Paulonia. But seeing a flash of blue light in Gouka's eyes, echoing it, Shui Wutong also flashed a blue light in the eyes, and nodded. He took out a metal box from his arms and opened it with a blue and yellow energy crystal. Then the water sycamore grabbed it directly, threw it to Gouka, and was swallowed by Gouka. After throwing out the energy crystal, Water Indus laughed frantically, "Destroy the world, Gouka. Turn the whole world into an ocean." With that said, he strode towards Gouka. Hearing that, Gouka nodded humanely. His body burst into yellow light, the form began to change, but the speed was a bit slow, until the Water Indus walked in front of Gouka, holding the indigo blue orb in both hands. Under Spring's horrified look, Gouka turned over and swallowed the water sycamore into the belly, along with the indigo blue orb. In the eyes of the 3 Quenquin, the teasing was revealed. Then he saw his twin fins fanning, and a large amount of water rushed out of the pool, and the entire cave was suddenly filled. Ignore the 3, soar into the sky. sinking into the sea. Quain was very lucky and was not buried under the water. With the help of his water spirit, he reluctantly returned to the sea. Then I saw the end of the world. The endless dark clouds are full of bright thunder and lightning, and the raindrops of bins are not falling like money. The water level rose wildly, and huge waves traveled. The biggest wave is higher than Chimney Mountain. www.mentalnovel.com. You can see that the color and appearance of Goku is slightly different. It is at the top of the wave, rushing towards Feniyun area. All the elves who came out to stop did not play any role. Suddenly, Feniyun continent disappeared. I looked at all the springs and felt the advent of Mori, but didn't know what to do. Regrets emerged endlessly from my heart. Various conjectures about if also appeared. Without waking up Goku. If you don't find Goku, if no indigo orb is found, if you don't join the Marines, will all this happen? Third more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1194. Prophecy. Spring was black. When I opened my eyes again, I was back to the previous scene. Aoki was still standing in front of himself. Everything was the same as before, and the deer sea lion was lying aside. Giant tooth sharks and iron lobsters also lost their combat capabilities. It was only after a while that Quain understood what had happened, and it seemed that he had inadvertently had a dream. Or, you showed me that dream just now? Izumi stared at Aoki warily, wondering what his purpose was. Aoki's tall hand said, "This is not just a dream." Spring slightly froze. "Not just dreams?" Aoki showed an inscrutable expression. "This is a prophecy." "Prophecy?" Quain muttered the word. "It sounds ridiculous, but it feels so real. Not just the surrounding environment in the dream, including the appearance, character, habits, etc. of the water parasol. The most real thing is Goku. As a member of the marine team, I didn't see the appearance of Goku, but only from some ancient ruins and materials. I saw a picture of Goku. But in her dream, she could feel the momentum of Goku, especially after swallowing the special crystals taken from the water sycamore and the indigo blue orb. It became a new look. I always felt that the appearance of Goku was really worthy of the title of the sea. Suddenly, Quain thought of the key. Indigo orb. How could Aoki know what the indigo blue orb looked like, and portrayed so real in the dream? The indigo blue orb was not only her, but even the water sycamore could barely describe it. Never seen the real look. And how did he know that indigo orb could change the appearance of Goku? Many things. Quain's cluttered mind can't figure it out or understand it. But her heart was very disturbed, and she was afraid that the scene just became real. Aoki looked at the spring in a daze, smiling and not talking. At this time, no matter how much she says, it will only be counterproductive. It is better to let her figure it out. After a long time, Izumi looked back, looking at Aoki's eyes with a complex look, and the vigilance was much less. Now there is no reference. No matter how real the dream is, no matter how she thinks, it is impossible to draw any results. Show me this prophecy. What is your purpose? Quain asked. Aoki stared at her for a while, until she saw that she felt a little hairy, and said with a smile, "Did you not realize that you played a vital role?" "Is it vital?" Izumi snapped again. But she felt that Aoki was very reasonable. "It's not about forcing you to do anything. It's all about people. You have a chance to verify the language. But in order to prevent you from doing anything extraordinary, I need to leave something on you." With that said, Aoki slapped her forehead again when she hadn't responded yet. The superpower filament wrapped around some space energy and silently injected into the spring's brain. "What did you do?" Quain responded, immediately taking 2 steps back and screaming sharply. "Nothing, just add insurance to myself. I won't arrest you today and give you time to prove this prophecy." Aoki spread his hands. "You don't catch me." Obviously, Izumi's focus is not on insurance that Aoki calls, just to take a picture. How effective can it be? Aoki's face paled slightly. Although Izumi did not resist, she also did not have a full direction of defense against Aoki. In this way, she simply planted superpowers in other brains. Aoki was also the first attempt. This is the extent to which we can barely do it after we have obtained a special training method on superpowers from the hands of the gods. "Yes, I won't arrest you. Anyway, You can't make much trouble today. After all, you need to verify the authenticity of the language, don't you? Aoki smiled. His face slowly returned to normal. Without saying anything, Aoki turned and walked outside. Who are you? Aren't you afraid I'll expose you in front of the Alliance? Queen looked at Aoki leaving and asked loudly. Aoki didn't turn back to her, raised her hand and waved. I'm just a little guy who has just grown up in the league. As he said, the corner of his mouth slowly showed an arc. Debunk yourself. What to expose? Did you let her go? No. The opponent has completely lost their combat capabilities. Isn't that enough? He defeated one of the top carders of the Ocean team. Although he was a bit invincible, he won. And with Oka's prestige in the league, not everyone can easily denigrate. After all, he paid for the Alliance, and every member of the Alliance in this war is obvious to all. After this war, they will all become loyal supporters of Aoki, especially those who were directly saved by Aoki. Let Queen report that Dragon King Tanayu Yuanzai is a spy. Do you think anyone will believe it? Although Aoki has not yet reached the height of Genji, after the end of this battle, it is actually almost the same for ordinary members. Put away the elves around you, and let the Dream Demon and Gengui return to the shadows. In the battle with Izumi, all the elves of Aoki belonged to leapfrog combat, and the gains were not reflected in a short time. Go back and settle down slowly, and you will definitely gain more. Take the Dull King, Bangala, Boss Kidora, Flaming Chicken, Lady Huiji and Dragon King Scorpion out of the tunnel camouflaged in a different space. When I came to the huge cave again, I found that the Alliance army, the Marines and the Lava army had completely collided together. Overwhelming skills can be seen everywhere, and now the whole hole is completely in chaos. Aoki glanced at the audience and found that Yuanzai was still fighting Shui Wutong, but at this time Shui Wutong was completely passive, and he could only drag him to prevent him from getting involved in other people's battles. Thousands of miles and Chien Matsu still fought back and forth, and they were in full swing. Bonnie, who arrived with the army behind, is now fighting the Lava of the Lava team and the Tide of the Ocean team. With one enemy, two top carders, they have not fallen into the disadvantaged position, and the four Heavenly Kings are genuine. The battle between Ogo and Fire Village has also reached its peak. The victory and defeat of the two people is in the next few collisions. Now the biggest pressure is Hibiscus and Mickley, and there are remaining league level masters. www.mtlnovel.com. The Lava team and the Ocean team are not as good as the league in the quality of the King level trainers, but the quantity it is far beyond. Hibiscus and Mickley are both fighting against two formal Uranus level trainers, and another Alliance Uranus level trainer has also dragged a formal Uranus level Lava teamed master. However, there are still many other carders who have just entered the Uranus level. All of them can only be dragged by three of the Quasicking elites in the league. After all, there is still a gap. It is now at risk. The Alliance's high-end combat power is still not fully deployed, which is lacking here. In addition to the battlefield, Aoki also noticed Dr. Sorensen in archaeological costume. At the moment, he was controlled by two carders of the Lava team and the Marine team, and he explored the cave with instruments. The fighting next to them seemed completely unrelated to them. Fourth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1195. Sandstorm. Aoki hesitated a bit, not knowing whether to stop them from finding things first, or to help those trainees of the Heavenly King class to get rid of the trouble. But soon, Aoki made a decision. Let them look for indigo blue and scarlet orbs. If you don't find out the indigo blue beads and scarlet orb, how can you make Quinn believe that the dream is really a prophecy? Bang era. Sandstorm. Aoki whispered. Class. After hearing that, Banglu immediately understood, absorbed a large amount of sand from the ground, turned into a sand snake, and climbed his body. Three Quasicking Alliance trainers resist a junior carder of a Lava team or Ocean team who has just entered the King class, which is very stressful for them. It is also because of the superiority of the Danwang class trainer that Shui Wutong can drag Yuanzai Da, and Chien Song is not in a hurry. Although it failed to stop the advance of the Alliance, The initiative of the battle was still in their hands. As long as a few king-level trainers can be liberated, they can participate in other people's battles, and the slowly winning balance will tilt to them. I have to say that the timing was really good this time. They didn't discuss with the Hunters Association, but the two sides had a very tacit understanding and hid problems at the same time, which made the alliance overwhelmed. Otherwise, in other words, in the high-end combat power, the League is definitely more than lava and ocean. It can cope with the three major forces of the lava team, the ocean team and the Hunters Guild at the same time, as well as dozens of local forces in various cities and towns. From this we can see the essence and strength of the alliance. Just when a junior cadre of the marine team had worn away several elves of his three opponents, and after gaining the upper hand, when he was about to launch a further onslaught, he suddenly felt some pain in his cheeks, as if he had been scraped by something quickly. Putting a hand on my face, I felt a granular thing. Spread it in your palm. Sand? When he was thinking about the sand, where he suddenly thought of something, his face suddenly changed, and he looked up. A huge sandstorm torch was coming at him. Sandstorm. The trainers who are fighting the strength of the three Quasiski kings with this marine team cadre have also seen the emergence of sandstorms, but these sands seemed to have spirituality. When they approached them, they chose to avoid, so that the place where the three stood was showing a vacuum. Ecstasy appeared on the three faces. It's Lord Oki. It's a sandstorm of Lord Oki. One of them shouted immediately. The other two also responded. Sandstorm Oki. Lord Oki returned from defeating the top cadre of the ocean team. Master Oki defeated the top cadre of the ocean team. We won this war. Obviously they also know that Izumi Oki and the Marines have opened a new battlefield. In this regard, they showed no surprises. Looking at the situation of the entire cave now, you can see that the battle between Genji and Water and Us, the battle between Chiri and Chien Matsu, and the battle between Boni and Ogo were all in a single piece of open space. On the battlefield, the main battlefield did not approach them actively either, because neither side is at the same level. Solj Toto General, victory on either side can control the battlefield. But apparently many people did not expect that Oki would be so liberated. The three on the side of the League were excited, but the cadres on the opposite side of the ocean were frightened. The stalemate with the alliance has also been so long. Most of the time, big brothers such as Genji, Senri and Boni will not shoot. Correspondingly, Water Paulonia and Red Flame Pine will not do it. This is the tacit understanding of both parties. So who is the most active in the League? In front of Oki, both the Ocean Team and the Lava Team know that even the Senior King, when faced with Oki, can't get any benefit. Then he is a newcomer to the Uranus, and he is still piled up by resources like the Ocean Team, a well-known Uranus-level cadre. What will happen to Oki? As early as a week ago, I knew from the two arrested cadres. Not much resistance at all, but no matter how timid he is now, there is nothing he can do. Can't just sit back and wait. So he directed his elf and stormed into the sandstorm. The name of the sandstorm Oki is now known to everyone in Meteor Falls. They also thought of many ways to deal with the sandstorm in Bangalore. The final conclusion is that the weather can only deal with the weather. Unless the elves who are much stronger than Bangalore use other weather skills, the sandstorms in Bangalore are constantly flowing here. The weather effect brought by the characteristics is better and stronger than the effect brought by the use of skills. In addition, Bongil also carried the props such as rustling rocks. The power and duration of the sandstorm is even more exaggerated. The marine team trainer who rushed into the sandstorm with the elves did not have much resistance at all. When they were destroyed by Bangla, they were resolved directly. After emerging from the sandstorm again, they saw him and his elves lying on the ground and falling into a coma. Oki and Bangla are the center of the sandstorm. After solving one person, they immediately went to find another opponent of the Heavenly King class. The 3 alliance trainers liberated by Aoki did not immediately participate in the new battle. Just because Aoki said something. Miss Huiji will help you to treat you. Call all injured people and elves to Mrs. Huiji. Don't make unnecessary sacrifice. Keep alive. The alliance elite is not easy to appear. Passed into the ears of the 3. Yes. The trio were respectful and excited. The sandstorm left, leaving the white and flawless Mrs. Huiji, releasing a grass field skill at the feet of the 3, and then concentrating on controlling the grass field to help the 3 and their elves recover. In the sandstorm, the departure of Mrs. Huiji reduced the endurance of the Aoki team. However, Aoki thought, and suddenly 2 elves were held in his hands and thrown out. Dance and Magiana. The 2 elves were suitable candidates for sandstorm in Aoki's heart. Tanxi can do both attack and defense, but Magiana, she does not like and is not used to fighting, so Aoki is not ready to force her to fight for the time being, but instead of Madame Huiji, as an assistant in the match. Compared to Mrs. Huiji, Magiana is more suitable for the Sandstorm team with Banglo as the core. In fact, I really want to say that skills and racial values, Magiana is more suitable for fighting than Tanxi. www.mentalnovel.com. Just her mindset cannot be adjusted after a short time after all. Only rely on the life energy in the soul to help the elves recover. Tanxi, gravity. Pay attention to the elves entering the sandstorm. Use them to slow them down. Magiana, iron wall. And then use the soul to help the elves heal their bodies. The vital energy in the soul's heart has a benefit. That is, when healing the elves, whether it is trauma or internal injury, it can have a great effect. Both elves nodded very well. For a period of time, they have full confidence in Aoki, especially Tensi. Fifth more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 910 to the Joker's boss reward. There is a CP activity post in the book circle. Everyone can participate enthusiastically. It seems that there are 10,000 points of book currency rewards. Chapter 1196 Victory Balance Tilt. Aoki took Bangla and they began to sweep the entire battlefield. More and more people were liberated by him. In the beginning, under the command of the 3 men he liberated, he went to Mrs. Huiji to recover the state, and then participated in the battle. After a long battle, they would lose their physical strength and be injured, but with the help of Tanxi and Mayanyana, they maintained their endurance and had enough aggressiveness. Sandstorm Aoki. Sandstorm Aoki. Such calls are growing. I feel that the members of the alliance who are close to the sandstorm will be happy, and the battle is even more crazy. Anyway, Mrs. Huiji can help to treat. The people in the other party started to fear. All the members of the lava team and the ocean team who entered the sandstorm did not stand up. It is also because Aoki did not find those difficult opponents, but first found those Cadre level members who were deadlocked with the Alliance Quasar King's trainer. The purpose is simple. Because these people are relatively easy to solve a lot, and after solving them, the number of people who can be liberated is the most, which has a greater impact on the war situation between soldiers and soldiers. However, this approach of Aoki still caught the attention of Chayan Matsu and Mizuki. Water Indus now has no way at all, and dragging on Yuanji will require him to use all his strength and cannot be distracted. However, Genja's heart was quite stable, and the battle was more calm, and even a smile appeared on his face. The scales of victory are turning. There is no way for Water and us, but Red Flame Pine can't wait any longer. Lava Team and Ocean Team will soon be destroyed because of an Aoki sooner or later. I thought that as long as I dragged thousands of miles, victory would belong to them. But now he had to break out. But he broke out. Could he not have the ability to burst thousands of miles? The 2,000 miles of Leave Kings, but so far have not erupted in full combat power. He noticed Chayan Matsu's action, and smiled. Thousands of miles. The Kidoki did a really good job. This time, the old man should be assured. Mao, work. Mao is the second reluctant Leave King trained by Qianli, which is also the nickname of the semi-finished Leave King. The strongest Leave King is called Da Mao. I have to say that Qianli's ability to pick a name is a perfect match with Aoki. Hey! The king, who had been lying lazily on the floor to sleep, heard the words of Qianli, and stood up with a helpless expression. Clap your palm. When it's time to be lazy, it's really troublesome. Hey! The palms of his hands suddenly made a fist, hammering his chest twice, and roar broke out. There is no lazy limit for the King of Leave. Ask you to be afraid. Directly grabbed a fire-breathing head of Chayin Matsu. In the horrified gaze of Chayin Matsu, he lifted him up stiffly. On the other side, Dou, who is still picking up with the fire village, also knows the appearance of Oki, which means that Quain has been resolved by him. It's really been surpassed without knowing it, but we can't admit defeat. The final battle. Giant Gold Monster. Ogo laughed and shouted to his flash giant gold monster, Gram. Hearing Ogo's words, the giant monster also roared, accompanied by his roar. The body flashed different colors, flashing the awakening of the elf, actively triggered. The giant gold monster's body swelled in a circle, facing the fire attack of the fire village coal tortoise, without any intention of backing down. After Flash awakening, the resistance to fire skills is even better. With the advent of easygoing Oki, many people began to use their full strength to speed up the process of fighting. Cadres of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team also came up with countermeasures. Previously, Hibiscus and Mickley dragged 2 officials of the official Uranus rank, but now they each split one, and the 2 of them fought together to deal with Oki. But in this way, Hibiscus and Mickley were members. Really think that their strength is so much weaker than Oki? They just faced 2 opponents, so they both took a defensive posture, and now both of them are withdrawn. Can't they deal with them? Although Hibiscus and Mickley may be a little weaker than Oki now, when Oki does not explode all the cards, the gap is not very large. The 2 of them immediately changed their state and launched a fierce attack. For a time, the cadres of the Lava Team and the Ocean Team thought they had changed their individuals. It's fierce. However, the 2 formal Heavenly Kings are still the kind of formal Heavenly Kings with good strength, but they really hold back Oka's footsteps. The 3 men fought fiercely during the sandstorm. Up to now, Oki is no longer in a hurry. Enough people to liberate. Stalemate is better for a while now. And Dr. Solans also needs time to find the Indigo Orb and the Scarlet Orb. Anyway, the scale of victory is now tilting towards the League. It's better to take advantage of exactly 2 good opponents to exercise your current elves. Bongila, Bosco Dora, Flaming Chicken, and the monster that came out later, and even Danxi and Magiano are all targets that can be exercised. Both the Dull King and the Dragon King Scorpion have reached the senior Heavenly King level, but Oki did not let them participate in the battle. The original clutter of the whole returned to its original balance again. However, I can clearly feel that the emergence of Oki after liberating a group of people completely inspired the momentum of the Alliance side. Coupled with Mrs. Huiji's group treatment, the Alliance trainers fight more fiercely. Although Miss Joey and their Geely eggs were also present, they were able to treat injuries. However, Miss Joy is small in number after all, and they are all performing monotherapy, and they are not good at group therapy. Compared with Mrs. Huiji, www.mentalnovel.com, they have better unit healing ability. All the elves who have been seriously injured are sent to them, and the rest of the elves are sent to Mrs. Around. The Lava and Ocean teams also have specialized medical staff. However, their treatment ability is much worse than that of Miss Joey, who is more professional, and none of them can be compared with Mrs. Huiji. After all, Mrs. Huiji has been promoted to the senior Heavenly King level, and she has been supporting and nanny for a long time beside Oki. She is more familiar with all the skills of the grass field. Her current milk volume is definitely the highest in the audience. Not only that, Mrs. Huiji also has the miracle seeds produced by Oki Island herself, and the power of grass-based skills is stronger. He also has a lot of Oki-specific energy blocks, so don't worry about his energy consumption. The continuous flow of treatment is simply a moving blood bank. First, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1197 Orb found an hour past. The battlefield has changed a lot. For example, Dou defeated the fire village and successfully liberated Seremban and Mikli are also about to end the battle. The two who stopped Oki did not have any upper hand. Even because of the treatment of Magiana, Oki already had the upper hand. Had it not been for sharpening their fighting skills and the basic tactics of the Sandstorm team, they would have ended the two. At this point, Dou is carrying his elf to heal. As long as the treatment is completed, he can join the battlefield again. The overall battlefield structure will change dramatically again, and the Alliance will have the absolute upper hand. However, it was unsatisfactory and unexpected conditions emerged. I found it. As one exclaimed, many people noticed him. I saw a thin, middle-aged man wearing an archaeological outfit and grey-faced face, holding two stones emitting a halo. One red and one blue. Two orbs. Dr. Sorens finally found the indigo orb and the scarlet orb. When the battle became fierce and the Alliance had the absolute upper hand, they found these two vital orbs, but did not make Dr. Sorens happy for a long time. The two Carders who have been following him, but suddenly shot. Now the whole has been chaotic to this extent, and they have not participated in it, just because their leader explained that they must watch Sorens, and when he found the orb, he snatched immediately. One person caught two orb, but because of the gestures that Solens took, they could only grab the orb near Iron. The Ocean team received the Scarlet Orb, while the Lava team received the Indigo Blue Orb. When the two orbs were found, it represented the cooperative relationship between the Lava team and the Ocean team, which was officially broken. Cheyenne Matsu immediately ignored it, and rushed to the Scarlet Orb in the hands of the Carder of the Ocean team with his elf, and the Water Pauloni who also paid a great price, broke the barrier of Genji and rushed to the Indigo Blue Orb Lava Team Carders. In the eyes of the two, there are only these two orbs. What Lava Team and Ocean Team and what League have nothing to do with them. And I was always hiding in the corner, because I was defeated by Oki, and I lost the fighting ability for a short time. I have been paying attention to this side. She saw the look of the Indigo Blue Orb, exactly as she saw it in her dream. Suddenly stuck in place. It really is like this. Is it really a prophecy just now? Exclamation mark. Water in the sand, red flame pine, two orbs like crazy. Who dares to stop? The two Carders obediently discarded the stones that were heavy in their hands and did not know what effect they had. Cheyenne Song looked at the Scarlet Orb with a red halo in her hand, and Water Indus looked at the indigo blue bead in her hand. Although they looked different, the heat and ecstasy in their eyes were exactly the same. Lava Team, go. Ocean Team, go. The two spoke at almost the same time. For a time, those who were able to get rid of their opponents retreated, but most of them could not break free, including many Carders. Gwaine, nothing more. Come here. At this time, Shui Wutong saw the spring that was standing in a corner, and was a little bit embarrassed. Although it was unhappy that Azumi lost to Oki, he also knew that it was because he was seriously injured by several elves at the beginning of the Scale-tailed Dragon, so he could not defeat Oki. For others, he could give up, but for the Ocean, the three top Carders of the team, however, were also reluctant. Cheyenne Matsu's great wolf dog is also stunned in the fire village. Cheyenne Matsu faced 1,000 miles more easily than Shui Wutong faced Yuanzai, so in the end, there was time to rescue the fire village. In the end, the members who were able to appear next to the two of them, but 1 in 10, most of them were dragged, and some were resolved at the beginning. The two were still very tacit, summoned two Hoodie already prepared, took out an unknown prop, and fed Hoodie's mouth. The momentum on the two Hoodie showed a very exaggerated and twisted speed, and the violent superpowers escaped from them. Go. With 2 cold drinks, 2 Hoodie used the instant movement at the same time and disappeared in place. Oki. Seeing this scene, the 3 elves left by Shui Wutong did not want to be dragged by Yuanzai, immediately shouted. Not only Yuanji, Qianli was also kept by the 3 elves left by Cheyenne Matsu in a desperate posture. This is the price they paid to get rid of Yuanzai and Qianli. This price was already in their preparation. All the others who can escape are so. However, the two facing Oki did not have a chance to run away, because when they noticed the change, Oki let the Dragon King Scorpion and the Tao King join in the battle, and immediately resolved the tired opponent. Roger that. Oki, who understood what Genji meant, shouted, "Put your hand on the dumb king's back." If anyone can stop the momentary movement here, it's only Oki and his dull king. Yeah? Exclamation mark. The dumb king's forehead burst with blue tendons, and Oki's forehead also sweated. The two of them suddenly fell out of the cave mid-air, with an expression of aggression, and were immediately controlled by the nearest alliance member. Oki and the dull king opened their eyes together, panting hard, and saw a bit of intolerance in the other's eyes. Failed to stop, as soon as possible. The three elves of water disappeared next to Oki, but after seeing 2 or 3 kittens falling from the air, they knew the result. "What's wrong?" Genji asked. Kian Li also quickly resolved his opponent and came to Oki's side. I saw Oki slowly shook his head, heaven-level hoodie, with the superpower of me and the dull king. It was no problem to stop it. But I don't know what they eat for hoodie. www.mentalnovel.com. Actually, at the cost of consuming hoodie's life quickly, they have explosively strengthened their superpowers, and finally we were stopped. Several small, unimportant characters. After a little silence, Oki said again, "I can feel the vitality of the two hoodie is rapidly decreasing. It is estimated that the end of this instant movement is the end of their lives." Damn. Genji couldn't help yelling when he heard Oki's words. I don't know if it was for hoodie's death, for their escape, or both. Seeing victory in front of them, but did not expect to find what they need at this time. The King of Yuanzai doesn't have to be angry. I think it might be the best ending now. The thousands of miles aside must be seen a lot and relieved. After hearing Kian's words, Yuanzai exhaled a long breath. Of course, he also knew that it might be the best ending now, but he should not be reconciled. Second more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1198. Spitfire statue. This time, the lava team and the ocean team, so desperately trying to get those 2 orbs, we can see the importance they attach to them. Even in the end, in order to take away these 2 orbs, whether it was water indus or red flame pine, they abandoned most of their men. Even those carders at the level of the king, as long as they are not the highest carders, are within the scope of his abandonment, shows its determination. If in the end they were really stopped by the alliance and failed to escape, it is estimated that Shui Wutong and Red Flame Pine would go crazy. At that time, if they would bury a large number of alliance members at no cost, even Genji and Senri could not stop it. Then the lava team and the ocean team may be annihilated, but the loss of the league is really large. Now is the best ending. Water indus and Red Flame Pine paid a huge price to escape, and the league has almost wiped out most of the strength of the ocean and lava teams. I believe they can only shrink back for a long time. The only thing that could be threatening was probably the 2 orbs that were taken away by them. Gulado and Goka, who have fallen asleep for so long, may be awake. To deal with their wake, the League needs to be prepared in advance. The first thing is to bring all the big and small forces out of the Feniyuan area at this time. The Hunters Guild couldn't stand it, and the small forces in those places couldn't stand it. Now it's useless to say this, count the casualties, and then tie up all the lava and ocean teams and take them back. Maybe from these people's mouths can go to Shui Indus and Red Flame Pine, Genji said. Immediately someone followed his orders. Everyone was busy again, but had nothing to do with Oki. He slowly walked to Dr. Sorens, who was still a bit stunned at this time, and patted him on the shoulder to signal him not to be nervous. The League will not treat him, knowing that he was only threatened by the lava team and the ocean team. His talents are reflected in this incident, and it is estimated that the League may still recruit him. Oki crouched down and looked at the pit where the indigo blue and scarlet orb were dug out. Controlling the superpower, carefully poke out the dirt in the pit. According to the importance of indigo blue beads and scarlet orbs, they should not be buried in the soil just like that. If I were an ancient person, I would probably dig out a special container or altar. Slowly, Oki's superpower really came into contact with something harder. Oki moved in her heart, stopped her movements, extended her superpowers, and soon felt the general outline. A special building similar to the altar, but I don't know if it is too long, or because the high temperature caused the altar to deform and melt when the meteorite fell here at the meteor waterfall. It may have been the special remains of the scarlet orb and the indigo orb buried by the predecessors here, but it was only hit by a meteorite from outside, and it has become what it is now. And that huge cave they brought at this time may be the space dug by those people at that time. It was just that the altar was buried by the falling stones and dirt. Oku's superpowers faintly felt some special lines from the altar, as if they were words, but also as symbols, but they had completely deformed and had no recognition. However, the entire altar was deformed and weathered, but one thing was not damaged. Oki put his hand down, and slowly touched the thing, and felt it on the jade. Thoughts move, wrapping them with superpowers. This is Oki hesitated after fully perceiving the appearance of this thing. A piece of jade, which seems to have been carved, has fine lines carved on it, and the altar has melted and deformed, but this piece, which looks like jade, has not deformed. What is portrayed is even more vivid. Sit tight. This thing actually looks like a fierce empty seat, and this fierce empty seat has two claws, which are left and right as if they are two drays. The vermilion orb and the indigo blue orb should have been supported on the fierce empty seat. Hold on. What does it mean? Can I sit down to suppress the indigo blue and scarlet orbs? Oki touched this jade-like sculpture and did not pull him out of the soil, but directly into the storage space. This thing can go back and study it. Then Oki took Mrs. Huiji and a group of Miss Joy to deal with injuries to some injured people or elves. Those who have been treated by Oki, when looking at him, have only deep respect except for gratitude. Bonnie directed the personnel to carry out the final finishing work. Not only this hole, but also many things in the lava team and the marine team's station. They will not be able to take all of them in the future. There are also many materials in the Alliance camp. After handling it well, I hurried over after receiving the alarm. There are also those members of the lava team and the marine team who have been arrested. They have collected the elves on them and stored props. They are one by one and brought back to the League. In addition to the living people and elves, there are actually many people and elves who have lost their lives. There are many elves and many people. This kind of warlike group combat is extremely normal with casualties. This is all going towards the trainers themselves. Whether the trainers of the League or the trainers of the lava team and the ocean team. Everyone knows that the trainers can solve their elves better. When he was busy here, Adams got the information of you Anzai right away. It's over, but the Hunters Guild and many other local forces have no idea that things are over here. If Genji, Senri and Boni join the main battlefield of the Hunters Guild, they will definitely work wonders. Not only the three of them, but even the four of Oki and Ogo will completely change the ending of the battlefield over there. So Adams asked them to take care of the rectification to the rest of the Uranus level trainers. www.mentalnovel.com. Everyone immediately rushed to the battlefield with the Hunter Guild, ready to hit them by surprise. Let me come, Oki said to the prepared Genji and others. Motohara also wants his Tyrannosaurus to take everyone. Oki feels that he is still with the Dull King, using the instant movement to travel faster and more secretly. This is even more unexpected, and the Hunters Guild is caught off guard. There was no objection to Oki's proposal. Leaving Boni to deal with the matter behind, disappeared in the place wrapped in the superpowers of the Dumb King. The battlefield between the Hunters Guild and the Alliance, in the forest between Gukkan Town and Kana City, has been here by Oki, and also allows the Idiot King to leave superpower coordinates and reach his destination quickly. Third, more. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 1199. Is my Genji knife not good enough? Non-stop. Rushed to the battlefield of the Hunter Guild as fast as possible. After the Adams control of the Alliance headquarters, after learning that the Meteor Falls battlefield was over, he immediately let the Alliance forces on the Hunter Guild battlefield take the initiative to start the battle. Because the Alliance was multi-line combat before, the battlefield here at the Hunters Guild was a defensive posture. He has Huiyu, Patriarch Janshaw, Patriarch Joy, and the second uncle of the Zvuchi family, which is the father of Zvotumuzi, the 3 chief search officers, more than 600 members of the Alliance's garrison, as well as some Alliance Road Museum troops in Kana City and Gukin Town. Such a lineup can only choose to retreat when facing the Hunter Guild, which shows how many troops the Hunter Guild has dispatched this time. The direct war of the Alliance, although it caught the Hunter Guild a bit off guard, was not ready. But it was in the middle of them, and in a hurry. They chose to start a war with the Alliance, and for a while they had the absolute upper hand. But just when they thought they could win, the Dull King suddenly appeared on the battlefield with the Oki crowd. The whole situation was completely reversed. Although it is only 7 people, the League's top strength has more than doubled. The one in charge of the Hunters Guild operation, which is fighting Huiyu, is Yang Duo's largest backer inside the Hunters Guild, an old man with half-white hair and 56-year-old hair. He was just one of 6 people at the highest meeting of the Hunters Guild, ranking 5th, and others called him Yang Yang. This action is exactly what he launched. The King of Heaven fighting here is either his subordinate Sortais, or he is a person who uses various benefits and conditions. Hunters Guild, Kanto City, Fenyuan, Shinao, Hong, Carlos. There are currently 6 regions. Each region has a chief person in charge, and the chief person in Fenyuan area is Yang Lao. When he was in Fenyuan area, not only did he lose the Yangdu, but also the profits and oil and water of Fenyuan area. No wonder he couldn't help it. Originally, his purpose was very simple. While the Alliance, the Lava Team and the Ocean Team were deadlocked, he suddenly brought people into the fortune and established hunter guilds in various towns again. As long as the League is tired of dealing with the Lava Team and the Ocean Team, it will open his eyes and close his eyes. After all the hunter guilds have been established, the Alliance wants to be uprooted again and again. The price will be a bit large. The guild can take root again in Fenyuan area. However, he never thought that Fenyuan's response was so great that he chose to go to war without giving the Hunters Guild a chance. That's why the current situation has evolved. He has already been riding a tiger. There are only 2 options. One of them is to defeat the Alliance's large forces directly, and then open the branch in a grand manner. When the time comes, they will defeat the Alliance with a positive force. Secondly, he can only retreat, but he invited so many people to come, and how much it cost. Only he knows. If he can't settle in Fenyuan, he will not only lose a lot of resources, but also lose Fenyuan big piece of cake. Then in the highest meeting of the Hunters Association, he will be the one with the least voice. It is estimated that many of his subordinates are unable to feed. How could I know that the Alliance changed suddenly and the Alliance suddenly took the initiative? He thought it was an opportunity, but he didn't expect to wipe them out. Originally, he was the 5th child in the battle against the evil King Huiyu. The equally powerful Patriarch Junshaw was stopped by a woman wearing black leather clothes and high-tech black sunglasses. She could only see her lips smeared with purple lipstick. This person is the leader of the largest hunting group in Fenyuan area, and her strength is strong. Yang Lao promised her many benefits. Coupled with the uprooting of the Hunter Guild in Fenyuan, her hunting group income plummeted, and she was invited. The rest of them also face trainers with similar strengths. Yuan Zai Tanwang, are you here? Yang Lao looked very ugly when he saw the appearance of the people in Yuan Zai. Genji smiled and spread his hands, without speaking, summoned the elves directly, and was ready to end the battle with a sweeping trend. However, Yang Lao's face was gloomy, but he did not show much panic and despair. I saw him shouting towards the sky, I promised your terms, I need to win this battle. After shouting, everyone looked into the sky and found nothing. Aoki frowned, and had a bad feeling. If you had promised us earlier, wouldn't there have been so many things? Now our conditions have changed. As previously said, we need to raise 3 more levels. A lazy voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Then a crack appeared in the sky, and a person slowly walked out of it. Oka's pupils contracted. This superpower fluctuates and there are open space cracks. God, do they want to get involved in Fenyuan, or is it already involved? What came out was a woman in a silver grey dress with a strange pair of white glasses on her face, similar to the computer-type glasses of the shining flames. I saw her standing in midair out of thin air, with subtle fluctuations at her feet. Hearing her words, Yang's fifth face became very ugly, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, but I need to win this victory, otherwise you will get nothing." On hearing that, the silver grey woman smiled, hooked his fingers towards the crack in the space behind him, from which three people again dressed in silver grey clothes, 2 men and 1 woman, dressed similarly to her, stood in midair in the air. www.metalnovel.com. The woman in silver grey clothes said to Yang Fifth again, "No, I will help you drag them, the rest is up to you. After all, our number is not dominant." Yang's fifth child's face became more and more ugly, frowning tightly, wondering whether it was worthwhile. However, most of his net worth is devoted to this battle. If he fails, he may really have nothing, and the other party obviously grasps him, so he puts forward such harsh conditions unscrupulously. "Okay" is almost a word squeezed from the gap between the teeth. Genji stood on Tyrannosaurus Rex, looking at the group of people, frowning and said, "Sir, this is our Alliance and Hunters Guild. I hope you choose carefully. Don't make mistakes." Genji's attitude is very tough. Is it true that the name of the Alliance is not deterrent now? Anyone who comes here can look down on the Alliance like this. Is my Dragon King's name not loud enough? Or is my Yuanji's sword not good enough? Chapter 1200 An Area Elves. But when the woman smiled and said to Genji, "Genji King, there is no way. In order to get paid, I can only ask you not to take a shot." Then, she took out 2 elves and threw them in the air. Summoned 2 elves. But everyone was shocked to see the 2 elves. Because she summoned, it was actually the beast's radios and radios. Without giving everyone more time to think, she jumped on Ladier's back and sprinted towards Genji. Seeing her waving in the air, a crack in the space appeared, like a huge pocket, swallowing both Genji and his elves. Heavenly King Kianli and Boni looked at Yuanzai, who had disappeared, exclaiming, "But this is just the beginning." At this moment, the 3 people standing in the sky are glancing down. "Be careful." Oki felt the surge of superpowers and shouted immediately, but it was too late. The 3 disappeared into the air in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Kianli and Boni, reaching out to hold them together, and was brought into a different space together like Yuanji. The last man left his mouth, with a little impatience, appeared in front of the 4 Oki. It was obvious that the surge of superpowers wrapped them all up. However, they did not know how the 4 of them were. But just like the 3 of Yuanzai, they pushed into the different space together. Oki did not block with his own superpowers. He wanted to see what the other party would do. Through the cracks in the space, the 4 and the man in the silver grey coat entered the different space. After entering the different space, the man just threw the 4 of Oki in the corner, then hovered in the air and looked at his nails. "Where is this? What have you done?" Dorwu screamed sharply as he looked at the grey surrounding area. "This is a different space," Oki said. Hearing words, Dorwu hesitated. Different space. The laid-back man was also stunned, looking at Oki. "Do you know different spaces?" But he smiled and said quickly, "Oh, I didn't notice. There is actually a superpower here, but our method may have been lost to the outside world. Even if you know this is a different space, you don't go out. Stay here for a while, don't let me use force. I will let you out after the battle outside," he vowed bluntly, as if everyone in Oki was not taken by him. This is his different space. He wants to fight or leave. It's all up to him. "Why did you cooperate with the Hunters Guild?" Oki asked. He didn't mean anything to worry about. The other party obviously obeyed the words of the ladies and ladies women, just dragged them out, so that the Hunters Guild outside could fight well. "Don't talk too much, little kid." The man didn't want to answer his meaning. With a single-handed wave, a special super-powered prisoner appeared, covering Oki. But to his surprise, the cage created by his special method did not seem to have any effect on Oki. Slowly stood up straight, staring at Oki. "You, a bit interesting." Oki smiled and turned to the 3 of Ogo and said, "Outside the battle, the alliance is at a disadvantage. This person will give it to me. You go out first to help them. Ha 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 ha, go out? Ha 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 ha. Now that you know what a different space is, you should know how it is impossible for others except the owner of the different space. The man laughed and mocked Aoki, but saw Aoki with a wave of his hand. A door was opened in a different space, and outside was the battlefield of the Alliance and the Hunters Guild. Ignoring the shocked man, Aoki continued to say to the three of Ogo, to win, I will return as soon as possible, and when the war is over, I will tell you. After that, the superpowers surged, pushing them directly into a different space. Space cracks closed again. The man in silver grey clothes slowly fell to the ground with an unbelievable expression, stared at Aoki for a long time, and shouted, Who are you? Why do you know how to use different spaces? Aoki smiled, took a white card from his pocket, and shook it in front of the man. Seeing this pure white card, the man stunned again. White card, are you under the command of the White Messenger? Aoki was smiling but not speaking. The Black and White Messenger, he already knew, but this time the silver grey clothes appeared again, which made him a bit incomprehensible. Is there another branch of theology? After the man saw the white card, his face changed, but it seemed as if he wanted to understand something. I didn't expect to see a white card in Feniyun area. You should be the Aoki rewarded by that white messenger. Sorry, I can only leave you in this space forever. Speaking, the man took out the elves. Aoki frowned. He has a lot of doubts, but some words. Now ask. It is estimated that the other party will not say anything. Only after defeating him can he slowly ask what he wants. Just don't know how the opponent's strength is. The men in silver grey clothes threw the elven one by one. The first player to play was Shinno as a superpower of the gods. Of course, the superpowers are the main force. Aoki was not surprised by the other party's use of Sanato. This Shinno duo has good strength. But when the opponent summoned the elves again, Aoki was surprised again. A stinky mud, but this stinky mud is not purple, but colorful, and high-purity white dots and crystals appear on his surface. Allura smells mud. Not only that, it's not just an Allura elf. He successively summoned a Galaqua who was black and covered with green flames on the drumsticks, and a coconut tree with a particularly long neck and a tail. They are Larola Gala Gala and Arola Coconut Tree. The last two elves www.mentalnovel.com are no longer elves in Allura. An elder sister and a natural bird, Xanadu, Aurora Smelly Mud, Aurora Galagala, Aurora Coconut Tree, Miss Lips and Natural Birds. These are the 6 elves called by the other party. The very obvious tactics. The core is Shinno duo, with the Lip Sister and Natural Bird as the superpower bond. The poisonous and evil Arola Smelly Mud as a team, the fire system and the ghost system of Allura Galagala as a defense hand, the grass and dragon Allura Coconut Tree can be used as an attacker and an auxiliary hand. This is a very good super capable core team. Although the match may not be as perfect as the Sandstorm team and the Rain team, but as long as the command is proper, it is definitely a terrible team formation. Especially after seeing the opponent's self-attributes, Aoki guessed the opponent's tactics. 5th more. Ask for a monthly pass. Add 1010 to the rewards of the Joker's boss.